to really be honest and recognize that there's been an underinvestment for decades, and that if we're serious about addressing the vacancy gaps that we have, we need to make sure we're lifting the profession, including
Good morning, everybody, and happy Friday. Thank you for streaming live now from Fox. On this Friday, April 1st, we are not only in another month here in 2022, but it's April Fool's Day, so be careful as you go about your day. We promise we have no tricks, no jokes for you here. We're strictly going to bring you the news and all the top stories and headlines that you want and need to know about this morning. We're going to bring you the latest on the Russian invasion into Ukraine. We're also monitoring some weather, and we also have a big development out of a story we've been following from right here in Orlando, Florida. That's where our Live Now from Fox East Coast hub is located. Today, we are going to learn more developments in an announcement from a Florida official regarding the death of Tyree Sampson. He is the 14-year-old who fell to his death on a free fall drop ride in Orlando's Icon Park. So we are working to get a time on that announcement, and we will definitely be streaming it for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're also going to have President Biden announcing the latest on the March jobs report here at 10:45 a.m. Eastern time. So we'll also be streaming that for you as well. Meanwhile, as we do start off our show this morning, I want to head out live to the Polish-Ukrainian border. This is a look that we have been bringing you really since the invasion began. And today, and really this week, we have learned that more than 4 million people have left Ukraine since Russia launched this invasion on February 24th. The war now in week 5. This is Europe's largest refugee crisis since World War II. And we've learned this week that this number exceeds the worst case predictions made at the start of the war. So this is just a really raw, live vantage point, and this is what our show is all about. You could just see the severity of the situation. It's raining. We do know that the temperatures have been really chilly out there. Some parts of Ukraine and surrounding countries seeing snow and freezing temperatures. You could see this gentleman walking with his dog. So many animals either left behind or upended by this situation as well. And you can see all these people setting up camp, just trying to establish some sort of normalcy out of this situation. Meanwhile, you can see some of the bullet points, some of the top developments that we have in this war this morning. We do know that peace talks between the Russian and Ukrainian delegations are going to resume today over video. Now, That is happening after Russian forces subjected both Chernihiv and Kiev to continued air and ground launched missile strikes in the last few days, despite on Tuesday Moscow officials saying that they plan to reduce military activity in those areas. So that's really what we've been saying all week long, what Biden and lawmakers around the globe have been saying all night long, and Ukrainian President Zelensky himself warning that Russian withdrawals from the north and center of the country are just a military tactic to build up strength for new attacks in the southeast. We also do know that Russian President Vladimir Putin says he's not ready to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky yet, that conditions aren't ripe for a ceasefire until more progress is made in negotiations. So we'll continue to monitor those talks here on Live Now from Fox. Sometimes we've gotten remarks in press conferences from those involved in the discussions. So if they're in English, and whether or not they're in English or not, we'll get you a translation and we'll bring you all the latest details. We also do know Russian troops have left the Chernobyl nuclear power plant after receiving significant doses of radiation from digging trenches around the plant. Now, that is actually what I want to show you right here. So this is some video that we have from the Chernobyl power plant the day that it was attacked weeks ago at the very beginning of this invasion. Now, we learned that they left this heavy contaminated site earlier today out there. They're a couple of hours ahead, but they did leave Friday morning out there after returning control to the Ukrainians, and that's according to authorities. Now, Ukraine's state power company said the pullout at Chernobyl actually came after soldiers received, again, significant doses of radiation from digging trenches in the forest in the exclusion zone around the closed plant. So obviously they're digging on ground of a nuclear power plant. That's going to come with some health repercussions. The depot run by Russian energy giant Rosneft is located about 21 miles north of the Ukraine-Russia border. So this is something that we are going to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, when we talk about how this is continuing to impact the United States over there, I actually do want to head out live to the White House right now. This is a look we have from Washington, D.C. We streamed it live for you here just yesterday, a historic announcement. President Biden hoping that he can bring down gas prices by releasing some of the oil in the strategic reserve. But this move was applauded by some, or being called nothing more than a Band-Aid by others. So I do want to bring you this latest report from Fox's Lauren Blanchard. She's in Washington with more on that announcement that was made just yesterday.
$1 million barrels of oil a day for 6 months. That's how much oil President Biden is planning to release from the strategic reserve in an effort to ease gas prices.
It could come down fairly significantly. It could come down the better part of anything from 10 cents to 35 cents a gallon. It's unknown at this point.
The White House is painting the move as a bridge to get Americans away from the sky-high prices.
In the long run, we're going to fill that gap by increasing oil production here.
But analysts say that is a big gamble by the administration.
In 180 days, what will we have? Quite likely the very same situation.
The White House has pointed at the war in Ukraine and oil corporations' greed as to why gas is so expensive, on average $4.22.
It's really a bet on a short war. If you're done in 6 months with the strategic draws, what do you do next?
The president also says he wants to move away from dependence on fossil fuels.
Ultimately, we really do need to be investing in renewables.
While many Republicans agree renewable fuels are needed, they say the president's push isn't good for the economy.
Clearly, they have an interest in keeping the price, in my view, price high so that people can buy all those electric cars that are out there.
The president also says he wants penalties for oil and gas companies that have federal land leases but are not producing. Next week, oil company execs will be on Capitol Hill to testify about the price of gas. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Meanwhile, the International Energy Agency is reportedly planning to convene an emergency meeting today. Reports say the leaders in global energy will be doing what they can to get countries to follow the lead of the United States in this announcement and releasing oil from emergency reserves. This is coming after President Biden announced just yesterday, as you heard Lauren's report, a record release of 180 million barrels of oil from America's strategic reserves yesterday. He says other countries can now do their part by releasing as many as 30 million to 50 million barrels of oil. Russia's invasion of Ukraine more than a month ago has destabilized the global energy market, causing oil prices to skyrocket. And there's no doubt that we here in the United States have definitely felt this impact in our wallets, whether you're getting gas or other things as such. Even we were talking to Fox Business about how the really just everyday products that we use are also made due to oil. So again, we're going to continue following this story here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to head out back live to the White House as we continue our coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. The White House is clarifying claims that the Biden administration is, quote, trolling Russian President Vladimir Putin over the war. Now, this comes after reports that members of Putin's inner circle weren't giving him the full picture of his military failures in Ukraine. President Biden claimed that Putin is currently self-isolating in Russia and may have fired some of his closest advisors. Director of Communications Kate Bedingfield chimed in yesterday on these reports. Let's listen in quickly to what she had to say.
We're also celebrating the life and legacy of Cesar Estrada Chavez. Well, the president's words on that speak for themselves. I don't have a lot to add by the way of detail. What I would point to is certainly information that we made public yesterday about Putin and his military. I think writ large, we have seen that this invasion has been a strategic failure for Putin and for Russia. They are working to redefine the initial aims of their invasion. And we've seen time and again that the sanctions that have been applied are exacting extreme costs on their economy. So I don't have anything to add to what the president said, except to say we have seen incontrovertible evidence that this has been a strategic disaster for Russia. What I can say, though, is that we've made every effort to be transparent, even from the time before Putin invaded. We worked to make sure that we were providing information that gave a sense of what we knew Russia was going to do. I think to call them out in that way and to be clear that we knew what their intentions were had the impact of putting them on their back foot. I can't speak to how that's impacted their calculus. That's for them to say. But I think we've seen writ large that the invasion has been a strategic error, is leaving Russia weaker. Putin himself has said that the sanctions have imposed unprecedented costs on the Russian economy. And our role in this, is to continue to strengthen Ukraine on the battlefield, as we've been doing with an unprecedented amount of security assistance, and to continue to strengthen their hand at the negotiating table.
Meanwhile, the Pentagon says shelling has continued around Kiev despite Russia's claim that it would pull back troops from the Ukrainian capital as peace negotiations are again continued to happen virtually today. Meanwhile, we've continued to bring you different vantage points and raw, unfiltered video of what is happening on the ground there. Russian forces pressing their attacks in several parts of Ukraine last night. After that pause in peace talks for the last few days, again, they're going to continue today virtually. Meanwhile, efforts are continuing to evacuate people from the besieged port city of Mariupol, and we're learning additional details about a Russian missile strike on a regional government headquarters in another southern area. So Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul is going to bring us the latest from on the ground there in Ukraine.
There is nothing left. No food, no water, no way to live, and right now in Mariupol, there is no hope.
We didn't even expect to be attacked. No one was expecting it. It was such hell. I can't express it.
Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have not only decimated the coastal city, but for the past month, they've made it dangerously impossible for the innocent to get out and for aid to come in.
Grief connects people. We carried branches during the shootings. Then we carried dead bodies.
With the new humanitarian corridor agreed to, the Red Cross says it's ready to send in a convoy of 45 buses to evacuate some of the tens of thousands still there. Whether Russian forces stick to the agreement is unclear. Days after pledging to pull back troops from the Kiev region, the attacks are getting worse.
Russia has repeatedly lied about its intentions. So we can only judge Russia on its actions, not on its words.
Britain's defense ministry says Russian forces have continued to hold positions around Ukraine's capital, but fighting will likely intensify in the suburbs around Kiev. And a senior U.S. defense official told Fox News Russian jets flew 300 strike missions over Ukraine just a day after telling the world they're pulling back troops to establish mutual trust.
Depending on your view of Putin, I'm a little skeptical. It's an open question whether he's actually pulling back.
5 weeks into the conflict and a Ukrainian estimate of 20,000 dead, President Vladimir Zelensky calls Moscow's pledge of a pullback mere words. As Russian forces continue to destroy his country, targeting both the armed and the innocent, he's warning the West.
The tyranny will come to take away from you everything that you have and you are proud of.
The one area we're hearing Russian forces are withdrawing from is in and around the Chernobyl nuclear plant. According to the Ukrainian state power company, they believe troops were digging trenches and became exposed to significant levels of radiation. So far, no comment from the Kremlin. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian armed forces say they destroyed a convoy of Russian tanks near Kiev just yesterday. Around 8 Russian tanks were seen burned up, as you can see in this video. Smoke still billowing from some of them here. Ukrainian soldiers say the violence was justified as the Russians destroyed many homes in the area. Russia has kept up their attacks in Ukraine even after saying that they would scale back their attacks earlier this week. So again, just more raw video that we've got coming from on the ground there. And you heard him mention, Jeff Paul, in that report. I do want to lower the volume here for just a bit. These are some video of some loud trucks. This is actually the International Committee of the Red Cross staff preparing for the evacuation of civilians from the southern port city of Mariupol after Russia agreed to open a route on Friday. Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Irina Vereshchuk, said the ICRC had received confirmation from Russia that it was ready to open a humanitarian corridor from Mariupol to the Ukraine-controlled city of Zaporizhia, which is about 130 miles northwest of Mariupol. 45 buses were being sent to Mariupol to collect evacuees. Routes were also agreed upon for aid deliveries and evacuations from the southern cities. Footage released again here yesterday shows vehicles leaving one city for a pre-positioning area near where they're going. And staff members said 2 trucks had been loaded with food, medicine, and relief items for civilians who choose to stay in Mariupol. They said for logistics and security reasons, the team is ready to lead the safe passage operation, provided all the parties agree to the exact terms, including the route, the start time, and the duration. So we are getting some reports that this didn't exactly go as planned, that people are still stuck in Mariupol. So we're working to get more details on that. But as you could see, the Red Cross was sending in trucks prepared to help, you know, these people who are stuck in this city that Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky said is basically 90% destroyed because of Russian forces. So wanted to bring you this video here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, he is our Fox foreign news correspondent. He has been out there reporting on the Ukraine war from on the ground since it happened. We brought his reports to you basically daily here on Live Now from Fox. His name is Trey Yingst, and he actually did take some time off because he was working and knew the Fox photographer that was tragically killed during this war, Pierre Zachetski, Zachetsky. He attended his funeral, and now he came back to the United States for a break as well, and he joined America's Newsroom on Fox just yesterday to speak with their hosts about his experience reporting on the war in Ukraine. So we are going to bring you that full segment here when you return. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, April 1st. Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. But we, of course, are live and worldwide as we bring you raw, unfiltered coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine as it enters day 37. We have just gotten more information on a story that we brought you a little bit earlier about a ceasefire that was going to allow refugees to, or I should say Ukrainian residents, to leave the besieged city of Mariupol. So we do know that now that Russian troops actually blocked about 45 buses attempting to evacuate despite this limited ceasefire, but about 631 people were able to get out in private cars. That's according to Ukrainian officials. So we're going to continue to monitor that situation here, but we did bring you this video before the quick 2-minute commercial break of the Red Cross bringing buses out there to get Ukrainian residents in Mariupol, also bringing supplies to people who decided to stay. So it does look like they were able to make their way in. It is not confirmed whether it was Red Cross buses that were stopped by Russian forces, but we'll continue to bring you more details as we learn them this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, as promised before that quick 2-minute commercial break, we have been bringing you reports from Fox News foreign affairs correspondent Trey Yingst. He was on the ground in Ukraine even before this war began, really as the world watched and waited to see if it would actually happen. And then he put himself in the line of fire, bringing us the raw depictions of what is happening out there on the ground in Ukraine. He actually was able to take a few weeks off. He attended the funeral for the Fox video journalist Pierre Zachetsky, who was tragically killed with another Fox producer, and it was the same strike. So basically they were driving, their car was struck, and Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall was also injured. So Trey Yingst did come back here to the United States to join America's Newsroom Live and talk about his experience covering the war on the ground. So I do want to play for you this full segment here on Live Now from Fox.
Unit that we were with started to take incoming artillery rounds.
Overnight, fierce fighting erupted between the Ukrainian army and Russian forces. If you can hear behind me, shots going off as people tried to flee the front line. A large group of civilians now fleeing the city of Irpin. They're holding a white flag to let the Russians know they are not a threat. On the front lines between Bucha and Irpin, Russian forces are flattening neighborhoods.
No. That's our colleague Trey Yingst on the ground long before the Russian forces invaded. He's back in New York now and joins us with a reporter's notebook. Nice to see you in person.
So good to see you.
What do you think we're not getting about this war that you saw firsthand?
I think we don't understand the decisions that people have to make each and every day when they decide to flee their homes. I think we cover it a lot and we look at the numbers, 4 million Ukrainians that have left the country amid this Russian invasion. And that decision is so difficult for people. And we talk about it in these broad numbers, but it's individuals who have to decide, do I leave my home behind? Do I leave my job behind? Do I leave everything that I worked my entire life to build behind to get to safety? And then the question, where do they go? Some go to Poland, Romania, neighboring countries, but they have these decisions to make and they show up at the train station often and the women and children get on trains and they head west and the men stay behind to fight.
Well, the UK spy chief yesterday said that their intelligence says that Putin is being misinformed by his advisors. Would that ring true to you from what you've seen?
The number of Russian casualties, I think, is quite shocking to the world because there was this narrative before the war started when you had more than 150,000 Russian troops staging on the border of Ukraine that Russia would be able to capture large cities like the capital of Kiev in a matter of days. And it simply wasn't the case. People underestimated the Ukrainian forces and the amount of resistance that Russian troops would face when they entered the country. And we've seen this from street battles across major population centers and also the ability for the Ukrainian forces to use weapons that are provided by countries like the United States to push back this Russian offensive. So it makes sense that right now the Russians are stepping back and trying to change their strategy. And while they say they are going to refocus efforts in the east, in Luhansk and Donetsk, these regions that are partially controlled by Russian-backed separatists, the reality is the Russians often say something publicly, and then on the ground they do something completely different.
So like this idea that they're pulling back, you know, our Pentagon says they don't believe that.
Exactly. It's part of this parallel information war that's ongoing at the same time. We're in day 36 of this Russian war in Ukraine, and at the same time the Russians say they're going to refocus their efforts in the east of the country. Ukrainian officials that we've talked to say they are going to wait and see what happens on the ground before they change their posture whatsoever.
Yeah, I think your point about the refugees is very well taken. I would argue that the greater majority of them think they're going to go home again, and many of them will not. Or go home to what afterwards? And I think about the images we've been watching, and you're 28 years old, right? Mm-hmm. Dana and I have a couple years on you. Yeah. Not a lot, but a few. How much consideration have you given to what we've watched for the past month? All these images, it looks like a Category 5 hurricane. It looks like an EF6 tornado.
Right, and how it compares to what you've covered in the recent past.
Look, we've covered conflicts all over the world, in Afghanistan, Iraq, Lebanon, and you continue to see this thread of humans who are caught, and I don't even want to describe it as crossfire because the Russians invaded Ukraine. Ukrainian forces are defending the sovereignty of their country, but you watch these people's lives completely fall apart. There was one interview we did with this woman, Evgenia Antonenko, and you saw that bridge that I was standing on near the city of Irpin, a suburb of Kiev. And she looked at me and she said, it's like your life is broken forever. And there's no hope. And I think that really underscores what's happening to the Ukrainian population, a loss of hope right now. To
millions and millions. Millions. Point well taken on that. I think also there's the surprise in Western European capital cities, Eastern European capital cities as well, and America that I think a lot of us did not think that Putin would do this, and it has happened yet again. I want to thank you for the work you've done there, and I know you think often about Benjamin Hall and his health, so we keep him in our thoughts and minds and our prayers with him and his family. And Sasha and her family in Ukraine, and also the funeral for Pierre in Dublin. I thought it was necessary for people like you to be there, and I know that family appreciated that.
Absolutely. This is a group of incredible journalists, and they were targeted in this situation and took fire outside of the capital of Kiev. Pierre Zakrzewski, one of the best photojournalist I've ever worked with, a man who did this for people, to shine light in dark places. our fixer, Sasha, also young, 24 years old, wanted to show the world what was happening in her country. And Benjamin Hall, I had a chance to talk with him yesterday, and he's in good spirits.
Good.
He is strong, and he's a remarkable journalist, and I know that we'll see him back on air when he heals and gets
Well, we're
better.
so proud of you. Thank you.
A very touching segment there from Trey Ying's talking about how real it is, reporting on the ground, saying that we really just don't comprehend and understand the decisions that people have to make out there, deciding whether to stay and be in the line of fire and risk their lives, or completely leave the lives that they've created for themselves. So many women and children fleeing, having to say goodbye to their husbands, fathers, brothers, as at the beginning of the invasion, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky basically ordered all men from ages 18 to 60 to stay in Ukraine and fight and defend their country. He also paid tribute to his colleagues who, Sasha, the producer with Fox in Ukraine, and Pierre Zachetski, they were killed in a strike in their vehicle that also injured Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall. So he did say that he spoke with Ben Hall, that he's in good spirits, and we really here wish him the best and a full, speedy recovery. I do want to continue on with some segments from our Fox News team out there in New York. Brett Baer actually spoke with a volunteer with World Central Kitchen. Now, we've spoken with volunteers with them here on Live Now from Fox as well. They are a humanitarian organization that was in Ukraine and surrounding countries that were taking in refugees as soon as the war began. And they've provided millions of hot meals and somewhat healthy food. I mean, you have to think about people who've been fleeing, who have not eaten for hours, days, just providing them some sort of comfort during this really difficult time. So I do want to bring you this interview segment from Brett Baer as well.
Joining us now from Kiev, Chef Jose Andres of World Central Kitchen. Chef, thanks so much for being with us. You're doing amazing things there. What is it like on the ground?
Well, I've been here now in Kiev for 3 days. World Central Kitchen very much landed 12 hours after the Russian attack, and we began feeding in Medica. Since then, we've been very much in 6 countries, in every border crossing in Ukraine and in the welcoming countries, and so far almost 6 million meals, almost 300,000 meals a day, using partnerships with hundreds of restaurants in Kiev. Obviously, the situation is kind of calm but tense. But the great news is this, that the people of Ukraine are becoming one. Everybody is doing something. Everybody, obviously, you have the military defending the country, but everybody else is feeding people, they're cooking, they're helping the elderly. Everybody has a reason to serve, and this gives me hope for humanity.
You know, we have this map where you see the refugees and the flow out of Ukraine, and it's really now more than 4 million to Poland and other countries nearby. But you see a lot of people in Ukraine. How tough is the food situation there on the ground?
I'm in Kiev. I've been the last 2-3 days going to many places around, visiting shelters, bunkers, children's hospitals. The many places we are feeding with more than 85 restaurants we have in our network of partners. Many restaurants are closed. They're not open for regular business, but they are open to cook for the people that need it. We see in Mariupol, where it's very difficult because the Russian troops have the city surrounded. Everybody's trying to bring food into Mariupol, but it's not possible because the Russian troops don't allow this humanitarian food aid. Yeah. Other cities are under the same situation. So if they are not under siege, more or less food flows fairly freely across Ukraine.
What can people do to help? We've seen you in all kinds of situations around the world, popping up and feeding people. We'll put up on the screen wck.org/donate. They can donate there to World Central Kitchen. But what else can we do?
My friend, I mean, listen, I'm a Catholic boy and I'm going to help it. And Matthew 25:35, for I was hungry and you gave me something to eat, for I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. And I was a stranger and you invite me in. This is what's happening right here. The Ukrainian people have been going to a lot of churches. They are Christian people. They are people of goodness. We, America, we are a nation of goodness. America has to come united to support the people of Ukraine. That's what we need. That's what needs to happen. We need to show support for people that right now are fighting on behalf of all humanity, for democracy, for liberty, for what is right. Let's be next to President Zelensky. Let's be next to the Ukrainian women and children who are suffering a war that shouldn't be happening.
Chef Jose Andres, World Central Kitchen, we appreciate your time. Be safe in Ukraine.
Thank you, Brett.
All right, thank you to our Fox News team for all of these informative and just really touching segments as this war continues to rage on in Ukraine. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we did just get a couple of minutes of remarks from the Ukrainian foreign minister as he spoke from the Ukrainian embassy in Warsaw, Poland. That has since ended, but we did record a little bit of it, so I do want to play that for you when we come back here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us.
And we also, what is needed to be emphasized, that all that measures which we see now by Russia, different movement of troops, it's also not, it should not be explained as concentration on a certain area of Ukraine, because they are working to prevent us from attention that they are planning the next step of the big operation, and we should be, and journalists, very careful, expecting Russia to be concentrated only on one areas. They are running more broader war, and full-scale war is still here, and full-scale war, and the goal to take capital is still here.
Dostajemy zapytanie Polskiego Zmienki. Paweł Bobołowicz, Radio Wnet. Panie ministrze, jakie dotyczy mierotwórczej misji, jaką wy вже згадали, президент Зеленський сказав, що він не розуміє польських пропозицій. Зараз розумію, що там можливість більш детально про це порозмовляти. Чи взагалі Україна бажає миротворчої місії, в якій будуть західні держави, в тому числі Польща? І чи така тема є на переговорах з Росією, що є можливість миротворчої місії, в якій будуть брати участь західні держави?
Дивіться, ми повинні мати різні рішення на столі для будь-якого сценарію розвитку подій. І тому, безумовно, ініціативи, які лунають від польського уряду, вони є корисні, тому що, як я сказав, Польща є членом НАТО і має можливості просувати певні ініціативи всередині Альянсу. Але у нас є тільки одне застереження до будь-якої ініціативи, яка зараз озвучується тією чи іншою країною. Ці ініціативи не повинні заморожувати конфлікт. З 24 лютого додаткові території України були тимчасово окуповані. Наша принципова позиція полягає в тому, що Росія має вийти на позиції, які вона займала станом на 23 лютого. І, відповідно, жодна ініціатива, яка сприятиме фіксуванню нинішнього статус-кво, вона не відповідає українським інтересам. Ми мали дуже відверту і змістовну розмову з паном Качинським. Я дуже вдячний йому за те, що ми змогли дуже спокійно і детально проговорити це питання. І я знайшов повне розуміння у пана Качинського щодо української позиції. І я також бачу щире бажання пана Качинського допомогти Україні. Тому немає тепер жодних сумнівів чи непорозумінь довкола питання цієї місії. Ми синхронізувалися, ми, як то кажуть, знаходимося на одній сторінці і будемо вдячні Польщі за будь-які нові ініціативи, які ми з ними будемо проговорювати, а вони зможуть просувати.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. That did just happen moments ago. That was the Ukrainian foreign minister speaking live from Warsaw, Poland. Those were not half in English, half not. So when we do get that full update, I do believe it was about 15 minutes long. We got a little excerpt for you there. We'll be sure to stream it for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to shift our focus to another international story that we are following here this morning. This is video coming in from Sri Lanka, and as you know, there has been a massive economic crisis over there, and we've got some video here this morning of protesters in the streets. Now, they've been frustrated by power cuts and various shortages, and they marched through the streets of Colombo yesterday as this crisis is continuing to just grip the country. According to local reports, thousands of people blocked the streets to protest the country's shortages of medicine, fuel, fertilizer, milk powder, and other items, as well as daily power outages lasting for hours. Now, Sri Lanka officials did approve 13-hour power cuts for the country on March 31st amid these fuel shortages and low water levels at hydroelectric dams. This footage was filmed by an Instagram user and shows a bus on fire and protesters chanting in the Colombo suburb of Mariana just last night. So again, a economic crisis unfolding there in Sri Lanka, angering and frustrating so many residents as we've learned that some are starving out there, that they've had to leave, and some really just can't, so they can't afford it. And, you know, we're going to continue following this situation here on Live Now from Fox. And as we continue on with some more top stories here on this Friday, April 1st, I do want to shift our focus to some weather-related news. Now, this is a live look at our XRAD radar showing you a system and those lightning bolts dancing across the Florida Peninsula this morning. Now, our Fox 35 Orlando team is tracking a line of strong storms that is going to impact several parts of Central Florida. I actually do have a live look for you right now. This is I-4. Right outside of our studio. You could see pretty slick conditions there on the road. I have to say, when I drove into work at around 3:45 this morning, it was absolutely pouring, and not the best case scenario to leave your phone in your car. That was my morning here. Definitely April Fool's Day for you. But the severe threats remain at level 1 across the Central Florida Peninsula, meaning the possibility for heavy rain and gusty winds. So here's a look at that system once again. The Orlando metro and coastal counties are going to see a cold front really slowing to a crawl through this morning, and we are going to continue bringing you any updates on the conditions. As of right now, heavy rain and gusty winds appear to be the main impacts for the majority of this area. The rain is likely to stick around today for most of the night. There could be a lull possible for the afternoon, and it's going to return tomorrow with an increase of rain coverage. So if you have any plans outside, might be time to change them, because we are expected to see some heavy rain here for the next 24 to 48 hours. So if you are joining us from Florida, this is something that we wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, speaking of weather, all week long we have been bringing you really wild video of the conditions from the south, where a spawn of tornadoes, damaging winds has really just put so many in such a heartbreaking situation. This is some of the video that we've gotten from the scene. This is after a tornado went through an area of Arkansas. People across the south continuing to clean up after the system moved through Wednesday into Thursday, and the system should be exiting off the East Coast by today. It is passing through Florida. That is the system that we're showing you right now. So it's really made its way from the south across the East Coast. It impacted everywhere from the Florida Panhandle up to New York just yesterday. So Fox Weather's Robert Ray was in Springdale, Arkansas just yesterday. We did do a live report with him here just around this time on Live Now from Fox. So I do want to bring you his latest report as he spoke with impacted residents who are now cleaning up and assessing really devastating damage.
A tornado touching down in the Florida Panhandle early Thursday, killing at least 2 people and injuring several more. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says the high winds downed power lines and destroyed several homes. The twister was part of a line of severe weather making its way east. Across the South and Midwest, around 185,000 people were without power in the wake of the storm.
I was asleep.
In Alabama, a tornado tore the roof off this home, the high winds waking up the homeowners in the middle of the night. Daylight revealing the full extent of the damage.
I heard this boom, and it was just a big, it seemed like the house just shook. It didn't dawn on me that all this damage was like this until this morning.
In Louisiana, strong wind gusts overturned semi-trailers. A downed tree just missed this man's house and instead took out the back porch.
My bedroom window busted, and I went to look out the laundry window. It busted, and then I started panicking, looking for my dog.
It's just devastating. I mean, I have no words, you know.
Much of this region was already in the middle of cleaning up from last week's round of storms. In central Texas, FEMA has been on the ground assessing the damage.
If there is a need for federal support, and that is validated by both the state of Texas and by the White House, then we will be here in the long run to support.
FEMA says it will take days to verify all of this tornado damage. In Springdale, Arkansas, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
And as you heard Robert Ray mention at the beginning of that report, 2 people are dead after severe storms struck the Florida Panhandle. 2 other people were injured after that possible tornado touchdown in Washington County. The sheriff's office there says multiple homes and buildings were damaged and power lines were knocked down. Severe weather, as you heard him say, struck several southern states yesterday into this morning, including Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana. Now, interestingly enough, as we continue to bring you some coverage of this severe weather, it seems like we've been doing it a lot lately. And actually, new data shows the U.S. is experiencing more tornadoes earlier in the year. And forecasters worry that this trend will prove to be dangerous, with millions more Americans impacted by storms that they may not have otherwise come in contact with. You've got areas that don't normally see tornadoes seeing tornadoes. So Fox News correspondent Marian Rafferty is taking a closer look at this data for us this morning.
The National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center says the U.S. experienced more tornadoes this March than in any other March on record, with at least 219 twisters reported nationwide, more than double the average for the month, and breaking last year's record of 191 March tornadoes. While twisters aren't rare during March, tornado season usually heightens between May and June. And with 2 consecutive record-breaking March tornado seasons in a row, forecasters worry millions of Americans will now be exposed to more life-threatening weather in the future as the window for these storms widens.
You could hear the wind getting real howly.
Many of these twisters carving huge paths of destruction across communities in the South. Southern Mississippi, the Florida Panhandle, and central Alabama are all busy cleaning up damage from this week's round of tornadoes. With a massive EF3 tornado also slamming northwest Arkansas Wednesday, bringing catastrophic winds clocking in at around 145 miles per hour. Meanwhile, deadly tornadoes struck southeastern Louisiana and northern Texas the week before.
At 75 years old, and my wife's 70, how do we start over? You know, how do we find what we have left to start over with?
The Storm Prediction Center first began recording tornadoes back in 1950. Since then, forecasters say warming global temperatures due to climate change are mostly to blame for the massive increase in tornadoes earlier in the year. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Meanwhile, in other weather-related news, fire crews are still working to control the Hatcher Mountain wildfire burning in eastern Tennessee. The blaze broke out Wednesday morning in Sevier County, just outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. And despite rainy weather, flames have burned through 3,700 acres by yesterday afternoon. At least 100 homes and other buildings were lost, and thousands of people were forced to evacuate as crews struggled to stop the fire spread. You can see some of this video, the helicopters trying to put repellent retardant down and spray water from up in the air. The Tennessee National Guard deployed 6 Black Hawk helicopters to help. Fire officials say the fire is about 30% contained, but more still needs to be done. Thankfully, there have been no reports of injuries or fatalities. So we also saw wildfires in parts of Texas this week as well. So it's something that we are keeping tabs on here on Live Now from Fox. And before we send you to a quick 2-minute commercial break, we do want to let you know that we are continuing to monitor this system that is expected to bring some severe weather and heavy rain to Central Florida today. This is something that our Fox 35 Orlando team is keeping a very close eye on. And if you are joining us from this area, we do know that the threat remains at level 1 across the Central Peninsula, meaning this is a possibility for heavy rain and pretty gusty winds. Now, the Orlando metro and coastal counties are going to see a cold, slowing front crawling through this area, which likely means pretty harsh conditions. As of right now, heavy rain and gusty winds appear to be the main impacts for the majority of the viewing area, and the rain is likely to stick around today. A possible lull this afternoon, only to return tomorrow with an increase of rain coverage. This is the exact same system that made its way through the south, kind of shifted up, impacted really the Florida Panhandle all the way up the East Coast to New York, and now impacting parts of Central Florida before shifting east to the Atlantic. So be sure to stick with our Live Now from Fox team on any updates regarding the conditions. We do have a shot right now from Orlando, Florida. This is outside of our Fox 35 Orlando studios. You can see I-4 pretty slick as the sun is starting to come up. Like I said, when I came to work at around 3:45 a.m. this morning, it was downpouring. So conditions have definitely eased up since then. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to continue on with all of the top stories that you want and need to know about here this morning. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. We are officially past the 7 o'clock Eastern Time hour here this morning. It is Friday, April 1st, another month down in 2022 as the war continues to rage on in Ukraine for a 37th day. This is a live vantage point we have from the Polish-Ukrainian border as the United Nations has confirmed that more than 4 million refugees have fled since this war began. Now, this is actually Europe's largest refugee crisis since World War II. That number exceeds the worst case predictions made at the start of the war. So really heartbreaking information to bring you, and this vantage point we constantly say just really shows you that raw depiction of how many lives have been upended because of this invasion. You've got people setting up camps, cooking on barbecues, trying to get a hot meal. We do know that organizations like World Central Kitchen have posted up at border nations across around Ukraine, I should say, trying to feed millions of refugees some sort of hot meal. Now, as we continue our coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, I do want to bring you the latest report from Fox's Doug Luzader, because the Pentagon is now bracing for a long war in Ukraine. We know that Russian troops appear to be on the move, but Ukrainian forces may now be carrying out attacks across the border in Russia. So let's get the latest here from Doug Luzader on Live Now from Fox.
Shifting from defense to offense, there are reports this morning that Ukrainian helicopter gunships have crossed the border, bringing the war to Russia. The first pictures released by the Russian government show explosions at an oil depot in Russia, about 20 miles from the border with Ukraine. If this was, in fact, an attack by Ukrainian forces, it may show a bold new front in the war. A Russian convoy near Kiev was also destroyed as Ukrainian forces are increasingly on the move. Russian forces near the Chernobyl nuclear site, meantime, have moved out, amidst unverified reports that they may have suffered from radiation poisoning. There will be another round of peace talks today, but there is not much optimism, and Ukraine's supply lines could be struggling. The Pentagon dismissed reports that military aid shipments to Ukraine are being delayed.
I've never seen the Department of Defense be able to move with this sense of alacrity and speed as I have in just the last few weeks.
It could come down the better part of anything from 10 cents to 35 cents a gallon.
President Biden spoke of the economic costs of the war here at home, blaming Russian President Vladimir Putin for soaring gas prices and announcing the release of oil from the nation's strategic reserve. But the impact on gas prices could be minimal, and there are risks.
So when you start burning your strategic reserves in hopes that you're going to come out the other side at a low-price environment, that's a big bet.
A big bet as we contend with soaring inflation, and we expect to hear from the president today on new jobs numbers. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And here is a live now look at the White House in our nation's capital. Like Doug Luzader just mentioned, President Biden is expected to make remarks on the March jobs report happening at 10:45 a.m. Eastern time, and we'll be sure to bring you that update live, raw, and unfiltered. Meanwhile, shifting our focus back, as Doug also mentioned, to a major historic story that we brought you on our show just yesterday. President Biden hoping that he can bring down gas prices by releasing some of the oil in the strategic reserve. Now, this has received a lot of mixed reaction from lawmakers around the country here since it was first made just yesterday. So our very own Andrew Kraft actually spoke with a petroleum expert on what this means for Americans and how this impacts us going forward. So I do want to play for you that announcement, that interview, I should say, on Live Now from Fox.
Now, Senior Vice President at the American Petroleum Institute, Frank Macriarola. Frank, good to see you, and thanks for being with us right now. But I think that is what is on so many Americans' minds. We can't really conceptualize how many gallons are even in one barrel, but 1 million barrels. Give us a sense of what that will mean for American consumers. Will it make a dent?
Sure. Thank you for having me on. Just to put it into context, we use about 21 million barrels a day in the United States. So, it's the right thing to do for the administration to recognize that there's a short-term imbalance between supply and demand right now. And this is one short-term way to address it. But we'd also hope that the administration would focus on the longer term issue, which is establishing an energy policy that promotes American energy development and American energy leadership. And that was missing from today's announcement.
Frank, also, are you worried, your folks at API, about kind of the long-term viability of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? Because already twice in the last several weeks, the administration has announced, releasing some of these barrels. 50 million barrels first was released, and then this agreement along with European allies to do 20 million more right at the outset of the war. What does this do to the reserve itself? Is it dwindling? Are you concerned by that?
Well, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve was designed for severe supply disruptions. And we are seeing significant disruptions as a result of the volatility from the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. But again, this is the short term. And so there's only a little over 700 million barrels in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. So we need a longer term approach that starts with incentivizing production of oil and gas development right here in the United States by opening up federal leasing. It also starts with incentivizing or promoting pipeline development. We need pipeline infrastructure in this country. And first and foremost, perhaps the administration needs to step back from proposing increases in taxes and costs on American producers. Look, the oil markets are global markets, and we're competing globally in the oil and gas space. And so it makes no sense for American leadership to promote, to impose taxes and additional costs on American producers. That's the wrong way to go.
Frank, we've heard, time and again, especially from the White House, that, the Biden administration has approved and, essentially permitted some of these requests to drill, to kind of explore on lands here domestically. But I know this doesn't happen overnight. How do we ramp up oil production domestically here at home? The administration says they have given the green light 1,000 times over. What does that look like on the ground, though?
Well, to put it into context, they keep talking about leasing. 2/3 of the leases on federal lands are currently in production. That's the highest levels they've been in 20 years. With respect to the permit question, there are nearly 100,000 wells in production on federal lands. So this 9,000 number, they don't put into context when they talk about that. What the administration really needs to do is to approve a 5-year plan, which is required by law for production on the Outer Continental Shelf in the Gulf of Mexico. We did a study recently that showed that if they continue to delay that, that could cost more than 50,000 jobs. And it could mean the difference between producing 500,000 additional barrels of oil per day. Putting that into context, that's the same amount that we used to import from Russia. So it really can make the difference between domestic energy and importing energy from hostile regimes like Russia.
Frank, also, let's talk about supply elsewhere. Is OPEC going to move? Are they going to increase supply at all? We know a couple of weeks ago, the Biden administration was kind of exploring other avenues to kind of offset this energy import ban by Russia, imposed by us on Russia, rather. Do you think OPEC should increase supply, and are they anywhere near agreeing to do so?
It's difficult to say what OPEC is going to do, but it's really in our long-term strategic interest not to be at the whim of OPEC and OPEC plus nations. If you think about it, in 2019, for the first time in 67 years, America became a net exporter of energy. That had tremendous benefits for our national security and our energy security. That's the direction we should head in. And the way that we do that is to produce more of the energy that we have right here at home. It's not just oil, it's natural gas as well. We have 100 years worth of natural gas. Right now, we're supporting our European allies by sending more liquefied natural gas over to Europe to provide them with the energy that they need and to enable them to get off of the reliance that they have currently on Putin. So, the U.S. needs to step back, take a strategic look at this and say, it's in our national interest to produce more of the oil and gas that we have right here at home and not have to rely on OPEC.
Right. You know, you heard President Biden there. The administration is still kind of referring to this dramatic increase in gas prices as Putin's price hike. You know, I don't want to sound like a political cynic, but do you think this is just the way for the administration to essentially look like it's doing something with regard to gas prices, because it won't have an immediate effect and we don't even know the long-term effect?
Well, look, every time gas prices go up, politicians try to find a quick fix, but there isn't a quick fix. What's needed is a long-term strategy. What's needed is an energy policy solution that looks out into decades, not days. And again, the way that you do that is by promoting development right here in the United States. We have strengthened our energy security over the past decade. We can continue to make progress on that. And I'm hopeful that the administration takes this opportunity to do that. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is designed for periods like this, but we do have to recognize that it's only a short-term fix. And we ought to be also focused on the long-term solutions that'll help us get through this and will ultimately help the American people and consumers at the pump.
Yeah, we know now that the national daily average for a price of a gallon of gas is $4.22. I guess just from your folks over there, API, do they see that coming down anytime soon?
You know, prices are a function of supply and demand.
Right.
There are certainly labor costs that are involved in it, labor constraints that are involved, supply chain. I can't predict when they'll come back, but you are seeing supplies ramp back up in the United States. EIA is estimating an additional 1 million barrels of production in the U.S. The Permian Basin is at record high levels. The oil rigs in the United States have gone up significantly year over year. So you are seeing supply creep back up, but it's going to take some time and it's going to take some commitment on the part of policymakers to promote that development here in the United States.
All right, Frank Macriarola, the Senior Vice President at the American Petroleum Institute. We appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again. We know this issue is sticking around.
And like Andrew just said, this issue is sticking around, and we'll continue to speak with guests on that historic announcement made just yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. We also do want to let you know that at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time, President Biden is expected to make remarks regarding the March jobs report. This is happening as inflation is continuing to soar in the United States. So we'll have that update for you here live, raw, and unfiltered when we see it get started. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to shift our focus to a story that we have been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. This is a live look we have of the memorial that has grown outside of the Orlando freefall drop ride. It has been more than a week at this point since 14-year-old Tyrese Sampson fell to his death on this ride. Well, today we're going to get some major developments. We do know that Nikki Fried, who is the Commissioner of Agriculture, she's expected to announce more details on the investigation at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So we're going to send some of you on a quick break. When we return, we're going to get everything we know from Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, April 1st. As a promise before that quick break, we are shifting some focus back to a story that we've been following for more than a week now after a tragedy struck an Icon Park here in Orlando. We do have some major developments expected to come this morning. Commissioner of Agriculture Nikki Fried set to talk about this horrible accident at 11 this morning. Now, we are on standby for a live report from Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto. But in the meantime, yesterday did mark 1 week since the tragedy happened. And we do know that family is still here in Florida. There was a balloon release as a memorial continues to grow at the site of the ride where this happened. So I do want to play for you that story here on Live Now from Fox.
Footballs, flowers, and candles cover the sidewalk in front of the shut-down Orlando Freefall. People from all over the world paying their respects as they pass by.
It's just heartbreaking because it could be anybody. It could have been mine.
Tracy Kasalakis says she's visiting with her kids for a volleyball tournament.
When we knew we were coming, they wanted to come because they've seen it too, my kids. And like they said, they don't even want to go on any other rides now.
People are signing their names on posters, letting the teens' loved ones know they're thinking of them. Sephora Petion lives in Altamont Springs.
I actually saw the news last week, and then I figured I'll come today to give my sympathy to the family.
A young man gone too soon.
When you lose a loved one, it hurts real bad. I lost a lot of my family members, so I know what it's like. It hurts.
A tragedy that's left a lot of people wondering how and why.
I don't understand how it happened. I just don't understand.
In Orange County, Danielle Lama, Fox 35 News.
Meanwhile, when we first broke this story to you, the details were very minimal, and as the investigation went on, we actually learned that Tyree Sampson was visiting Orlando for his spring break, actually not with his own family. He was with the family of a friend, and that friend is actually speaking out now more than 1 week since this happened. Our very own Fox 35 Orlando team did have that conversation with Dior Moore. It was her family that took them on this trip. So I do want to play for you this story here on Live Now from Fox. Let's hear what she had to say.
Even though it wasn't my brother, it still feels that way. You know, I still experience that way, that experience, and that's never going to go away. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so heartbreaking.
Dior Moore is a family friend of Tyree Sampson. It was her family that took Tyree with them on a family trip to Orlando last week, a trip that included that visit to Icon Park. Dior says her brother was on the ride, sitting next to Tyree the night he fell to his death. Her mom, Kelly Ross, was FaceTiming with her as it happened. Kelly spoke to us, but did not want to show her face on camera.
So I said, Tyree, you go and sit. Ask him, can you sit down and see if you can fit? And that's what he did. And they said that he could fit.
She says from her angle, Tyree appeared secure and didn't seem squished.
It's because the operators didn't say that, no, we think this is going to be a problem.
They didn't question it.
They didn't question anything. He tapped on it, and I thought that it was okay.
Now she says she lives with a lot of guilt for taking Tyree on this trip and not bringing him home safe. Her message to parents:
check, be safe, feel okay and comfortable with the situation.
Just a good kid, always having a good time, always smiling. A gentleman, very sweet.
Lara Greenberg, Fox 35 News.
And as promised, we will bring you that update from Nikki Fried here at 11 a.m. Eastern Time as more details on this investigation will come to light. Nestor Motto is having some technical difficulties out in Icon Park. There's some pretty heavy rain out here this morning, so hopefully we will be able to touch base with him live in just a bit. But in the meantime, as we continue our coverage of this story, our Fox 35 Orlando team is investigating whether a belt could have saved Tyree Sampson's life. They actually spoke with one of the ride experts that they've had on their show here since this tragedy happened. So let's listen into this report here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, the biggest issue is a $20 issue. That's right here. I went out and bought one at the auto parts store. This webbing can hold 6,000 pounds.
Bill Kitchen says he has one of those belts on all of his rides that turn upside down. The ride inventor, who was not involved in the development of freefall, says those straps instantly provide an additional layer of safety.
It instantly struck me as there must be some reason that's supposed to be included.
Freefall only uses a shoulder harness to keep riders in their seats. In documents released by the state, the general manager of Funtime, the manufacturer of the Orlando Freefall, writes about the restraints. He says it has 2 independent locking devices and the shoulder restraints are monitored. There is no need for an extra safety or seatbelt.
I think this was an accident that should not have happened.
The additional safety straps are not required per industry standards. Fox 35 has also reached out to the owner of Freefall for more information about the training employees working the ride received. There are no set hours mandated by the state, but Kitchen says safety should be the priority for every manufacturer and operator. He says at iFly, one of the experiences he created, employees get almost 90 days of training.
It's a huge curriculum. You can become a private pilot just about as quick as you can become an iFly instructor.
Danielle Lama, Fox 35 News.
Again, stick with us for that live update from Nikki Fried at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be streaming it for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, this is another live look we have from Orlando, Florida. As you can see, some pretty dreary weather out there this morning. I do want to shift our focus to another major story making headlines out of Florida. The passing of a Florida law banning gender identity and sexual orientation in education for young children has sparked a massive response both for and against this legislation. Officials at Disney are pushing hard for repeal, and the Biden administration is now trying to make airport security procedures more gender neutral. So Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey is bringing us the latest on all this information.
President Biden's message to those celebrating this Transgender Day of Visibility:
We have your back.
Here's how. U.S. citizens can soon apply for passports selecting their gender as X. The TSA will invest $18.6 million in new gender-neutral advanced imaging technology, and HHS says it will support puberty blockers and gender-affirming surgeries for some adolescents.
We're committed to advancing transgender equality in the classroom, on the playing field, at work, in our military.
Equality on the playing field means something different in some states, including Arizona, Iowa, South Dakota, and Oklahoma, where governors have recently banned transgender women from competing in girls' sports.
Biological males cannot compete in women's sports.
The White House has been most outspoken against a Florida law banning lessons about sexual orientation or gender identity from kindergarten through 3rd grade.
The governor has chosen to target some of Florida's most vulnerable students and families, all while under the guise of parents' rights.
Disney sides with the White House, and now some Disney employees express fear about taking the other side, including this GOP congressional candidate who works as a resort manager.
If I were to get fired for my views, I think it would send a wrong message to conservatives, that conservatives would not be welcome at Disney.
In coming months, the DOJ plans to side with transgender individuals, in some cases involving sports and restrooms.
To parents and children alike, please ask for help. And know this, you're so brave.
Transgender people are among the bravest in the country, according to a White House statement. And part of today's big announcement is that soon visitors here will be able to select X as their gender. Security protocols are being updated right now. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Peter Ducey for that report. We're going from the state of Florida and some reporting in Washington, D.C. to a live now look we have over New York City on this Friday morning, 7:27 a.m. out here on the East Coast. It is 55 degrees there right now and expected to rain pretty lightly there throughout the day. A lot of the East Coast seeing some rain and severe thunderstorms due to that system that made its way from the south up the East Coast, as you see here in our XRAD radar. And Right now, it's kind of shifting slanted through central Florida before it heads out into the Atlantic. So central Florida here expected to see rain and thunderstorms for basically the next 2 days. This is actually a live look also at the dreary conditions here in Orlando, Florida. That is where our Live Now from Fox morning team joins you from every day. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue some coverage of the economy here in the United States. We've got prices for goods in the country continuing to go up, and stocks ending the quarter in the worst spot in 2 years. We'll have your Fox Means Business report, as well as the latest on inflation and oil production here when we come back.
Well, another sign families are being squeezed by rising prices. The Federal Reserve's preferred measure of inflation jumped 6.4% in February from the same time a year ago. That is the fastest pace of annual growth since 1982. And shoppers are thinking twice about their purchases because of the recent price spikes. The government says consumer spending rose 0.2% in February from the previous month. That is down from a 2.7% jump in January. And if there's one small silver lining, the same report showed personal incomes rose 0.5% for the month. That was more than expected and the biggest increase since November. And finally, despite a down day Thursday over worries about inflation and war, stocks were marching higher in March. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all had monthly gains for the first time this year. We'll see how stocks fare on Friday after the government releases its key monthly employment report. That's business. I'm David Asman.
Meanwhile, speaking of inflation, food banks across the nation are asking for help as inflation is impacting their work to help those in need. Fox Business Network's Madison Allworth reports from New York on how one food bank is coping with this situation.
Food prices are higher than ever, and we know that lower income Americans are feeling the brunt of those higher prices. Here at the Food Bank for New York City, they are still serving 800 meals a day to those in need. But it is not without its hurdles, and they are getting creative to keep the number of meals up and prices stable.
At Food Bank for New York City, we are definitely feeling the pinch, and we are seeing food prices rise. Plastic containers, plastics have gone up in prices. The supply chain with cans and putting things into the containers that they use to get out into the community. We used to provide canned tuna. Now we're providing pouches of tuna because of supply chain issues.
Pouches because the cans have jumped in cost. According to Feeding America, in February of 2020, a truckload of canned tuna cost them $46,000. Today, it costs them $57,000. Inflation and an unreliable supply chain is pushing prices higher. The food bank here shared with us some of their numbers. A truckload of peanut butter now costs them 80% more than it did before the pandemic. They are paying $51,000 for a truckload. The UN food chief says that the Ukraine war is creating a food crisis that is the worst the world has seen since World War II, and they don't expect any relief anytime soon. But here, they rely so heavily on donations, which allows them to maintain their meal load. They say that $1 creates 5 meals, and it's donations like that that keep this food bank running. In New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Meanwhile, when it comes to oil production, Fox Business Network's Ashley Soriano is reporting on the latest on what oil industry production people are saying, as this is a region where 50% of all of the United States' crude oil is produced. Let's listen in here.
I'm at an oil drilling site in the Permian Basin in West Texas. It's the epicenter of domestic oil production. The winds are strong out here. You can really smell the oil coming from that drill. This is exactly what West Texans are used to. They're also used to ups and downs in the oil industry, but the pandemic and its domino effects have created a unique situation.
That is the lifeblood of our economy.
Henry Resources is an independent oil and gas producer in the Permian Basin. Their drilling is a 24/7 year-round operation, producing around 10,000 barrels a day of crude oil, and they need at least 100 people to run a single rig. Yet 50,000 employees in the region were laid off during the pandemic. Henry Resources says they've been lucky to keep their staff, but other companies had to shut down some of their drilling rigs in 2020.
The oil and gas business is very cyclical, and the pendulum tends to swing very hard from one side to the other.
Oil producers' ideal situation would be selling crude oil at high prices with low operating costs. Right now, crude oil prices are high, but operating costs are also high. They're also dealing with supply chain issues and inflation.
Inflation affects our industry as much as it does everyone else, whether it's milk and eggs for homeowners. It's also for the industry.
Even with these challenges, the Permian Basin is operating at near historic levels of production, about 5 million barrels a day, and drilling permits increasing year to year. Yet the profit just isn't there for producers.
The idea of having oil in excess of $100 a barrel sounds good at first blush, but all of the associated activity on the manufacturing side of things or transport side of things, fuel charges, all have risen as well.
Kirk Edwards is the president and CEO of LiveNOW Petroleum. He had plans of drilling up to 14 new wells this year, but he decided to pause the process because the cost for him has doubled.
We're trying to see the supply chain, where those things are. We're just kind of sitting back and seeing if things settle down.
Some of the bigger oil companies like Chevron and BP will testify before Congress next Wednesday on the record high gas prices. Some of these independent oil producers I spoke to want people to know that they're not responsible for the gasoline prices at the pump. Instead, they sell the raw oil to refiners who then sell it to gas stations. In Midland, Texas, Ashley Soriano, Fox Business.
Meanwhile, continuing some coverage of this topic, here's another live now look at the White House as the sun has risen here on the East Coast. As this war is continuing in Ukraine, President Biden announcing yesterday a plan to lower prices at the pump for Americans. Our Fox 13 Tampa team is taking a closer look at the impact that 1 million more barrels of oil a day could have. Let's listen in here this morning.
As Russia continues to attack Ukraine, the war and the sanctions continue to drive up gas prices. President Biden now is taking action to boost oil supply and try to keep those prices in check. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is tracking the war and the new strategy now in Washington. Craig, what's happening?
Well, of course, they're linked because all these hopes for a ceasefire that were developing on Tuesday of this week, the past couple of days have dampened significantly because Russia's not true to its word after saying that it would step back its operation through northern Ukraine and instead has stepped up shelling of Kiev and Chernihiv and other parts of Ukraine where it said it would ease up. And with that, that's an indication that the war will continue to grind on for some time. And that's why the president is taking additional action to release much more oil from our nation's strategic reserve and do it on a continuing basis. And at the same time, pressing more oil companies to expand drilling on the 23 million acres of public land that have already been approved for drilling. Gas prices shot up because the pandemic eased. There was a lot of pent-up demand. People were eager to get out and travel, and that drove up demand for oil while the oil companies had cut way back on supply. And then Vladimir Putin drove up prices much more by invading Ukraine. And in response, we banned Russian oil, and many other nations cut back on it as well. That's how gas prices shot up about $1 this year.
As Russian oil comes off the global market, supply of oil drops and prices are rising.
Now, some American oil companies are ramping up production to replace Russian oil, but that takes time.
And they've indicated they will be producing an extra 1 million barrels of oil per day, probably starting as early as this fall.
And in the meantime, President Biden is releasing 1 million barrels a day from our strategic reserve. That's 1 million barrels a day, each day for the next 6 months.
This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. It will provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6-month bridge to the fall.
And while some American oil producers are increasing production, Biden scolded others that are not. And he called on Congress to push them to drill on public land that's already approved for drilling by charging them if they don't.
Congress should make companies pay fees on wells on federal leases they haven't used in years and acres of public land they're hoarding without production.
Now, the president went on to say there's a long-term strategy as well to wean us off of fossil fuel permanently so we don't rely on Russia and instead turn to renewables that can also address the climate crisis as well. But that strategy in itself can be a challenge for getting the oil producers to drill on those 23 million acres that have already been approved, because one of the big challenges is to obtain the financing needed in order to maintain those operations. And as long as U.S. policy is to move away from fossil fuel over the course of time, it can depress interest in investing to get those oil operations up and running, which is one of the challenges the administration is dealing with. And by the way, 1 million barrels a day from the strategic reserve certainly is significant in the sense that it represents around 5% of U.S. demand, around 1% of global demand. Again, that is not insignificant, but it also is just a small part of what needs to be done to ramp up supply to address the crisis.
Yeah, the world burns through about 100 million barrels every day. Craig, let's talk about the war itself. Are we seeing any significant changes in Russia's strategy, its invasion, and after 36 days now of this, any positive developments?
Not much. There is one in the Chernobyl nuclear waste site because Ukraine is reporting that the Russian invaders have finally moved away from that. Now, that could be in response to the international atomic scientists who have arrived and warned Russia that they're putting all of Europe at risk of a radiological disaster. So there's movement away from that particular site. But Vladimir Putin also doubled down, saying there would be no stop to the attacks on Mariupol to the south until the resistance surrenders. And based on a NATO analysis, they are seeing stepped up shelling on the major cities, including Kharkiv and Kiev. And they also are seeing a repositioning, suggesting that another major offensive may be in the works.
All right. Thanks for staying on top of it for us, Craig Patrick. As Russia can.
All right, an interesting segment, an informative segment there from our very own Fox 13 Tampa team. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to have that live report for you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Pretty soon, we could be getting some major developments in the investigation of what happened when a 14-year-old fell to his death from the Orlando freefall ride at Icon Park. It is expected to happen around 11 a.m. Eastern time. So when you come back, we're going to head out to Icon Park live to get everything you need to know from Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Mato. Stay with us. You're streaming live now from Fox. It is Friday, April 1st, and as promised, we are bringing you the latest on a tragic situation that we have been following for more than a week at this point. More details are expected to be released today about what happened when 14-year-old Tyrese Sampson fell to his death from the Orlando freefall ride at Icon Park. We're going to head out to Icon Park live right now. That is where Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto is joining us with the very latest. Nestor, this has been a story that I know your team has been following since it first happened last week. So some pretty big developments expected to happen today. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we've been out here since it happened. You know, yesterday made exactly 1 week. So today we're going into 8 days since it happened. And this morning we are waiting for an update from Agricultural Commissioner Nikki Fried. She's actually leading the state agency that is really looking into the accident that happened here. But I do want to show you, here we are 8 days later, and you can see the memorial here continues to grow, but so does the call for answers and information. You know, we first reported that according to the Ride Manufacturer's Manual, the maximum weight limit for riders on the Orlando free fall where this accident happened, it's actually 287 pounds. But Tyrese Sampson's father tells us that the teen weighed 340 pounds. So that would mean that he was 53 pounds over the weight limit. We also talked to Florida State Senator Linda Stewart. She tells us she's in disbelief about the tragic accident that sent that 14-year-old falling to his death last Thursday. She's reading through the documents released this week by the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, which is investigating.
See how anyone visually can look at somebody and determine how much they weigh. And so I think that that's one thing that we definitely need to look into, if there's some type of pad or some kind of weight thing that they can step on, that it's a green light if they're under and it's red light if they're not, and then they just don't get on the ride. See how
Now, Nestor, this is obviously going to be a very anticipated announcement. What time can we expect things to get underway here today?
Yeah, as you can imagine, the family definitely wants to hear everything the state investigators have to say, and we are expecting Nikki Fried and the Department of Agriculture to speak at 11 a.m.
All right. Well, Nestor Motto, thank you so much for bringing our viewers up to speed almost every day since this has happened. We really appreciate your team's work, and to our viewers, we'll be streaming that announcement for you here around 11 a.m. Eastern time. Thanks so much, Nestor. Have a good weekend. All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, be sure to stick with us for that very anticipated announcement from Nikki Fried. It will be happening at 11 a.m. Eastern time. We are going to also be on the lookout for President Biden's remarks on the March jobs report at around that time. So we are going to bring you both announcements here a little bit later. Which one is live, we will definitely let you know. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to head out to the White House. I do want to bring you a little in case you missed it segment this morning. Yesterday, we had that big announcement from President Biden trying to bring down gas prices here in America by releasing some of the oil in the strategic reserve. This has received a lot of mixed reaction since it first was made yesterday. So we're going to bring you that announcement here on Live Now from Fox when you come back.
Good afternoon. As I said in my State of the Union address, I'm going to always be honest with the American people. Today, I want to talk with you about the cost here at home of Putin's decision to brutally and savagely invade a sovereign nation. The fact is, he's causing thousands of deaths and untold destruction. Working with our NATO allies and our European partners and beyond that, we're responding. We're aiding the Ukrainian people, both economically and militarily, while leaving the most punishing economic sanctions against Russia ever used against another nation in place and increasing them. Thus far, these actions are crippling Russia's economy, isolating Putin from the world, and helping Ukrainians fight for their country and ease their suffering. But as I've said from the start, Putin's war is imposing a cost on America and our allies and democracies around the world. Today, I want to talk about one aspect of Putin's war that affects and has real effects on the American people. Putin's price hike that Americans and our allies are feeling at the pump. I know how much it hurts. As you've heard me say before, I grew up in a family like many of you where the price of a gallon of gasoline went up. It was discussion at the kitchen table. Our family budgets, your family budgets, to fill a tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war. So today I'm laying out a two-part plan, not only to ease the pain that families are feeling right now, but to end this era of dependence and uncertainty, and to lay a new foundation for true and lasting American energy independence. Parenthetically, just imagine if, in fact, Europe didn't have to count on Russian oil, if they were energy independent. It would change the nature of so much. The problem we're facing with gas prices has two roots. First, the pandemic. When COVID struck, demand for oil plummeted, so production slowed down worldwide. Because of the strength and the speed of our recovery, demand for oil shot back up much faster than the supply. That's why the cost of gas began to rise last year. The second root is Vladimir Putin. The start of this year, gas was about $3.30 a gallon. Today, it's about averaging $4.20, $4.22, it's higher in many states. Nearly $1 more in less than 3 months. And the reason for that is because of Putin's war. And now many people are no longer buying Russian oil around the world. I banned the Russian import of oil here in America. Republicans and Democrats in Congress called for it and supported it. It was the right thing to do. But I said at the time, it's going to come with a cost. As Russian oil comes off the global market, supply of oil drops and prices are rising. Now Putin's price hike is hitting Americans at the pump, which brings me to the first part of my plan. To immediately increase the supply of oil, our prices are rising because of Putin's action. There isn't enough supply. And the bottom line is, if we want lower gas prices, we need to have more oil supply right now. For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they have a choice. One, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing, giving the American people a break by passing some of the savings on to their customers and lowering the price at the pump. Or they can, as some of them are doing, exploit the situation, sit back, ship those profits to the investors, and while American families struggle to make ends meet. Look, this is a moment of consequence and peril for the world, and pain at the pump for American families. It's also a moment of patriotism. I want to acknowledge those companies that have already announced they're increasing immediate production. They're investing money to produce more oil, and also clean technology we need to reduce our dependence on oil in the future. They have everything they need, nothing standing in their way. And they've indicated they will be producing an extra 1 million barrels of oil per day, probably starting as early as this fall. That's progress. But some companies have been pretty blunt. They don't want to increase supply because Putin's price hike means higher profits. One CEO even acknowledged that they don't care if the price of a barrel of oil goes to $200 a barrel. They're not going to step up the production. I say enough. Enough of lavishing excessive profits on investors and payouts and buybacks when the American people are watching. The world is watching. U.S. oil companies made nearly $80 billion in profit last year. And this year, those profits are expected to continue to soar. This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits. It's time to step up for the good of your country, the good of the world, to invest in immediate production that we need to respond to Vladimir Putin, to provide some relief for your customers, not investors and executives. Look, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with corporations turning a good profit. But companies have an obligation that goes beyond just their shareholders, to their customers, their communities, and their country. No American company should take advantage of a pandemic or of Vladimir Putin's actions to enrich themselves at the expense of American families. Investing those profits in production and innovation. That's what they should do. Invest in your customers. And it isn't just like, it's not the patriotic thing. It is good for your business as well. Right now, oil and gas industry is sitting on nearly 9,000 unused but approved permits for production on federal lands, or more than 1 million unused acres they have a right to pump on. Families can't afford that companies sit on their hands. So, to help execute this first part of my plan, I'm calling for a use it or lose it policy. Congress should make companies pay fees on wells on federal leases they haven't used in years, and acres of public land they're hoarding without production. Companies that are already producing from these wells won't be affected, but those sitting on unused leases and idle wells will either have to start producing or pay the price for their inaction. Look, the action I'm calling for will make a real difference over time. But the truth is, it takes months, not days, for companies to increase production. That's why the next part of my plan is so important. Today, I'm authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months, over 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. And it is by far the largest release of our national reserve in our history. It will provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6-month bridge to the fall. And we'll use the revenue from selling the oil now to restock the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when prices are lower. So, we'll be ready. We'll be ready for future emergencies. Folks, I've coordinated this release with allies and partners around the world. Already, we have commitments from other countries to release tens of millions of additional barrels into the market. Together, our combined efforts will supply well over 1 million barrels a day. Nations coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families and families and democracies around the world. Now, for the first part of my plan is about meeting an immediate crisis. The second part is about declaring real American energy independence in the long term so that we never have to deal with this problem again. Ultimately, we and the whole world need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels altogether. We need to choose long-term security over energy and climate vulnerability. We need to double down on our commitment to clean energy and tackling the climate crisis with our partners and allies around the world. And we can do that by passing my plan that's literally before the Senate right now. The United States Congress right now has been there for well over a month to speed the transition to a clean energy future that's made in America with American products and American values. We need to embrace all the tools and technologies that can help us free us from our dependence on fossil fuels, move us toward a more homegrown clean energy. Technologies made by American companies and American workers, so we can bolster domestic supply chains here at home and export those technologies around the world to reduce greenhouse gases. That's why today I'm issuing a directive to strengthen our clean energy economy. I'm going to use the Defense Production Act to secure American supply chains for the critical materials that go into batteries for electric vehicles and the storage of renewable energy, lithium, graphite, nickel, and so much more. We need to end our long-term reliance on China and other countries for inputs that will power the future. And I'll use every tool I have to make that happen. Yes, building a made-in-America clean energy future will help safeguard our national security. Yes, it will help us tackle climate change. Yes, it's going to help us ensure that Americans create millions of good-paying jobs for generations to come. But the most important thing my plan will do right away is save your family money. Here's what I mean. Under my plan, which is before the Congress now, we can take advantage of the next generation of electric vehicles that a typical driver will save about $80 a month from not having to pay gas at the pump. If your home is powered by safer, cheaper, cleaner electricity like solar or heat pumps, you can save about $500 a month on average. Don't take my word for it. The CEOs of 11 of America's largest utility companies came to see me at the White House several weeks ago. They told me if we pass my plans before the Congress now, typical families will see savings show up in their utility bills immediately. Costs will come down even more as we innovate and develop cutting-edge energy storage technologies, clean hydrogen technology, advanced nuclear technology, carbon capture and sequestration technologies. And by the way, this week's the benefit I included in the bipartisan infrastructure law to help families weatherize their homes are being delivered. My administration is making $3.2 billion available from this legislation to provide up to $6,500 direct payment for working class families to be able to weatherize their homes, to save them money, to keep them warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's a direct grant. This program has been around for a while, and in the past, it's delivered to families, average families, another $327 in savings when they weatherize. But now we have the ability to reach 10 times as many families because of the legislation that we already passed in the legislation. In addition to that, we're also setting new standards to boost fuel economies for new vehicles sold in America. Within 5 years, we're going to travel 10 miles more on every single gallon we have because the average fuel economy of 49 miles of the gallon is going to be required. That means hundreds of dollars in savings for families at the pump. We're also setting similar standards for appliances, from your air conditioner to your microwave, your refrigerator, washers, dryers. It's just one of 100 actions we're taking to save the average family $100 per year in utility bills. Look, the bottom line is this. Between ramping up production in the short term and driving down demand in the long term, we can free ourselves from our dependence on imported oil from across the world. Look, I know gas prices are painful. I get it. My plan's going to help ease that pain today and safeguard against tomorrow. I'm open to ideas to strengthen the plan, but I will not be put off and put it on hold. It's time to deliver true long-term energy independence in America once and for all, and I'm going to continue to use every tool at my disposal to protect you from Putin's price hike. It's not time for politics. Americans can't afford that right now. So let's meet this moment together. Remember, we're the only nation that has turned every crisis we ever faced into an opportunity. We have a crisis, the price at the pump. So let's show some true strength in this nation, show our unity, our resolve, our innovative spirit in America, and come out of this long term much better off. If we stand up to the bullies of the world, the autocrats and dictators, we stand up for those who are ready to unite. Unite with us, United States of America. So may God bless you and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Mr. President, how
badly is Vladimir Putin being misinformed by his advisors?
That's an open question. There's a lot of speculation. But he seems to be, I'm not saying this with a certainty, he seems to be self-isolating, and there's some indication that he has fired or put under house arrest some of his advisors. But I don't want to put too much stock in that at this time because we don't have that much hard evidence.
Mr. President, how much in monetary terms do you estimate today's announcement will reduce gas prices, and when can Americans expect to see these changes?
That's a really important question, and there's no firm answer to it. But prices already came down when it was announced ahead of time that Biden was going to release so much energy from so many barrels of oil from the Spro. They're already come down. My guess is we'll see it come down, continue to come down. But how far down, I don't think anyone can tell. And there's going to be a slight delay because if you go out there and you're a gas station and you purchased X amount of gas at a certain price, you're not going to lower the price of the pump until you're able to get back what you invested. And that, I'm talking matter of, I think, days and weeks. But it's hard to tell. And the other thing is, but it will come down. And it could come down fairly significantly. It could come down the better part of, anything from 10 cents to 35 cents a gallon. It's unknown at this point. I'm also waiting to see whether or not our allies exactly how many barrels they release from their supplies now. My guess is it could be as high, somewhere between 30 million to 50 million barrels. And the higher the number, the more likely the prices to come down. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. President, have you seen any signs? Mr. President, have you seen any signs that Putin is pulling back his forces?
Okay, guys, we need to move quick.
Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, based in Orlando, Florida, and I'll be joining you here on Live Now from Fox for the next few hours. It is just past 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you up to speed with all of the top stories that we are following today. Of course, the war in Ukraine now going on day 37. We do know today that the Ukrainian delegation will be speaking again with Russia for those peace talks, which are expected to resume today via video and not in person, which is a big change because they have been meeting face to face over the past few weeks. Also happening today, Florida's Commissioner of Agriculture is expected to provide an update at around 11 a.m. Eastern Time, just in about 3 hours, for the latest information on that deadly drop tower death investigation involving a 14-year-old boy. Also, closing arguments are expected today for the men on trial for plotting to kidnap the governor of Michigan over COVID rules. So our Fox team in Detroit is going to have the latest update on that again later today. But we do know Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is now warning that Russian withdrawals from the north and center of the country were just a military tactic to build up strength for new attacks in the southeast. We do want to get you to this video here. Again, Ukraine's president warning that Russia's promises are just a tactic, a military tactic to instead build up strength for new attacks in the southeastern part of the country. In his nightly address, Zelensky said, quote, "We know their intentions. We know that they are moving away from those areas where we hit them in order to focus on other very important ones where it may be difficult for us," and adding that there will be battles ahead. Again, that speech coming as those peace talks between Russia and Ukraine are expected to pick back up today, although again, instead of face-to-face, those will be held virtually. And the Pentagon is now bracing for a long war in Ukraine. Russian troops appear to be on the move, but Ukrainian forces may now be carrying out their own attacks across the border in Russia. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more from Washington.
Shifting from defense to offense, there are reports this morning that Ukrainian helicopter gunships have crossed the border, bringing the war to Russia. The first pictures released by the Russian government show explosions at an oil depot in Russia, about 20 miles from the border with Ukraine. If this was, in fact, an attack by Ukrainian forces, it may show a bold new front in the war. A Russian convoy near Kiev was also destroyed as Ukrainian forces are increasingly on the move. Russian forces near the Chernobyl nuclear site, meantime, have moved out, amidst unverified reports that they may have suffered from radiation poisoning. There will be another round of peace talks today, but there is not much optimism, and Ukraine's supply lines could be struggling. The Pentagon dismissed reports that military aid shipments to Ukraine are being delayed.
I've never seen the Department of Defense be able to move with this sense of alacrity and speed as I have in just the last few weeks.
It could come down the better part of anything from 10 cents to 35 cents a gallon.
President Biden spoke of the economic costs of the war here at home, blaming Russian President Vladimir Putin for soaring gas prices and announcing the release of oil from the nation's strategic reserve. But the impact on gas prices could be minimal, and there are risks.
So when you start burning your strategic reserves in hopes that you're going to come out the other side in a low-price environment, that's a big bet.
A big bet as we contend with soaring inflation, and we expect to hear from the president today on new jobs numbers. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. Russian troops now dug near Kiev, Ukraine, could soon begin more heavy fighting. That is according to military sources. Now, Great Britain's Ministry of Defense says Russian forces are still in control of positions to the east and west of Kiev, and that means heavy fighting in the suburbs, despite some troops reportedly withdrawing. Shelling and missile attacks have continued in the Chernihiv region, despite Russian authorities saying military activities would be reduced. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky continuing to ask for more weapons and to not let this war become routine. And Ukrainian armed forces say that they have destroyed a convoy of Russian tanks near Kiev yesterday. Around 8 Russian tanks were seen burned up, smoke still billowing from some of them. Ukrainian soldiers say that the violence was justified as the Russians destroyed many homes in the area. Russia has kept up their attacks in Ukraine, even after saying that they would scale back their attacks earlier this week. And Russian forces pressing their attacks in several parts of the country, and this all comes, as we have been reporting, after those peace talks. Meanwhile, efforts continue to evacuate people from the besieged port city of Mariupol, and we are learning additional details about a Russian missile strike on a regional government headquarters in another southern area. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul reports.
There is nothing left. No food, no water, no way to live, and right now in Mariupol, there is no hope.
We didn't even expect to be attacked. No one was expecting it. It was such hell. I can't express it.
Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have not only decimated the coastal city, but for the past month, they've made it dangerously impossible for the innocent to get out and for aid to come in.
Grief connects people. We carried branches during the shootings. Then we carried dead bodies.
With a new humanitarian corridor agreed to, the Red Cross says it's ready to send in a convoy of 45 buses to evacuate some of the tens of thousands still there. Whether Russian forces stick to the agreement is unclear. Days after pledging to pull back troops from the Kiev region, the attacks are getting worse.
Russia has repeatedly lied about its intentions. So we can only judge Russia on its actions, not on its words.
Britain's defense ministry says Russian forces have continued to hold positions around Ukraine's capital, but fighting will likely intensify in the suburbs around Kiev. And a senior U.S. defense official told Fox News Russian jets flew 300 strike missions over Ukraine just a day after telling the world they're pulling back troops to establish mutual trust.
Depending on your view of Putin, I'm a little skeptical. It's an open question whether he's actually pulling back.
5 weeks into the conflict and a Ukrainian estimate of 20,000 dead, President Vladimir Zelensky calls Moscow's pledge of a pullback mere words. As Russian forces continue to destroy his country, targeting both the armed and the innocent, he's warning the West.
The tyranny will come to take away from you everything that you have and you are proud of.
The one area we're hearing Russian forces are withdrawing from is in and around the Chernobyl nuclear plant. According to the Ukrainian state power company, they believe troops were digging trenches and became exposed to significant levels of radiation. So far, no comment from the Kremlin. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you for that report. Now, an update to what he said about those evacuations in Mariupol. International Committee of the Red Cross staff were preparing for those evacuations of civilians from the southern port city of Mariupol after Russia agreed to an open route. But the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine says that the ICRC had received confirmation from Russia that it was ready to open those humanitarian corridors about 130 miles northwest of the city. We do know 45 buses were being sent to Mariupol to collect evacuees. Routes were also agreed upon for aid deliveries and evacuations. But we have learned today, according to our partners at the Associated Press, Russian forces have blocked that convoy of 45 buses who were attempting to evacuate people even after the Russian military agreed to a limited ceasefire in the area. Now, according to the Ukrainian government, only 631 people were able to get out of the city in private cars. We're also learning that Russian forces also seized 14 tons of food and medical supplies in a dozen buses that were trying to make it to Mariupol. So again, just another example of Russia not following through on those promises. And as you heard in Jeff's report, we have learned Russian troops have left the Chernobyl nuclear power plant and have returned control to Ukrainian authorities. Our partners at the AP are reporting that troops decided to leave after soldiers received, quote, significant doses of radiation from digging trenches in the forest in the exclusion zone around that closed plant. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it could not independently confirm the exposure. And we do want to get to a report from our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, who has been in Ukraine prior to the war, before the war started, and of course reporting on the ground as Russian troops invaded the country. He gave our partners at Fox News an update and shared his experience in Ukraine. Let's listen in.
Right now we are moving back from the front
the Ukrainian unit that we were with started to take incoming artillery rounds. Overnight, fierce fighting erupted between the Ukrainian army and Russian forces. If you can hear behind me, shots going off as people tried to flee the front line. A large group of civilians now fleeing the city of Irpin. They're holding a white flag to let the Russians know they are not a threat. On the front lines between Bucha and Irpin, Russian forces are flattening neighborhoods.
Oh. That's our colleague Trey Yinks on the ground long before the Russian forces invaded. He's back in New York now and joins us with a reporter's notebook. Nice to see you in person.
So good to see you.
What do you think we're not getting about this war that you saw firsthand?
I think we don't understand the decisions that people have to make each and every day when they decide to flee their homes. I think we cover it a lot and we look at the numbers, 4 million Ukrainians that have left the country amid this Russian invasion. And that decision is so difficult for people. And we talk about it in these broad numbers, but it's individuals who have to decide, do I leave my home behind? Do I leave my job behind? Do I leave everything that I worked my entire life to build behind to get to safety? And then the question, where do they go? Some go to Poland, Romania, neighboring countries, but they have these decisions to make, and they show up at the train station often, and the women and children get on trains, and they head west, and the men stay behind to fight.
Well, the UK spy chief yesterday said that their intelligence says that Putin is being misinformed by his advisors. Would that ring true to you from what you've seen?
The number of Russian casualties, I think, is quite shocking to the world because there was this narrative before the war started when you had more than 150,000 Russian troops staging on the border of Ukraine that Russia would be able to capture large cities like the capital of Kiev in a matter of days. And it simply wasn't the case. People underestimated the Ukrainian forces and the amount of resistance that Russian troops would face when they entered the country. And we've seen this from street battles across major population centers and also the ability for the Ukrainian forces to use weapons that are provided by countries like the United States to push back this Russian offensive. So it makes sense that right now the Russians are stepping back and trying to change their strategy. And while they say they are going to refocus efforts in the east, in Luhansk and Donetsk, these regions that are partially controlled by Russian-backed separatists, the reality is the Russians often say something publicly, and then on the ground they do something completely different.
So like this idea that they're pulling back, you know, our Pentagon says they don't believe that.
Exactly. It's part of this parallel information war that's ongoing at the same time. We're in day 36 of this Russian war in Ukraine, and at the same time the Russians say they're going to refocus their efforts in the east of the country. Ukrainian officials that we've talked to say they are going to wait and see what happens on the ground before they change their posture whatsoever.
Yeah, I think your point about the refugees is very well taken. I would argue that the greater majority of them think they're going to go home again, and many of them will not. Or go home to what afterwards? And I think about the images we've been watching, and you're 28 years old, right? Mm-hmm. Dana and I have a couple years on you. Yeah. Not a lot, but a few. How much consideration have you given to what we've watched for the past month? I mean, all these images, it looks like a Category 5 hurricane. It looks like an EF6 tornado.
Right, and how it compares to what you've covered in the recent past.
Look, we've covered conflicts all over the world, in Afghanistan, Iraq, Lebanon, and you continue to see this thread of humans who are caught, and I don't even want to describe it as crossfire because the Russians invaded Ukraine. Ukrainian forces are defending the sovereignty of their country, but you watch these people's lives completely fall apart. There was one interview we did with this woman, Evgenia Antonenko, and you saw that bridge that I was standing on near the city of Irpin, a suburb of Kiev. And she looked at me and she said, it's like your life is broken forever. And there's no hope. And I think that really underscores what's happening to the Ukrainian population, a loss of hope right now. To
millions and millions of them. Point well taken on that. I think also there's the surprise in Western European capital cities, Eastern European capital cities as well, and America that I think a lot of us did not think that Putin would do this, and it has happened yet again. I want to thank you for the work you've done there, and I know you think often about Benjamin Hall and his health, so we keep him in our thoughts and minds and our prayers with him and his family, and Sasha and her family in Ukraine, and also the funeral for Pierre in Dublin. I thought it was necessary for people like you to be there, and I know that family appreciated that.
Absolutely. this is a group of incredible journalists, and they were targeted in this situation and took fire outside of the capital of Kiev. Pierre Zakrzewski, one of the best photojournalists I've ever worked with, a man who did this for people, to shine light in dark places. Our fixer, Sasha, also young, 24 years old, wanted to show the world what was happening in her country. And Benjamin Hall, I had a chance to talk with him yesterday, and he's in good spirits.
Good.
He is strong, and he's a remarkable journalist, and I know that we'll see him back on air when he heals and gets better.
We're so proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Trey.
Thank you.
Welcome home for now.
And again, that was our Fox News correspondent, Trey Yingst, speaking to his family over at Fox News, of course, about his experience reporting on the war in Ukraine. We do want to bring you an update, this live shot at the White House in Washington, D.C. today, where we do know later today, happening at about 10:45 in the morning, President Biden is expected to hold another press conference. He is expected to release the March jobs report coming up at 10:45 Eastern time. And we, of course, will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered later on today here at Live Now from Fox. It is about 8:25 in the morning here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. It is just before 8:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. And while all eyes are on the war in Ukraine, we do want to bring you an update on some news coming out of Afghanistan. The situation there is growing more dire by the day. That is according to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who says that millions of Afghanistanis are facing starvation. Guterres spoke at the Afghanistan conference yesterday, saying about 95% of people in Afghanistan currently do not have enough to eat, and that 9 million people are currently on the verge of famine. Now, he added that rising food costs globally spells catastrophe for Afghans who are trying to feed their families again, who are facing starvation, adding that people there are selling their children and sometimes selling themselves just to feed their families. Now, again, millions of people currently at risk in Afghanistan facing hunger and starvation. And we do want to head back out to this live shot of the White House today, where we do know President Joe Biden is hoping that he can bring down gas prices by releasing some of the oil in the strategic reserve. But the move, while applauded by some, is being called nothing more than a Band-Aid by others. Fox's Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
$1 million barrels of oil a day for 6 months. That's how much oil President Biden is planning to release from the strategic reserve in an effort to ease gas prices.
It could come down fairly significantly. It could come down the better part of anything from 10 cents to 35 cents a gallon. It's unknown at this point.
The White House is painting the move as a bridge to get Americans away from the sky-high prices.
In the long run, we're going to fill that gap by increasing oil production here.
But analysts say that is a big gamble by the administration.
In 180 days, what will we have? Quite likely the very same situation.
The White House has pointed at the war in Ukraine and oil corporations' greed as to why gas is so expensive, on average $4.22.
It's really a bet on a short war. If you're done in 6 months with the strategic draws, what do you do next?
The president also says he wants to move away from dependence on fossil fuels.
Ultimately, we really do need to be investing in renewables.
While many Republicans agree renewable fuels are needed, they say the president's push isn't good for the economy.
Clearly, they have an interest in keeping the price, in my view, price high so that people can buy all those electric cars that are out there.
The president also says he wants penalties for oil and gas companies that have federal land leases but are not producing. Next week, oil company execs will be on Capitol Hill to testify about the price of gas. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. The International Energy Agency is reportedly planning to convene an emergency meeting today. Reports say leaders in global energy will be doing what they can to get countries to follow the lead of the United States in releasing oil from emergency reserves. This, of course, comes after President Biden announced a record release of 180 million barrels of oil from our strategic reserves. Now, Biden says other countries can now do their part by releasing as many as 30 million to 50 million barrels of oil. Now, Russia's invasion of Ukraine more than a month ago has destabilized the global energy market, of course, causing oil prices to skyrocket. And will it be Midland or Moscow? That's what people in the Texas oil industry are asking after Russia invaded Ukraine. Now, industry leaders are putting more emphasis on domestic oil production rather than relying on foreign countries to heat our homes and fill up our gas tanks here in the U.S. Fox Business Network's Ashley Soriano reports from Midland, Texas, a region where about 50% of the U.S.'s crude oil is produced.
I'm at an oil drilling site in the Permian Basin in West Texas. It's the epicenter of domestic oil production. The winds are strong out here. You can really smell the oil coming from that drill. This is exactly what West Texans are used to. They're also used to ups and downs in the oil industry, but the pandemic and its domino effects have created a unique situation.
That is the lifeblood of our economy.
Henry Resources is an independent oil and gas producer in the Permian Basin. Their drilling is a 24/7 year-round operation, producing around 10,000 barrels a day of crude oil, and they need at least 100 people to run a single rig. Yet 50,000 employees in the region were laid off during the pandemic. Henry Resources says they've been lucky to keep their staff, but other companies had to shut down some of their drilling rigs in 2020.
The oil and gas business is very cyclical, and the pendulum tends to swing very hard from one side to the other.
Oil producers' ideal situation would be selling crude oil at high prices with low operating costs. Right now, crude oil prices are high, but operating costs are also high. They're also dealing with supply chain issues and inflation.
Inflation affects our industry as much as it does everyone else, whether it's milk and eggs for homeowners. It's also for the industry.
Even with these challenges, the Permian Basin is operating at near historic levels of production, about 5 million barrels a day, and drilling permits increasing year to year. Yet the profit just isn't there for producers.
The idea of having oil in excess of $100 a barrel sounds good at first blush, but all of the associated activity on the manufacturing side of things or transport side of things, fuel charges, all have risen as well.
Kirk Edwards is the president and CEO of Petroleum. He had plans of drilling up to 14 new wells this year, but he decided to pause the process because the cost for him has doubled.
We're trying to see the supply chain, where those things are. We're just kind of sitting back and seeing if things settle down.
Some of the bigger oil companies like Chevron and BP will testify before Congress next Wednesday on the record high gas prices. Some of these independent oil producers I spoke to want people to know that they're not responsible for the gasoline prices at the pump. Instead, they sell the raw oil to refiners who then sell it to gas stations. In Midland, Texas, Ashley Soriano, Fox Business.
Ashley, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you out to our X-Rad weather radar, where you can see that system that caused some major destruction in parts of Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, and here in Florida is now moving through central Florida and off into the Atlantic Ocean. We do know 2 people are now dead after those severe storms ripped through the Florida Panhandle yesterday, and another 2 people were injured after a possible tornado touched down again in the Florida Panhandle. It is 8:35 here on the East Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, joining you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. We do want to get to some major weather that we told you about right before the break, but first we do have a live feed coming into our desk from Austria, where we do know that the International Atomic Energy Agency director is again currently speaking in Vienna, Austria. We are going to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Goes as you plan, because there is this situation. But let me say, initially, yes, there was this idea of having an agreed framework that would be accepted by all, and this was part of a number of consultations that I had, as in any diplomatic process where different options were considered. And initially, there was an idea to have something trilateral, then to have it codified separately. But the reality is that there were a number of observations on the impact of this kind of approach on other political matters. And I took the decision that what's important here is to work on the nuclear safety and the security of the plants. I have said from day one that there is a real risk and that my intention was not to engage in a process of negotiating drafts after drafts after drafts of a paper. It doesn't make any sense in the circumstances. So I do have, if you want, an agreed framework. I do have it, but the difference is that we have agreed separately with Russia and with Ukraine on what we are going to do, and this does not require to agree on the wording of a specific document. That doesn't mean that we are acting out of thin air. We have a very detailed list of activities that have been agreed with Ukraine on the basis of a document of a purely technical nature, and I can describe that to you if you are interested. The assistance has started, actually, because I mean, in my trip, I took with me some radiation monitoring equipment, portable and of a different nature, which is needed in different locations there. So one can say that we have started that. In terms of the activities and the assistance that we are going to be providing, it has many aspects. There is one that has to do with advice and support, which is being given remotely by our teams from Vienna. Some of this has started, but we still needed to discuss with them on some specific issues that were necessary. So this is one thing. The second is in the area of delivery of equipment. Delivery of equipment, as I told you, has also started, but they do have needs. There are needs that we also want to assess from our own perspective. We also have a very important number of countries, member states, that are offering us assistance, but of course this needs some order. We have to reconcile what our Ukrainian colleagues need with what is available, and have us as a bridge and as a technical advisor to do that. There is another area which is, of course, very, very important, which has to do with the physical presence of IAEA experts and inspection safeguards on site at different places. We also discussed about this. We are not, of course, planning to have large numbers of people out there. We are discussing what kind of specialties, what kinds of expertise may be needed, and this, of course, is different if you're talking about Chernobyl, or if you're talking about Magnitsky, or if you're talking about Rivne or South. It depends on each one of those. So we have agreed about that as well. There are a number of logistical considerations. As you can imagine, my own trip had lots of them because of the reality on the ground with an ongoing, I must say, military conflict. And I want to remind you that I went to the nuclear power plant, which is closest to the war zone, right? So that is another thing. And finally, and I believe quite importantly, we agreed to have a rapid assistance mechanism, which means that in case, and hopefully this won't be happening, in case there was a situation, an emergency that may be taking place, we are setting up a mechanism whereby we could be sending a team to assess and to assist almost immediately. So as you can see, there is a lot of, I would say, different groups of activities that we are undertaking. Under each one of these headings that I'm giving you, you can decline them into a good number of more specific tasks that are going to be undertaken. So I hope this long answer provides some clarity in what we have been doing.
Perhaps you could just give us a a vague idea of how far along you are in? Because you've mentioned before that you have very specific plans for what you want to do there.
These are the plans.
I understand, but so how far along are we now? So what, I mean, just
the plans are
vaguely,
there. The plans are there, and we are starting next week.
But you said when you arrived there that you were starting then. So how far along are we in deploying
We are starting with a number of, what we did was deliver some equipment. This is a start, but we have a structured set of activities that are going to start as of next week.
Hello, a German press agency. Thanks for this explanation. I still have some follow-up questions or things I don't really understand. First of all, what kinds of parts are you supplying? And second of all, what kind of advice or what is the purpose of the missions that you're planning to send? Because I assume that Ukraine has a very high level of nuclear expertise, so why do they need the IAEA at this point? And is it also the case that a kind of a continuous presence, even if it's a small presence, of IAEA experts on the ground provides an addition, because of the international nature of the IAEA, provides some kind of symbolic protection?
No, well, yeah, this needs to be clarified. First of all, on your point about them having lots of expertise and thereby, if I infer correctly, not needing the IAEA. Well, that could be applied to the rest of 173 member states, and that the IAEA perhaps could not even be necessary. We are providing consultancy and advisory service to dozens of countries around the world. And the fact that you have the expertise does not mean that you have a problem. You want to check against the standards, you want to check good practices around the world, you want to check if something has been done before. This kind of activity is normal in the life of the IAEA. We are in a constant interaction with the technical experts of every member state, let alone Ukraine in a military conflict. So it is absolutely needed. I would also like to remind you humbly that what's happening there has never happened before. So many things that may be disconnected or out of service because of a number of reasons, interruption of power or physical damage, maybe have never happened before. And we can provide them with advice, compare. It's not that they need us to do their job. They do know how to do their job, but this doesn't mean that there is not a lot of international assistance and cooperation ongoing, and in this case in particular. So this is very, very important. In the case of the physical presence has a number of dimensions, Albert, I would say. In the first place, it is about doing that job faster, because you are there, and our people can interact from there, can interact with the technical teams over here, and that makes the whole process far more efficient. So this is one dimension. Another dimension, which is very, very important, is the dimension of the briefings and information. You may have seen from the month, more or less, that we have had since this situation started, that on occasion it has been a bit laborious for us to establish facts. By having people there, this process also goes much faster. And if we have a problem in one area, then our people there can consult with the people at the plant and make it much, much faster. So it is in this sense that the presence of the IAEA experts is on site. It is important. So I hope this more or less clarifies these 2 points that you raised. And one other point, when it comes to safeguards, it is very important to be reminded that because there is this conflict, and again, this is one of the very unprecedented features of this situation, we have these plants, many of them, running and the nuclear material is there, and it needs to be verified. And there are activities guided or posed by the operational needs of these facilities that must be verified. And in some cases, as it was the case for Chernobyl, remote monitoring capabilities have been interrupted. And as you know, because you're experts and you have been following other safeguards and non-proliferation cases that we have, some things can only be done by our experts. External actors, including those who are hosting and having their facilities, cannot tamper with our equipment. So there is also this non-proliferation dimension, which is not frequently mentioned, not perhaps logically, but it is not. It's nonetheless very important for us. So as you can see, there are many, many reasons why our presence there is so important. Yes.
Thank you very much, Hi DG. My question about the Chernobyl power plants.
Yes.
As you shared yesterday, your statement and Ukraine authorities share also this information. The Russian forces left this power plant. What is the last situation there? First question. Second question, these steps by the Russian authorities was a little bit, in my eyes, was a little bit unexpected. It is about, how can I say that, you spoke with both sides, and it was on the table, this issue. Did you speak with the Russian authorities about this? And how can we see these steps? It could be a positive sign to the other power plants. For instance, the Zaporizhzhia, I don't know the name. Yeah.
Yes.
So we have a positive step or positive sign that the Russian forces left also this power plant. Thank you.
For those who are not, thank you for the question. For those who are not in the conduction of a war, any step may be unexpected. We do not know what the next step will be. What we know is what we want to see. As far as the nuclear power facilities in Ukraine is concerned, and this is undoubtedly a step in the right direction. We have been saying that the plant needed to be operated by its own natural operators, which was the case, that it had to have physical integrity protected, that the people there had to work under normal circumstances, which were not, of course, present where you had foreign troops controlling and checking, etc. Perhaps you remember the issue of the shifts of the personnel, which were not being done. So it is obvious that we were raising this issue from day one of the occupation of this plant, which did not coincide with the operation, with the start of the military actions there. So we see this, of course, as a step in the right direction. We are going to be there very, very soon. Because there is, in Chernobyl, there is a lot of work to be done. So we hope to be able to start this technical work in these areas that I was addressing in the previous questions.
Hello, TG. Welcome back. Thank you. From Television Network. I have a couple of questions. Just for the readers to understand, when we talk about the equipment, are we talking about like a more advanced diesel generator, or the fuel itself, or what are you, apart from the portable radio Geiger counter, what else can you say that you're providing? That's question number one. Mm-hmm. Question number two is that it seems like you're going to have to do the whole counting of the nuclear material in Chernobyl because the data is not there. So you just want to go there and make sure that everything is as it is as before.
Yes.
And how long would that take, and then how many manpower do you need? That's question number two. And do you have a plan to strengthen the monitoring system apart from what you have now.
Yes.
The number 3 is you are putting a lot of people in Chernobyl now. So did you get a sort of clear assurance from the Russian side, although that the whole framework is not agreed? But may we assume that they said that it's okay for you guys to go in? Thank you.
Very good. Lots of important aspects. In terms of the equipment, it does include what you mentioned. It may be including other bigger parts, but I would like to be prudent at the moment because we have to reconcile the list that our Ukrainian counterparts have given us with what we have, and we are in discussion. So it would not be correct for me to say exactly what we are planning to provide until we have an agreement with them. They are the interested party, if you want. They are sharing with us lists which are quite detailed and go beyond personal radiation monitoring equipment, I can assure you, but we have to agree with them before this can be. There's nothing, I would say, mysterious about it. It's normal safety equipment, but we need to agree with them. In terms of the nuclear material, yes, we are going to. We can do that relatively quickly. We do not feel. We have a clear idea of what is there. As you know, we spent fuel pumps and in other places at Chernobyl. So it's something that can be done. It has to be done rather quickly. If you remember, when I came back from when I came back from Antalya, I told you something like this, and as you can see, this is all Chernobyl. Okay, so we have been using monitoring assessment quite consistently, and this is what we need to restore. So it doesn't mean that we are not registering things. We have to reconnect some things, and it can be done quite quickly. I don't have a problem about that or a doubt about that, but of course it needs to be done, and the sooner the better. The sooner the better. Then your other question is a bit more difficult to answer, because what you are asking me is whether we have full assurances that everything is going to be fine. We are going to get as good as an assurance as we can, because as I said, I would not put my staff in harm's way, but we need to recognize that there is an armed conflict and there is shelling, and so we need to have secure routes, we need to have protection, we need to have zones that are deconflicted to move through. So we are very serious about this. We are, of course, we have our own security capabilities. We are in contact with the Ukrainian authorities, which have been supporting, for example, my trip now. And of course, we are talking to the Russian side. We are talking to UN security. I benefited and I take advantage of the occasion to thank again the Secretary General, who gave me his full support of the United Nations, who gave me his full support and provided some armored vehicles for us to move around. So all these things can be done, but you need to take lots of precautions, and we are going to be doing that. Yes.
Hello, Eugene.
Hello.
Jordi from Kiev. Thank you very much for doing this, and welcome back. I want to come back to Chernobyl. You met the Russian authorities today. Is there any, did they tell you why they left Chernobyl? Is there a technical nuclear aspect, or is it just a military security reason? You might probably not have spoken about it. And do you and your experts believe that you can, in the next few days, confirm or not confirm if hundreds of Russian soldiers have been contaminated around Chernobyl? Is there, what's your analysis of how quickly you can confirm that?
Thank you very much. Yeah, on why they left, well, they didn't discuss that with me. I think this is a decision by military authorities, and it was not on the table. It's not the kind of thing that we were discussing. On the issue of radiation, we are already in consultation with the Ukrainian side, and also we offered our Russian colleagues if there is any information that they want to share with us. As you know, and this has been under the general consideration for some weeks now, the general radiation situation around the plant is quite normal. There was a relatively higher level of localized radiation because of the movement of heavy vehicles at the time of the occupation of the plant, and apparently this might have been the case again in the way out. So we heard about the possibility of some personnel being contaminated, but we don't have any confirmation about that, and we have a lot of expertise in-house to help if that was required from us. But none of these reports have been confirmed.
Hello, DG. This is Nick from Agence France Presse. Thank you very much for doing this so quickly. A few questions, if I may. Can you confirm the equipment and the personnel? Are you planning to send those to every nuclear facility in Ukraine, including Chernobyl? Secondly, are you disappointed by the fact that this broader framework seemingly isn't going to be happening? What would you characterize as the main obstacles to that? And lastly, I wondered if you might give us just a general impression of how you found the situation on the ground in Ukraine in terms of, you know, your colleagues from the Ukrainian regulator, the people who are at the power plants there. Obviously, it's an extremely difficult situation for them. How are they bearing up? How is life after that?
Okay, thank you for the question. Regarding the equipment, yes, I do hope to be able to deliver the equipment at every place where it's needed. Given the circumstances of different facilities, this may require different approaches. In the case of Chernobyl is one thing. In the case of the other power plants, there is the distance and there is the military situation. One of the plants remains under the control of the Russian forces. So that will undoubtedly require a different approach, but nothing makes me think that there will be an impossibility to do that. If I am disappointed about the agreed framework, as I said, no, because first of all, we have an agreement. We do have a framework. We do not have that element. But let me tell you, a good diplomat has a good toolbox. And when one tool doesn't work, you take another until you get what you want. So I'm not enamored with anything. The important thing is that the tool that you take does the job. And what we have now is doing the job. And then, however, of course, the human aspects are very important. You may have seen me talking to the staff. I really wanted to do this to express my admiration to them, the recognition that we all feel for the situation they are going through right now. But I can say I saw them very determined. I saw them working well. I saw them also comforted to see that the IAEA is there, side by side, offering assistance, being present. So my impression, of course, within the due respect that we must have for an ongoing conflict that is bringing a lot of suffering, I came back with a positive feeling in the middle of this tragedy, which is always war.
Very good. When it comes to personnel, that's also every site if needed?
Sorry?
When it comes to personnel, you could send that also to every site? You could send that to every site if necessary? Or is it case by case?
I don't really understand. Every site?
You mentioned equipment.
Yeah.
In terms of agency personnel, is it?
Well, yeah. Sorry, I didn't get the idea very clearly. This is something that we are going to be deciding with the Ukrainian authorities. We have our ideas. We shared with them ideas and a chronogram, but they have to look at it and tell us what they want and in the order that they want it.
Thank you. We can take one more question over there.
Yeah.
Hi, Aurora Weiss, Exterior Media. My question actually concerns the negotiation with the Russians. Can we know what did you speak with them? Is there a possibility that actually the nuclear plants will be ensured like neutral zones in the future? Also, there's a question concerning the Ukraine staff that is working in nuclear plants. Do they actually want to be there? What if the nuclear plants would stay totally without any staff? Will you provide actually the staff there if this happens? Also, the question is coming up: is there some third part that, as we have heard, some things are gone from nuclear plants? Who took them and how it will be investigated? Is there a possibility that it's taken actually by other parts and not the Ukrainian or Russian part?
What do you mean things that have gone?
There's, as we heard, some nuclear materials. Is that true? They are not away from the plant?
We don't have information about nuclear material having disappeared from
Thank you. That's just the two questions.
But it's a relevant thing, and it has to. And I think it's relevant in the context of my previous comments about the safeguards activities that we need to perform. We need to continue performing all our activities so that we can give the credible assurances that that is going to be the case. So that is one thing. Regarding the nuclear power plants and they being neutral, etc., it's not something that is for the IEA to discuss the territorial arrangements. What we have said is, of course, that they have to be their physical integrity needs to be protected at all times, and that any attack or any physical action against a nuclear facility is, of course, unacceptable. And I think this is something that everybody agrees on, and I hope that it is the case. And if it doesn't happen, the IAEA will be saying that. Regarding the staff, I haven't heard anybody saying that they want to leave the stations or that they are uncomfortable working there. So if you bear with me, I have to close a very important conference that has been ongoing in my absence. So I want at least to show respect for those who were there at the conference and close it. I thank you for continuing following this issue. As I said in the beginning, I think that we are going to be moving to Chernobyl very, very soon, and we are going to be informing you about that. I wish you all a nice evening and a good weekend. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That was a live feed that we were getting from Austria, from Vienna, Austria, with the International Atomic Energy Agency director, of course, discussing the situation in Chernobyl, where, as we told you earlier, that Russian troops have handed over control back to Ukrainian troops after we have learned that some of those Russian troops were severely exposed to radiation around the Chernobyl nuclear plant, which, as we first reported to you here on Live Now from Fox, that Russian troops did take control of the plant during the early days of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So again, that was the International Atomic Energy Agency director saying that the IAEA will be heading to Chernobyl now that Ukrainian forces have regained control. He is saying that they will be conducting a safety report. They're going to be sending a team to Chernobyl to try and assess and assist that situation in Chernobyl. Again, for the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, we do want to bring you some video of this here. This is video of those Russian troops launching airstrikes near the plant after they took over control in the early days, again, of the war in Ukraine. But we do want to just let you know one more time, they will be sending a team to assess the power plant. The director there was asked if he could confirm if hundreds of Russian soldiers have indeed been contaminated with radiation while at Chernobyl, but he could not answer that question. He said it is too early in their investigation. So again, that is the latest coming from the International Atomic Energy Agency discussing the Chernobyl power plant, now back in the hands of Ukrainian officials. And we do want to take you back out live to the White House, where we are learning some breaking news today. We just learned, let's see if we can get this graphic up for you here. We have learned from the U.S. jobs report that the U.S. has actually added 431,000 jobs in March alone, and that the unemployment rate here in the United States fell to 3.6%. That is the lowest level since February 2020, of course, the lowest level since before the pandemic. We also know that there are roughly 11.3 million open jobs right now. That is the third highest on record, again, here in the United States. President Joe Biden is expected to talk about this later today at about 11:45 in the morning. He is expected to officially announce the jobs report. It is about 9:10 here on the East Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. You are taking a look at our XRAD weather radar, where you can see severe storms currently moving through central Florida. Those storms over the past few days, of course, moving through Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, and parts of Georgia, as well as the Florida Panhandle, causing some severe damage across parts of the South. We have also learned that damage hitting the Florida Panhandle. We do want to bring you this video of tornado damage that we did receive, again, in the Florida Panhandle. This is a video taken yesterday. We have learned 2 people are dead after those severe storms hit the Panhandle. 2 other people were injured after a possible tornado touched down in Washington County, which again is along the Florida Panhandle. The sheriff's office there says multiple homes and buildings were damaged and power lines knocked down. Severe weather struck several southern states, as we said, Wednesday into yesterday, including Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana as well. And people across the South continuing to clean up today after that severe weather. The system, as you saw in our X-Red weather radar, now moving to the East Coast through central Florida and into the Atlantic Ocean. Our Fox Weather's Robert Ray has more.
A tornado touching down in the Florida Panhandle early Thursday, killing at least 2 people and injuring several more. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says the high winds downed power lines and destroyed several homes. The twister was part of a line of severe weather making its way east. Across the South and Midwest, around 185,000 people were without power in the wake of the storm.
I was asleep.
In Alabama, a tornado tore the roof off this home. The high winds waking up the homeowners in the middle of the night. Daylight revealing the full extent of the damage.
I heard this boom, and it was just a big, it seemed like the house just shook. It didn't dawn on me that all this damage was like this until this morning.
In Louisiana, strong wind gusts overturned semi-trailers. A downed tree just missed this man's house and instead took out the back porch.
My bedroom window busted, and I went to look out the laundry window. It busted, and then I started panicking, looking for my dog.
It's just devastating. I mean, I have no words, you know.
Much of this region was already in the middle of cleaning up from last week's round of storms. In central Texas, FEMA has been on the ground assessing the damage.
If there is a need for federal support, and that is validated by both the state of Texas and by the White House, then we will be here in the long run to support.
FEMA says it will take days to verify all of this tornado damage. In Springdale, Arkansas, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Robert, thank you for that report. Speaking of weather, we do want to take you to some severe weather out of Tennessee, dealing with a wildfire. You can see in this video fire crews still working to control the Hatcher Mountain wildfire burning in East Tennessee. The blaze broke out yesterday morning in Sevier County, actually Wednesday morning. That is just outside of Knoxville. And despite rainy weather overnight, flames burned through 3,700 acres by yesterday afternoon. We do know at least 100 homes and other buildings were lost, and thousands of people were forced to evacuate as crews struggled to stop the fire's spread. The Tennessee National Guard deployed 6 Black Hawk helicopters to try and help that situation. Fire officials say that the fire is now about 30% contained, but more still needs to be done. Thankfully, there have been no injuries reported. And we do want to switch gears and take you out to this shot coming to us from Texas. This beautiful shot right here. We do want to switch gears again. As we mentioned, we have learned that a off-duty sheriff's deputy was killed last night while grocery shopping with his family. We do have a team in Texas covering this story for us right now. We do want to get to this story. We do have Fox 26 Houston's Natasha Geigel, who is covering this story for us. Natasha, joining us live in Texas. Thank you so much. Tell us, what have you learned about this situation?
Well, good morning. Yes, this is certainly a tragic situation that we're dealing here in North Harris County. The deputy was identified as Darren Almendarez. He has served 23 years with the Sheriff's Department here. And as you mentioned, he was just grocery shopping at the store behind me with his wife. In fact, we were told that they were getting ready to celebrate his sister's birthday, which was today. So they were cleaning up the house, getting the grocery shopping, preparing to have the celebration. And unfortunately, instead, they are now having to make his funeral funeral arrangements instead, so that we learned that this just unfolded before 9 p.m. yesterday evening when that couple were exiting the store. That's when Deputy Almendarez noticed a group of men in the parking lot who were possibly trying to steal the catalytic converter off of his car. He approached the suspects. One of them pulled out a gun and there was a struggle. Deputy Almendarez was shot multiple times. Now, he was able to return fire, striking two of the men. All of the suspects took off. Two of the ones who were wounded drove themselves to a local hospital, one in critical, the other in stable condition. Deputy Almendarez was transported to the same hospital in critical condition, but unfortunately succumbed to his injuries hours later. The 51-year-old deputy was recently assigned to the auto theft division of the sheriff's office and leaves behind his wife and children. Now, we do know that one of the suspects is still out there, so we do have our Harris Sheriff's deputies and other local law enforcement agencies searching for that individual. Not a very good description of that person provided yet. And as for those other two suspects that are injured in the hospital, they are under police custody and are being questioned. So hopefully we'll be able to have more news on that they are in handcuffs by the end of the day. And we will, of course, be able to give you an update once that happens.
We brought you this update just before the break. We have learned that the United States has added 431 jobs in March. Unemployment now the lowest since COVID started. President Joe Biden expected to provide an update on this coming up in just a few hours. It is 9:20 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It is just before 9:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do have several live feeds that we have coming into our day today, into our desk today, rather. We do have the U.S. House currently debating decriminalizing marijuana at the federal level. We are expecting a vote around midday today. We also have President Joe Biden, who has who is going to announce today the March jobs report. And we do now know that the U.S. has added 431,000 jobs just in March alone, reducing the unemployment rate to 3.6%, which is the lowest since February 2020, of course, before COVID started. Also today, one of our top stories, the Ukrainian delegation says peace talks with Russia will resume today via video and not in person. And also coming up at 11 o'clock this morning here on the East Coast, we do know that Florida's Commissioner of Agriculture is expected to provide an update at 11 a.m. on the drop tower death investigation involving a 14-year-old boy who fell and died from one of the rides at Orlando's Icon Park, of course, a popular tourist destination. So just some of the top stories that we are tracking today, but a big one, again, the U.S. House debating decriminalizing marijuana at the federal level. So we are going to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Put more money into law enforcement. That's the opposite of what we should do. Decriminalizing means cops spend less time busting people for marijuana possession and more time looking for people committing violent crime. That's a better use of law enforcement time. Maurice Henchy and Sam Farr on this side of the aisle knew it when they were here. They sponsored bills, as did Don Young and Dana Rohrabacher on the other side of the aisle, because it was a libertarian freedom issue. It's no secret the war on drugs failed. Harry Anslinger started it in the 1930s, and he vilified Hispanic Americans and said this was a way to get them. And then Richard Nixon even had a commission that said we should decriminalize marijuana, but then decided, because of Ehrlichman and Haldeman, that no, the Nixon strategy was better designed at going after marijuana because blacks and hippies who protested the war were his opponents, and we needed to go after them. So they turned it around. They never legalized, as the commission said they should, and they made the war on drugs worse. It then went on and on. Marijuana is less dangerous than alcohol. People do not smoke marijuana and beat up their wives, or get angry and beat up others, or drive their cars in wildly dangerous conditions, fast speeds, and kill others. Congress has been out of step on this issue. It's called cultural lag. We're finally coming around to rescheduling it from Schedule 1, where it's in a class with heroin and methamphetamines, which is absurd. We should have research. We must deschedule marijuana. We must decriminalize it at the federal level. Now is the time to do some remedies to our federal marijuana laws. This is an historic time. I thank Mr. Nadler, Ms. Lee, and the others who've championed this bill, Mr. Blumenauer, and let's move forward and do the right thing. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention that I have read the bill very carefully, Chair Nadler, and there is nothing in the bill allocating money to law enforcement. Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Oregon. Our country continues to suffer under the many crises created by the Biden administration and Democrat policies. You know, the border crisis, the crime crisis, the inflation crisis, the energy crisis, and yet the priority of this Congress now turns to expanding access to addictive, behavior-altering recreational drugs at a time when our country is also experiencing increased addiction, depression, and suicide. What's worse, we want to target those individuals and communities who are historically most impacted by the harm of illegal drugs and provide federal funding to help enable criminals to open and operate now legal drug businesses. We have rising violent crime in Democrat-run cities across the country. More drug use won't help that. We have 100,000 Americans die of overdoses last year, the leading cause of death in Americans ages 18 to 45. More drug use won't help that. Our government schools and our education systems are failing us. More drug use won't help that. But in fact, this legislation has no prohibitions on edible forms of marijuana, flavored vape products, or other efforts to target specifically teens and young people. Meanwhile, we have surrendered operational control of our southern border to the Mexican crime cartels. And we've got fentanyl and other dangerous drugs streaming into our country at historic levels because of this president's open border policies. Of course, what's his solution? Let's end Title 42, which is predicted to increase the daily crossings from the current 7,000 a day to as much as 18,000 a day. That's over 500,000 a month. How might this impact the illegal drug trade across our country? Law enforcement tells me that legalizing marijuana will force the criminal element to redouble their efforts into hard, more dangerous drugs to replace the profit that's been lost from marijuana. You can also look at the states that have already legalized it, and you can see the increased addiction,
Gentleman's time has
dependency, and
expired.
homelessness that
Gentleman's
has caused.
time has
We
expired.
should be ashamed of ourselves for
The
considering
gentleman's
this
time
legislation
has
and
expired.
not oppose this bill.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to distinguished Chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the distinguished chairman for yielding and for his tremendous leadership, as well as all of my colleagues who have worked on the MORE Act. Richard Nixon began the failed war on drugs a little over 50 years ago in 1971. At the time, there were less than 300,000 Americans incarcerated in this country. Today, there are 2.3 million, disproportionately Black and Latino. Many of those individuals who have been incarcerated are there because of non-violent drug offenses, often marijuana possession and use. The United States of America incarcerates more people than any other country in the world, including per capita China and Russia combined. That's a stain on our democracy. We have an overcriminalization problem in America. We have a mass incarceration problem in America. We have a prison industrial complex in America. It doesn't advance public safety, and it hurts economic development. It has ruined individuals, ruined lives, ruined families, and ruined communities, particularly in communities of color. It's time to end the federal cannabis prohibition. It's time to deschedule it. It's time to decriminalize marijuana. It's time to invest in communities in a way that makes sense, both from a public safety standpoint as well as a fairness, equity, and justice standpoint. It's time to pass the MORE Act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention that there's about $400 million that would have been raised last year under this bill had this tax been in place, and none of that money goes to public safety. It goes to rebuild community space, but not public safety. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Georgia,
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman for Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how is it that we here in Congress, in the face of all the domestic and international crises that we are facing right now, that we're here talking about decriminalizing and descheduling marijuana? Now, we're all going to go home this weekend. And what are our constituents going to be talking about? They're going to be talking about the price of gas. They're going to be talking about the price of food. They're going to be talking about the price that they have to pay to heat their homes. They're going to turn on the TV, and what are they going to see? They're going to see in real time Ukrainians being bombed by Russia, fleeing for their life. And what are we doing here in Congress? Talking about marijuana? You got to be kidding me. Mr. Speaker, this is misguided. This is wrong. This is not what we should
Gentleman's
be discussing.
time has
And I yield
expired.
back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the MORE Act, legislation that takes an important step in rectifying some of the harm caused by the failed war on drugs. The enforcement of marijuana laws has been a major driver of mass incarceration in the United States. Hundreds of thousands of people are arrested each year for marijuana-related charges, very often just possession. This has in turn led to our federal prison system operating at 103% of capacity. And too many of these offenders are serving time for nonviolent drug-related crimes. A drug-related conviction, even for possession, can be devastating for the rest of a person's life, making it difficult or even impossible to vote, get a job, be approved for a loan, or even qualify for a government program. And as we know, these consequences have had massively disproportionate impact on communities of color, as Chairman Jeffries just mentioned. And this current system, frankly, doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense, not for community safety, not for the functioning of an effective prison system, and not for successful rehabilitation. By removing marijuana from the federal controlled substances list, allowing for the expulsion of marijuana offenses, and providing support to communities most impacted by the failed war on drugs, the MORE Act is a long overdue step in restoring justice and reversing the harms caused by the war on drugs. I want to thank Chairman Nadler for his extraordinary leadership on this issue. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation and to support it here today. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes and reversing the gross injustice that the war on drugs has produced and bring sensible policy back into place. And I again want to end by thanking everyone who's worked on this for so many years, but particularly our chairman for his passionate and strong leadership. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Rhode Island yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Big.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be here. I got a kick out of the gentleman from Tennessee showing his age. He's talking about pot when it was 2% THC. He's thinking pot's still this drug where people get goofy and they eat Cheetos and nacho cheese Doritos. He's not talking about the 99% THC pot that's being sold in some of these states where they've legalized recreational pot. So I think that's really fun and anachronistic. Very good to go back and think about how things were in the late 60s, early 70s. But let's talk about, how about a Mother Jones article that I have before me where they are analyzing the use of pot and they're talking about, hey, look, this is what happens. You start seeing paranoia and psychosis come in, and they're referring to New Zealand studies, long-term longitudinal studies about the dangers of pot. That's interesting. We're not going to even talk about that because we don't have time to talk about that because we're focusing here on descheduling marijuana. And what that does is that incentivizes marijuana use and distribution. But this bill is also reckless in its approach. It provides no limits on or requirements to clearly identify the potency of marijuana or its extracts or concentrates. In 95, for instance, the THC concentration was about 4% on average. Today, it goes between 20 and 99%. It also doesn't deal with what the Surgeon General says needs to be the case, that the age limit should be under age 25. This doesn't get into any age limit, doesn't cover that, yet that's what the Surgeon General says. In fact, the Surgeon General's advisory says human brain continues to develop from birth into the mid-20s, vulnerable to the effects of addictive substances. I don't know, like marijuana. In fact, it goes on to say frequent marijuana use during adolescence is associated with changes in the areas of the brain involving attention, memory, decision-making, and motivation. Adolescent marijuana use is associated with declines in IQ, school performance and attendance, and life satisfaction, increased rates of suicide attempts. And you know what this bill does? It's a lot of fun, folks. What it does is says, you know, you can distribute this if under federal law anyway, you can distribute this to an 11-year-old kid. 11-year-old kid's going to have marijuana, be able to use it. You can't do anything to them here for that, that's for sure. But what it does do is it creates a tax crime, So you get rid of your marijuana crime, creates some tax crimes, and we all know how great the tax code is for being ease of use and understanding. Section 3 of the bill removes marijuana from the Schedule of Controlled Substances Act. It would no longer be a federal crime to possess or sell marijuana, including to 11-year-olds. Section 5, however, puts it into the tax code. I think there's another fun aspect here. It talks about 600,000 arrests annually, yet the reality is that's for state and local crimes. In fact, there were 1,100 marijuana convictions in 2020. You know what those, under federal law, you know what those convictions were? Those were for transport distribution. Yeah, now you're not going to be able to get to anybody for that. So let's talk about how well this has worked in the LA Times pieces that talk about this. LA Times does a massive expose. And what do they find out? They say Prop 64 was going to solve all these problems. Solve the problems. Instead, what you have are thousands of illegal grow dispensaries. Why? Because they have a Byzantine code like what these guys are setting up here today. And so you have a crisis in LA County, San Bernardino County, and also in Riverside County. Those grow farms use forced labor, as Mr. Bentz so eloquently talked about, the Oregon grow farms. These are being run in Southern California by the cartels who originate in Mexico, Ukraine, Russia, Bulgaria, and China. Yeah, that's what you're going to do. You're going to federalize this. Well done. This is a piece of garbage. I oppose this legislation, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the lead sponsor, Chairman Nadler, for problem solving. Blumenauer and Cohen and Congresswoman Lee and all of those who galvanized all of us and was pleased to be able to lead this through the crime subcommittee. The war on drugs simply failed. And I'm glad that one interpretation that has just been evidenced by my good friend on the other side of the aisle will have little weight and little basis. Because what we're doing here is solving a problem. Let me just indicate from the health affairs culture of health, a black person is still nearly 4 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis possession than a white person. To summarize this bill, it deals with federal decriminalization, taxation, and expungement. It does not stop the DA, Department of Justice, the FBI, or anyone else from doing its job. The bill would remove marijuana as a cannabis from the list or schedule of federally controlled substances. This means that going forward, individuals can no longer be prosecuted federally for marijuana offenses. This does not mean that marijuana would now be legal throughout the United States. The bill would simply remove the federal government from the business of prosecuting marijuana cases, which would leave the question of legality to individual states. 47 states already have some form of legal use of marijuana. So let me share, my friends, the points that they're going to make. The bill was designed to help individuals who have been caught up in the criminal justice system for possessing small amounts of marijuana for personal use. It was not designed to help drug traffickers. By the way, the president has given over $1 billion to Ukraine as one of the steadfast leaders and has galvanized NATO and our allies, and not one of us needs to challenge the president or any one of us in our fight to help Ukraine. And let me make it very clear about crime. Read the president's budget. He has a massive piece in there to reduce crime. It's everywhere, including rural America, where Republicans say they are. But I don't look at it that way. It's Americans. We stand together. This bill is about America. The expungement provisions are limited to nonviolent marijuana possession convictions that has loaded up our federal prisons. If an individual has other criminal convictions in addition to a covered nonviolent offense, marijuana offense, the bill already includes a stated exemption for drug kingpins, meaning anyone who received an increased sentence for being a leader or organizer of drug trafficking will not qualify for expungement. And once this bill is passed, it would enable individuals to possess and use marijuana for personal use. Marijuana will be regulated as a commodity, but let me tell you what else will happen. We'll be able to research. The scientists will be able to study what is happening to our young people, our juveniles, if that is the case. we have a definitive position in there about helping those who may become addicted. We do not overlook those who might as well be using it.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
So
Gentlelady's
let us
time.
go forward on this
Time
bill.
has
I
expired.
ask support for the bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 2.5 minutes, did you say? All right.
Yes. Well, thank you, Representative Bentz, and for the time. And Mr. Speaker, our country is facing a national security crisis, an energy crisis, a border crisis, and an economic crisis. But here we are voting on cannabis legislation. How is this helping our constituents who are paying sky-high prices at the gas pump? How does this strengthen our military and help secure America? How does this address Biden's record-breaking surge of illegal immigrants at our southern border? How does this help us to leave a stronger, safer, more secure America for our children and our children's children? Simple answer, it doesn't. We are here today to vote to get America high. In states with legalized marijuana, there are more marijuana-related emergency room visits and hospitalizations than any other category. Patients in a study using marijuana to treat pain, anxiety, and depression failed to report improved symptoms, and the continued use of marijuana brought risk of addiction known as cannabis abuse disorder. The National Institute on Drug Abuse found that about 30% of marijuana users have some form of use disorder. In Colorado, the Speaker's home state, and the leading state for legalizing marijuana, there was a 25% increase in CUD among 12 to 17-year-olds. These are our children. Allowing children who don't know how to rationalize long-term effects of drugs to use a gateway drug for recreational or medicinal purposes is reckless, negligent, careless, and irresponsible. No, I will not. The MORE Act does not responsibly end federal prohibition of cannabis. The MORE Act does not end the war on drugs. All it does is poison our children and weaken our society. This flawed legislation is not time sensitive, does not require consideration this week, and should not take priority over the various serious issues our country currently faces. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill and put our children first, not the dope dealers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the MORE Act. This legislation is a very simple but very important piece of legislation. It does three basic things. Number one, it legalizes cannabis by removing it from the Controlled Substance Act. Number two, it establishes a process to expunge cannabis-related convictions. And number three, it taxes cannabis. And Mr. Speaker, it is time. It is time. 37 states in our nation have already legalized cannabis. Even Canada has legalized cannabis, and other nations around the world are legalizing cannabis. And even the Israelis are selling cannabis-related medicine. It's time, Mr. Speaker. But this is just the start. Cannabis farmers can't enroll in crop insurance. They can't receive the official organic designation, and they can't access USDA programs. Mr. Speaker, it's well beyond time. Please, vote for this legislation. Vote for common sense. Let's vote for the MORE Act. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in response to this bill helping farmers, I just want to say it does not. What it does is it puts a tax on top of that which their product, when added to the Oregon tax, would be almost 30%. That does not encourage farmers to raise the crop because they can't compete against the black market. There has to be far more thought given to what will be an 8% additional cost. By the way, it's a gross receipts tax. It's on top of the gross receipts, not that net profit that you're supposed to get. And secondly, the bill as written fails to distinguish between hemp and marijuana. This must be done if folks in each space are going to properly grow. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman Nadler, ranking members, this is an important piece of legislation. How do I know that? Because the people have told us that. Every time they've had the opportunity to vote in America, they have voted to do this. They know that filling our prisons and creating criminal records for people who use marijuana, and knowing full well that if they're people of color, the possibilities of adverse consequences are geometrically greater. And I want to tell my colleagues, I'm tired of hearing this argument that, oh my goodness, we're doing this, we ought to be doing something else. We are all working on the issues of great concern, not only to us, but to the global community. On the war in Ukraine, on the criminal activities that Putin is subjecting us to, on inflation, a critical problem for all of our people. We're working on that. We're having trouble getting some legislation in the Senate that will bring down inflation and bring down the cost for the American people. Not on our side of the aisle. So when I hear this argument, oh, we ought to be doing this, we ought to be doing that, we ought to be doing the other, this is an important, fair piece of legislation, fair for the American people. So I thank Chairman Nadler. I thank the Judiciary Committee. I thank members on my side of the aisle. I thank Barbara Lee, who's walking down the aisle right now, who's worked so hard on this. Why has she worked so hard on it? Because she knows the extraordinary unfairness of the application of existing laws. You don't have to argue that. Just look at the statistics. And you find that to be the case. Chairman Nadler has long been a champion of decriminalizing marijuana and addressing the systemic injustices and inequities resulting from the war on drugs. I was a supporter of the war on drugs. I've been here a long time. I have been, like the gentleman who spoke about this is a gateway drug. It's not a gateway drug. I've been convinced of that. Marijuana has been legalized in 19 states. That's 40% of our states, save one. And the District of Columbia. And medical marijuana is legal in 36 states. So this is not out of the ordinary. This is what the American people tell us they think is the appropriate thing to do. Now, for some in this House, those who are treated with inequality, particularly in this area, you're on your own. You know, make it out for yourself. We're not going to address it because we have other issues. Of course we have other issues, and we pass bills on those. Unfortunately, not with much support from the other side of the aisle. Despite the changes in state laws and social norms around the usage of marijuana, its use remains illegal under federal law. The gentleman who is presiding over the House today comes from a state that has said that's not good policy. Now, that's not some wacko coastal state. It's Colorado. Maybe wacko, but not. Despite changes in state laws and social norms, as I have said, its use remains illegal under federal law, often resulting in devastating consequences. Hear me, my colleagues, devastating consequences for Black, Latino, and Native communities. Now, I'm not any of those. And I will tell you, a lot of my colleagues, and now when I was in college in the 1800s, it was alcohol. It was alcohol. We were not the generation of drugs. It was alcohol. And it devastated the lives of literally hundreds of thousands of young people. But nobody cried out to make it illegal. They had tried that, of course, in the 20s. According to the Center for American Progress, Black Americans are 4 times more likely than white Americans to be arrested for marijuana possession, even though they use it at similar rates. And the gentleman who spoke says, why are we dealing with this? For the same reason our founders said that we believe in equality, that all men, and they surely would add women today, are created equal and ought to be treated fairly and equally. 4 times more convictions and prosecutions for people of color. That's why we're dealing with this, because it's unfair in America. Those criminal records can haunt people of color and impact the trajectory of their lives and careers indefinitely. And I regret that there are some members of our Congress who apparently think that's not worthy of attention. It can result in difficulty in finding employment, difficulty in finding housing, denial of access to government benefits, denial of financial aid at colleges and universities, and denial of the right to vote. That's why we're dealing with this, because the adverse consequences to people are substantial and negative not only for them but for our country. The legislation before us would remove marijuana from the list of scheduled substances under the Controlled Substances Act, allowing our police department, which we want to fund, by the way, so get off that line that we want to defund the police. Allow our police departments to focus on serious crimes. The legislation before us would remove marijuana from that list. The bill already, by the way, includes a requirement that a study be conducted to understand the societal impacts of decriminalizing marijuana, including the impact on juveniles, education, transportation, veterans, employment, and many others. This bill also expunges the records of individuals convicted of non-violent, let me repeat that, non-violent cannabis offenses, and provides resources for job training, reentry services, and youth recreation and mentoring programs. Now, if you take the position that all of these people are on their own and want no help from us or get no help from us, then perhaps you don't care. This bill also addresses the disproportionate economic impact of the war on drugs by providing access to small business grants, opening up the legal marketplace to communities that have been largely excluded. This bill is a matter of justice and equal opportunity. It's about addressing systemic inequities and reforming our criminal justice system so that Americans and America can become a better, stronger, more fair, and more just America. That's why we're spending time on this bill today. I want to thank my friend one more time, Chairman Nadler, for his leadership on this bill. I also want to thank Mr. Neal for helping us get this bill to the floor. Also, I'd like to thank Barbara Lee, my dear friend. Barbara Lee and I work and have been working for some years now on how to lift people out of poverty into the middle class. We talk a lot about the middle class. The way you grow the middle class is lift people who aren't in it, so they can contribute to making a better, stronger America. This bill will help that because it will take the stigma away from 4 times as many people of color being stigmatized by our laws. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, support this bill. The people of Mississippi supported this bill when they went to the polls and voted, not on this bill, that's not accurate, but on the decriminalization of marijuana, because they knew that it was neither necessary to be criminalized and they knew the adverse impacts. I don't ask you to support something the people of California did or the people of New York or even Maryland. But think about supporting the people of Mississippi who voted on a policy that would make a fairer and more just America. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The time is now 10 a.m. here on the East Coast. You're streaming live now from Fox. We are currently listening in live, raw, and unfiltered. As you see here, Congress is debating just ahead of a vote on the MORE Act to decriminalize marijuana. Now, this bill is one of a number which were introduced recently to decriminalize and tax the drug. Now, a little bit of background information on marijuana use among Americans. The percentage of Americans testing positive for drugs, particularly marijuana, hit a 2-decade high just last year. According to Quest Diagnostics, they screened 6 million urine tests for marijuana last year, and about 4% came back positive. That figure is up 50% since 2017. So as we see here, lawmakers arguing to remove cannabis from a list that is considering it a federally controlled substance. Now, the bill is expected to pass in Congress, but not in the Senate. We will continue to listen into debates here in just a moment, but you can see we have several live images on your screen. If you look towards the upper right-hand corner, we are looking live as Ukrainian refugees continue to cross into Poland. We are entering day 37 of the Russian invasion. And we've learned that Russian troops near Kiev, Ukraine, could soon begin more heavy fighting. This is according to military sources. Now, Great Britain's Ministry of Defense says Russian forces are still in control of positions to the east and to the west of Kiev, and that means that heavy fighting in the suburbs, despite some troops reportedly withdrawing. Shelling and missile attacks have continued. Now, again, despite Russian authorities saying that military activities would be reduced, we've also learned that Ukrainian delegations say that peace talks will resume with Russia virtually today. So we'll be sure to update you all as we receive more information on that. And we are also paying a close attention to the Dow. We can see here U.S. stocks are firmly in the green this morning as investors look ahead to a new month of training. U.S. job growth is continuing at a brisk clip in March. Now, we just received information from the Labor Department saying that its monthly payroll report has released information that 431,000 jobs were added to the United States economy in March. And the unemployment rate, which is calculated based on a separate survey, fell to 3.6%. We do expect President Biden to speak on the March jobs report in just a bit. Of course, you can stream it all right here on Live Now from Fox. For now, let's continue to listen in as the House debates decriminalizing marijuana.
In the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker,
Without
I thank
objection.
the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back my time. Thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation because it is long overdue for our federal laws to catch up with the legal reality in almost every state in the Union, and because federal reform must place restorative justice as the top priority. I thank Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Nadler, and my fellow chairs for once again bringing this legislation to the House floor. Voters in states like New York have led the way in changing their cannabis law, emphasizing restorative justice for our most marginalized communities. This bill takes a meaningful approach to undo the wrongs of the failed war on drugs by removing cannabis as a Schedule I drug and encouraging states to expunge low-level possession records. Importantly, the MORE Act also helps entrepreneurs access affordable capital to start a legitimate business, which too often is a barrier to entrepreneurship for people of color, regardless of industry. As chair of the Small Business Committee, I am proud the MORE Act includes measures my colleague and I champion to ensure SBA programs like the flagship 7A loan program, the disaster loan program, and Small Business Development Center resources are available to legitimate cannabis businesses. The MORE Act is the best proposal to ensure communities disproportionately impacted by the prohibition of cannabis are best positioned to profit from its legalization. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, record crime, record inflation, record gas prices, record number of illegal immigrants crossing our southern border. And what are Democrats doing today? Legalizing drugs. Legalizing drugs and using American tax dollars to kickstart and prop up the marijuana industry. Wow, such a deal for the American people. Record crime. Every major urban area has increased crime, and Democrats are legalizing drugs and propping up the marijuana industry. 40-year high inflation. Hasn't been this high since 1982. We have some members not even born in, record inflation, and Democrats are focusing on legalizing drugs and kickstarting the marijuana industry. Record gas prices, $6 gas in California, $4 gas everywhere else, and Democrats are legalizing drugs and helping the marijuana industry. And, of course, 2 million illegal immigrants crossed our southern border in the last 14 months, and Democrats are legalizing drugs and helping the cannabis industry. Oh, and by the way, and we have a Justice Department, we could be focused on this issue, we have a Justice Department that is treating parents as domestic terrorists, spying on moms and dads who simply show up at school board meetings. We know that's going on, putting a threat tag label on parents. This designation, this label on moms and dads, simply standing up for their kids. And Democrats are focused on legalizing drugs and helping the cannabis industry. The majority leader, Democrat majority leader, said, why are we dealing with this today? You know why they're dealing with this today? Because they can't deal with the real problems facing American people. The left won't let them. You think the left's going to let them do what needs to be done to bring down gas prices? We sat in a hearing a few months ago. One of our Democrat colleagues, in that hearing, we had the CEOs of the oil and gas companies. He went down the line and said, will you pledge today to decrease production? They want less oil and gas. I asked after he got done. Literally, he went down the list. I said, what do you want? $8 gas? And the truth is they do. So they can't, the left will not let the Democrats do what needs to be done to help the inflation problem, the energy problem, the illegal immigration problem on our southern border. So what do? They legalize drugs. Wow. Wow. This is wrong, and everybody knows it. Let's focus on the things that matter for, as the majority leader said, for middle-class families who are having to drive to work, pick their kids up at school, take their kids to Little League practice, spending $4 and $5 a gallon to get them there and back. Let's focus on the things that matter. I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will greatly reduce crime by redefining as not crimes things that are now considered crimes, and by releasing people in jail who should not be in jail, it will produce justice and it will reduce the expenses to the public. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, who's been such a great champion in the fight for this legislation, Ms. Lee.
Gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 3617, the MORE Act. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, Chairman Neal, and Chairman Nadler. Let me just thank you for your persistence, your perseverance, and really hanging in there and bringing this to the floor, because you know what the issues are and you know how important this is to repair the damage of the lives of so many people. So thank you, Chairman Nadler, so much. I want to also thank Congressman Blumenauer, my partner on so many issues, and of course our speaker, and Mr. Perlmutter, who's in the chair today, and everyone who has helped to bring this to the floor. And my condolences today with the family of our colleague, the late Representative Don Young, a champion on this issue. I honor his memory today as a founding member and co-chair of the Cannabis Caucus who voted for the MORE Act the first time it came to the floor. Also, let me thank our advocates for educating the public on this issue, which of course meant our members of Congress learn more about the importance of this, that this is also a racial justice bill. It's the product of a long time, the work of so many for a long time. And of course, I want to salute our staff. Amy, Julie, Samira, Gregory, Kayla, so many staff. As a former staffer, look, I know how this was done, and I just want to thank our staff for really doing the heavy lifting on this. The MORE Act, yes, it includes my legislation, the Marijuana Justice Act, and the Refer Act, which is the first marijuana racial justice bill introduced in Congress many years ago. This bill would end federal prohibition and decriminalize cannabis by removing it from the list of Controlled Substances Act. That's what the MORE Act does. Make no mistake, yes, it is a racial justice bill. According to the ACLU, Black Americans are nearly 4 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis-related crimes than white Americans, despite equal rates of use. These arrests can have a detrimental impact on a person's quality of life and can lead to difficulty finding employment, securing housing, and assessing other benefits. I yield
the gentlelady 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry also. It brings tax revenue of billions to our states. Now, over 950 people are arrested daily for marijuana-related offenses. This is truly unjust. So we must end this failed policy of marijuana prohibition, which has led to the shattering of so many lives, primarily Black and brown people. And yes, that is extremely important. It's time to repair the damage. It's time to provide equal justice for those who have been unduly incarcerated. Public opinion support this. In fact, over 50 years ago, the National Commission on Marijuana and Drug Abuse, or the Schaefer Commission, formally recommended to Congress that this be done. We're doing it today. Thank you again.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Reserves.
Oh, gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to another great champion of this legislation, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I'm sorry, another great champion of this legislation, Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized
for courtesy and his leadership and all the people that my friend Barbara Lee just acknowledged. You know, a century ago, we were in the midst of a prohibition against alcohol. And the problems that my dear friend from Oregon highlighted in terms of the prohibition against cannabis. I agree with him about the horrific situation in Southern Oregon. I look forward to working with him to try and remediate it. But the solution is to be found in this legislation. The problem of the cartels, the illegal activity, the black market is a result of the fact that the federal government does not have its act together. People across the country have acted to take it into their own hands. And as a result, we have a piecemeal approach. 48 states have some form of legalization. What Chairman Nadler and the committee has done is to provide a framework to be able to harness the forces, to be able to do the research so we can deal with impairment. The federal government interferes with that now. We have an opportunity to solve the horrific problem of lack of access to banking services, which makes dispensaries across the country sitting ducks. It adds to expenses for minorities. It adds to the problems of law enforcement. We face a situation now of great racial injustice in this country that the legislation faces. We have an opportunity to unlock untold benefits for more medical research and be able to channel the efforts into a legal market, to be able to have a taxing system federally and to be able to strengthen the legal cannabis market so that the profits flow to the people who should do it rather than the cartels and the corner drug dealers that still are cutting corners. My friend is right about the problems in Southern Oregon, but he is wrong about the solution. The MORE Act is a solution to provide the framework, provide the research, redirect the resources to be able to solve the problem that has been created by the failed prohibition on cannabis. This is historic legislation, in part because we will send this to the Senate, where there is a different mindset for the leadership. We've opened the opportunity to solve these problems. I urge us to take advantage of it and move forward. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend and former law school classmate, Representative Blumenauer. I just want to say, actually he was a few years ahead of me. I just want to say, I want to draw attention to the bill, page 15, where it calls out the expenditures. And it says the amounts in the trust fund shall be available without further appropriation only as follows. And then it reads, reflects Section 3052A, Part 00 of the Omnibus Crime Control Safe Streets Act of 1968, which I dug out and read through 3 times, looking unsuccessfully for an allocation of money to local law enforcement agencies, such as the ones in Southern Oregon. It's not there. That money is going for very limited, very narrow purposes. How much money? Well, if this 8% tax had been applied to the amount of marijuana sold last year in the United States, the total is $400 million. Not the total sold, the total tax. $400 million, half of which would go to this narrow piece of work. Not saying it's unimportant, but it's narrow. 50% called out here, then 10%, 20%. None to police. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, you've taken this up. Do it right. Get it right. And you have a whole bunch of work that needs to be done to get this bill right and reserved.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong support of the MORE Act, and I applaud my colleagues, Chairman Nadler and Barbara Lee, for their leadership on this critical legislation. For years, public support for marijuana legalization has surged. 37 states have voted to legalize marijuana. It's past time that Congress answers the call for marijuana justice. This sweeping legislation would finally decriminalize cannabis at the federal level by removing it from the Controlled Substance Act. The law would apply this retroactively to prior and pending convictions that have disproportionately harmed communities of color. The MORE Act would also help those whose convictions are overturned through the Opportunity Trust Fund that would provide job training, reentry assistance, legal aid, and health care. If we are serious about criminal justice, we need to get rid of the antiquated cannabis laws. The MORE Act would do just that. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting on this long overdue bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say again, I went down to Southern Oregon and I asked the law enforcement folks what we needed to do to try to head off the cartels, which are generating this huge sum of money for themselves. What could we do? And the answer was law enforcement. because if you don't have force, you can't control the cartels. To get law enforcement requires people, that requires money, and this bill doesn't allocate any to that purpose. So since we know this bill is going to drive up the cost of legal marijuana, thus driving more people into the black market, why isn't there more money for law enforcement? Why isn't there any money for law enforcement? With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. And still I rise, Mr. Nadler. Thank you so much. I thank Ms. Lee, Mr. Perlmutter. And I rise because I see this as a bill that will benefit some of the least, the last, and the lost. People who have been denied access to housing, denied access to loans, denied access to the things that we need to succeed in the United States of America. I plan to support it. I ask that my colleagues support it because it's tough being a black man with a criminal record in the United States of America. This bill will help a lot of black men have opportunities that they've been denied. I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon
reserves.
Continues to reserve. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman's recognized.
The COVID pandemic has produced a rise in drug abuse, violent crime, and other indicators of collective trauma. These are pressing issues that urgently need resources devoted to them. We must stop wasting precious resources on marijuana offenses. Law enforcement simply cannot afford to chase small-time pot offenders, while violent and random crime continues to be on the rise nationwide. The ACLU report states wasting billions annually enforcing cannabis laws. This is money, time, and effort better spent on investing on true community safety. Further, Americans overwhelmingly want marijuana reform. 91% report that they believe that it should be legalized. Congress is long overdue in marijuana reform and decriminalizing this substance. But we have a long journey ahead to achieve social justice and criminal justice reform. The war on marijuana is a costly relic of the past. Let's vote yes today so we can build a safer and more equitable tomorrow. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to assure everyone that the police in Oregon are not chasing those who are using marijuana. Oregon legalized marijuana. That what we're having trouble with are the consequences of that legalization. And that's what I'm trying to bring to the attention of folks today, that if we're going to legalize on a national scale, then for goodness sakes, don't make the mistakes we made in Oregon. Get it right. Put into the bill appropriate funding for law enforcement, at least. By the way, we should put in a lot of other things too, which I previously mentioned. But one of the things that absolutely has to be there is funding for local police, because this bill is going to drive up the demand for marijuana and up the cartels across the United States. Their presence, it's bad, and local law enforcement can't take care of it. The assertion that the FBI and Homeland Security and DEA are going to do so is incorrect, I know, because I've asked. And we have nothing from the Attorney General helping us in that space. So what I'm saying is, you're going to do this, get it right. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Benz refers to the cartels. Of course there are cartels. Of course they're making money because they have a monopoly of supply of a substance that has a great demand. You pass this bill, and those cartels will no longer have a monopoly. And the law enforcement, their expenses will go down because they will not have to enforce the marijuana laws, and they will the marijuana prohibition laws, nor will they have to fight the cartels, which won't be there anymore because their monopoly of supply will have been eliminated. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to everyone that my colleague Barbara Lee acknowledged earlier. I rise today in support of the MORE Act and on behalf of the countless families that have been disrupted and destroyed by our nation's failed drug policies and the devastating war on drugs. As a result of the war on drugs, the United States has a higher rate of incarceration than such human rights abusing governments as Russia, Belarus, and Iran. It also wastes more money than any other country locking up its citizens for personal drug use. Racial justice and cannabis decriminalization are inextricably intertwined, and the former cannot be achieved without the latter. By decriminalizing cannabis, we can reverse the trend of over-incarceration and get one step closer to dismantling the system that racism is so pervasive in our criminal justice system. The MORE Act is an important step in rewriting our future, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back. Thank you.
The lady yields back. The chair will advise the managers. Mr. Nadler has 2 3/4 minutes. Mr. Bentz has 6 3/4 minutes left in their time. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention in response to the assertion that once this bill passes, if it does, that suddenly the cartels will disappear, sadly is not going to be true. And that is because legal marijuana will be 30% more expensive than that which is raised on the black market. That's why one has to be aware when one puts this kind of additional cost into this bill, 8%. On a gross basis, like keep wanting to assure people they need to understand the difference between net profit and gross. What's going to happen is the cartels will have a 30% benefit advantage over privately raised marijuana. And so what I'm trying to say is get this bill right. This isn't my thinking. This is people who have looked into this extremely carefully, those who are trying to do this legally. And I'm saying this bill is incorrectly crafted on that level and many others. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Ms. Schakowsky is recognized for 1 minute.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership, but I also want to recognize Representative Blumenauer for his decades of work on this issue. The MORE Act is the most comprehensive marijuana reform bill in Congress, and it is rooted in social justice. The criminalization of marijuana and this nation's failed war on drugs has devastated our communities of color. It has led to over-policing, mass incarceration, and the destruction of families. This critical legislation takes steps to undo these harms. Today, I urge my colleagues to vote for criminal justice reform, to vote for an equitable marijuana industry, and to vote for beginning to repair the harms caused by decades of racist marijuana criminalization and enforcement. And so I urge all my colleagues today to vote yes on the MORE Act, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I asked unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record a list of multiple items, which I will now review. First,
without objection.
Policy statement from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry on marijuana legalization. Second, facts for families from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry on marijuana and teens. Third, the Insurance Information Institute report on marijuana and impaired driving. Next, the article from verywellhealth.com titled "Is Marijuana Addictive?" by Ashley Olivine, PhD. Next, NBC News article titled "Legalized Marijuana Linked to Sharp Rise in Car Crashes." Next, the Denver Post article titled "Are You High? The Science of Testing for Marijuana Impairment is Hazy and Evolving." Finally, Bloomberg article titled "The U.S. Grapples with How to Gauge Just How High Cannabis Users Are." I reserve.
Without objection. Those are placed in the record. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlelady from Nevada is recognized for one minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. The MORE Act is a historic piece of legislation, no question about it. It removes criminal convictions for marijuana use that have stigmatized the lives of thousands of individuals in our country, particularly those of color. In addition, tragically, our veterans have been denied access to medical marijuana for treatment of pain management and also post-traumatic stress syndrome after they have offered their lives and put their lives in danger for us. Supported by public vote, Nevada legalized medical marijuana in 2001, decriminalized marijuana use in 2017, and has shown that regulating marijuana works. Most of the other states have done the same, so it's time for the nation to follow suit. With the passage of the MORE Act, the marijuana industry can become a key element of growing and diversifying our economy, creating more good jobs and putting more folks back to work as we recover from the pandemic. I urge a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Lady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Reserves. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from New York, Chair will advise the managers. Gentleman from New York has 45 seconds. Gentleman from Oregon, 5 3/4.
15 seconds for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Yield back the time, I'm sure. Let me submit Health Affairs, Culture of Health, shows the importance of cannabis liberalization policy, and all of these individuals, religious groups, Center for American Progress, ask unanimous consent to submit these letters and statements into the record.
Without objection. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York is prepared to close. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill, as I mentioned previously, fails to appropriately fund the police in all the states that will be facing the challenges we face in Oregon. This is not a question of money. The bill, as drawn, will be raising literally billions of dollars at an 8% tax over the next how many years? Billions. And so somehow some of that money has to make its way into law enforcement. Without law enforcement, you'll see situations like we have in Southern Oregon replicate across the nation, regardless of the optimistic thought that somehow the cartels no longer have the marijuana, therefore, or excuse me, the monopoly, therefore they will go away. That's not going to be the case as long as there's a higher price, and in many cases it's going to be a much higher price for legally produced marijuana. The bill fails to address impairment. My friends, many of them in the law enforcement space, including my brother, a former county sheriff, have said this is a huge problem where we don't know when people are driving impaired. Studies are ongoing. Why are we broadening this problem when we don't know how to charge those who are driving under the influence? It, of course, as we heard, fails to address the ever-increasing potency of the drug. It fails to address the age at which marijuana can be legally used. What is that about? We know this drug adversely affects particularly young men's brains, development.
The time is now 10:32. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday, April 1st. Currently, we are looking live, raw, and unfiltered from the House floor as Congress debates ahead of a vote on the MORE Act. Now, this act aims to decriminalize marijuana. It's one of a number of introduced bills to decriminalize and tax the drug. And we do expect the bill to pass in Congress, but not the Senate. So again, we will keep a very close eye on this as it is drawing a lot of attention nationwide. But for now, let's shift our attention to other related news. Just moments ago, we did hear a few lawmakers draw some comparisons saying that instead of Democrats and Republicans focusing on things that are important, speaking about the southern border, they want to decriminalize marijuana. Of course, a little bit of sarcasm in those remarks coming from lawmakers, but we do have some news to share with you when it does come to immigration. Now, Title 42, it was set in place by the Trump administration during the pandemic to stop the spread of COVID-19 by preventing immigrants from claiming asylum, mainly immigrants at the United States-Mexico border. Now, this has actually prevented more than 1 million migrants from entering the United States. But now the Biden administration says that they believe Title 42 can be lifted by the end of May. So joining us now live is an immigration lawyer, Mary Pivek. Mary, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So elaborate for us. We know that you have deep knowledge and insight when it comes to this subject. So what does this mean for immigration in general and specifically for migration at the southern border? Because it seems like that's what lawmakers are mostly concerned about.
Well, as a lawyer, I am anxious to see justice done. The United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia just this month issued an order reinstating an injunction refusing to enforce Title 42 or invalidating Title 42 in certain respects with respect to returning people to countries of origin without determining whether or not those individuals have a valid fear of persecution and could be harmed if returned to their home countries. In fact, in its order, the Court of Appeals stated that there had been absolutely no evidence in the record forthcoming from the Centers for Disease Control establishing that the exclusion of individuals who are asylees would have any impact upon COVID transmission in the United States. And it was the absence of such evidence in the record that compelled this reasoning by the court. So I'm anxious for that. Secondly, I'm anxious, and I think that the lifting of Title 42 will permit people with valid claims of asylum to make those claims at the border as required by U.S. law and international law. And we should all want that. We are a nation under laws, and we should aim for the enforcement of those laws in a way that is humane and orderly.
So thank you for sharing your insight from a legal perspective. I'm curious, what has the response been among officials and advocates for immigration? Because some people are saying that lifting this policy could cause another set of issues. Currently, we're already seeing an average of 7,000 daily migrants crossing the United States-Mexico border. Could perhaps lifting this policy cause another set of issues like a huge influx of migrants?
I don't think that it will have that effect ultimately in the long run. The reason why there will be a surge at the initiation of this program is that both the Biden administration and the Trump administration artificially and improperly, I believe, excluded people from making their claims of asylum at the border. And they are huddled in Mexico waiting for the opportunity for Title 42 to be lifted. Now, once that surge clears, and hopefully it will be done in a non-chaotic way, in the long term, we will return to normalcy, what we had prior to the Trump administration implementation of this policy.
So what exactly have we heard? Excuse me, Mary, there's a slight delay. What exactly have we heard from the Department of Homeland Security? Perhaps could they lift this policy in phases? And what exactly does it take to even process a valid asylum claim at the United States-Mexico border?
Homeland Security has been woefully inadequate in communicating to the public and to public officials how they plan to implement the transition away from Title 42. We don't know whether they plan to do it in phases or not. What they have told us is that their current resources are inadequate to handle the influx, and that means that they're going to have to get resources from other agencies outside of Homeland Security, perhaps the military, certainly within Homeland Security, Border Patrol alone is not going to be able to handle the problem. It normally would take up to 5 days to process a valid claim for asylum. And during that 5-day period, there has to be adequate housing, particularly for families who are making application at the border, women, children, and families. And right now, DHS has resources to house only up to 5,200 immigrants at such immigrants at one time. If, as they said, there could be up to 18,000 per day, that is a recipe for chaos. Some have suggested that FEMA could come in with temporary housing, perhaps in the form of trailers, perhaps in the form of tents, as would be done in any emergency situation, economic or climate situation that FEMA responds to. But as of right now, we don't know whether or not DHS will implement such a plan.
So you made an interesting point there. We are seeing single adults crossing the border. However, you spoke about women and families, and you and I were speaking a little bit earlier. You drew some parallels between the situation at the Mexico border, refugees seeking asylum, and you also talked about refugees who are fleeing Ukraine into neighboring countries.
Yes. Certainly the United States could learn a lot from the generosity and humanity being exhibited by our Polish ancestors, not ancestors, but relatives in Poland, in Lithuania, in Latvia, these countries in Europe that have opened their arms and their hearts to families who are fleeing the war in Ukraine and the brutality and barbarism that Putin is exhibiting on the people of Ukraine. The people who are applying for asylum, the families who are applying for asylum at our southern borders, are also fleeing horrendous circumstances in their home countries. Even in Mexico, we find that there are drug gangs who are terrorizing innocent people and murdering people without regard to gender or age or even involvement in their business. This is horrible. And we in the United States owe these people, under our laws and under international laws, an opportunity to state their claims for asylum and to make those claims in an orderly and humane way.
Mary, thank you so much for sharing your insight. Are there any final thoughts that you would like to leave us with?
This is the time for people of goodwill in Congress, in the administration, and in our general population to step up and realize that we have a responsibility at our southern border to embrace people with legitimate asylum claims. It is our duty and it is our responsibility to do so.
All right, Mary Pivek, immigration attorney, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. The time is now 10:42, taking a live now look at the Dow board, trading mostly green on this Friday, April 1st. This as the United States economy adds 431,000 jobs and reduces the unemployment rate to 3.6%. We'll have more consumer news in just a bit, but first let's take a 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's head back out to Washington, D.C., the House floor to be exact, as members of Congress continue to debate ahead of that MORE Act vote. This MORE Act will decriminalize marijuana if it passes. The bill is expected to pass Congress, but not the Senate. Let's go ahead and listen in.
For educators and administrators to protect children from negative impacts. This amendment recognizes the fact that the majority is blindly leading us down the path of marijuana legalization. The information to be provided by these studies would better serve this body and the children of America if we had it before legalization. Last year, the percentage of American employees testing positive for drugs hit a 2-decade high. This jump was driven by an increase in positive marijuana tests. This amendment is merely window dressing on a bad and incomplete bill, rather than tackle the actual problem of marijuana abuse at the workplace, which could have disastrous consequences. Democrats simply want to study the issue. This amendment is a tacit admission that they know this bill is flawed and is employed by the majority to say they have addressed one of the flaws. I fear the information that these studies will reveal may come too late for many if this bill were to become law. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Is remaining.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania has 2 minutes. The gentleman from Oregon has 3.5.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize the gentlelady from Texas for 30 seconds.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, and let me thank you for your leadership. It's incredulous when good ideas come to the floor that should draw bipartisan support, and one cannot get horse in the mouth. I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for recognizing that what we do in Washington, what we do for the people of this nation, is to make sure we give them good facts. And it will be good facts if his amendment is assessing a very important place in our lives, a workplace, or another very important place in our lives, schools. This legislation, as I indicated, the underlying legislation just decriminalizes possession. It gives people another lifeline. It takes the criminalization away from this mounting incarceration of people of color. So I want to support the gentleman's amendment and say it's reasonable and good law. Let us support that amendment and the underlying bill. I yield back.
Our gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Oregon is
I reserve.
recognized. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
If the gentleman has no other speakers, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman from Oregon, gentleman from Pennsylvania goes first. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to address one point from my colleague from Oregon's side of the debate, which is that today, after the passage of this bill, hopefully with my amendment, we will be sending a letter to both departments addressed by this amendment to ask them to begin these studies right away. I agree that it's important that the public needs this information and knowledge. Employers, workplaces, schools need it as quickly as possible. But what I'm not sure our colleagues on the other side really realize at this moment is people are already using cannabis. It's very common in all segments of society and all people with all different types of jobs. And the place that the public has been left in is an overly harsh criminal penalty with very little specific guidance to workplaces and employers and schools of what they're supposed to do in this new world. And so what many of them do is react as harshly as possible, matching the criminal sanction of our federal government. And they do drug tests and have strict bans basically on this substance, which many Americans feel is actually safe and part of the lifestyle that they want to live. Our study will allow a better answer than that. In a world where people are going to be using this drug, this substance, and where it is in fact much less harsh than prescription drugs that are regulated lower on the scale than that, we need to get the answer out there to these workplaces and schools as quickly as possible. That's all that we're aiming to do here. We are making policy for the real world with this amendment, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention, I agree that there has to be the proper determination of when you are impaired after you've used marijuana. I made that argument in my discussion of the bill. The issue is one of timing, and it's not just impairment. There are many other things in the bill that need to be addressed that aren't. And so in this rush to legalize, what we have is a lot of assuming, as was just suggested, that everybody's already using it, so why bother? Well, a lot of people are. But after it becomes federally legalized, more will be using it, and thus the danger level will increase. So we can't sit here and say there are no consequences of legalization. But by that I mean the same number of people using it. No. So the question becomes, when are we going to do this, and why wasn't it done earlier? Why isn't it done yet? And one of the reasons, it's really hard to make this determination. So I'm saying it's a matter of timing, but it's not just this issue. There are many others. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to House Resolution 1017, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentleman from Oregon.
I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from Oregon requests the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 117-285. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I rise with an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report Number 117-285, offered by Mr. Raskin of Maryland.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1017, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud today to stand for this legislation with the party of democracy and freedom for the people, rather than the party of Big Brother and failed drug authoritarianism. Do you know that 150 million Americans have used marijuana? Half of the country. And that's just the people who are being honest about it. Half of the country has used marijuana, but you can still be denied security clearance and government employment for having once used marijuana. That is plainly stupid and wrong and unfair. And we are disqualifying tens of millions of qualified and excellent job applicants for federal government employment, our fellow citizens, our constituents in Democratic districts and Republican districts. We are disqualifying those people from being federal government employees solely because they've used marijuana. My amendment is one that every member of the House should support. It says that Americans should not be denied a security clearance simply because they have used marijuana. You know, the longer I spend time in Congress, Mr. Speaker, the more I realize that in America, change comes from the states. It comes from the people. That's how we got child labor laws. That's how we got women's suffrage. That's how we got direct election of U.S. senators. And now so too with our draconian, obsolete, and failed marijuana laws. Look what's happening out in America. 18 states plus Washington, D.C., have now passed laws allowing adult use of marijuana. In other words, they've accepted the anti-prohibition principle that's in our Constitution. It's not that alcohol is so great for everybody in every circumstance, or marijuana is so great for everybody in every circumstance. It's that criminal prohibition and criminalization of large parts of our own population doesn't work. So it's legal in 18 states. In 27 states, it's been decriminalized in a majority of the states. It's no longer criminal. And in 36 states, the vast majority of America, more than 2/3 of the states, medical use of marijuana has been approved. In other words, it is legal in the vast majority of states of the country to use marijuana for medicinal purposes. What a massive outbreak of common sense in America against the GOP's failed authoritarian war on marijuana that depends on paranoid tropes from the 1970s. It's like they saw reefer madness in middle school and never got over it. I concede our party is not for the kind of cocaine-fueled orgies that a freshman Republican representative bragged about this week, but we do understand that their marijuana prohibition laws don't work for our people. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that we should not be denying our constituents the opportunity to serve in federal office by denying them security clearance simply because they've used marijuana. I reserve.
Reserves. Does anybody claim time in opposition? Gentleman from Oregon, for what purpose do you rise? Gentleman's recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We do have President Biden speaking on the March jobs report. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Than we previously had thought. That means that over the last 3 months, the economy has created more than 500,000, more than 500,000 jobs a month. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery has now created 7.9 million jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months of any presidency in any term ever. And that's striking. But what's even more striking is this. In March, the unemployment rate fell to 3.6%, down from 6.4% when I took office about 15 months ago. The fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's term ever recorded. In fact, there have been only 3 months in the last 50 years where the unemployment rate of America is lower than it is now. And what it means is clear, it's very clear. Americans are back to work. And that's good news for millions of families who have a little more breathing room and the dignity that comes from earning a paycheck, just the dignity of having a job. And more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. It's good news for our economy, and it means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, the American people, I think they're beginning to understand that this American Rescue Plan, and there's no reason why they should know the names of all these pieces of legislation that got passed. But the American Rescue Plan, with it, we were able to get Americans vaccinated, schools opened, and businesses humming. A leading financial firm, Moody's, estimated that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more American jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to move that legislation. Thanks to our infrastructure law, we have more than 4,000 projects getting started this year, 4,000 in every single state in America, total of 4,000, and all 50 states rebuilding America. We're building a recovery worthy of American workers, strong and resilient. And we're going to be able to overcome the headwinds that it has of Delta, Omicron, and even more in Europe. Our policies are working, and we're getting results for the American people, which is what it's all about, to state the obvious. Record job creation, record unemployment declines, record wage gains. And by the way, jobs and unemployment are not just another statistic. They go directly to the core of what the economy represents, the ability for hardworking Americans to live with dignity, support their families, and build a better life for their children. People are making more money. They're finding better jobs. And after decades of being mistreated and paid too little, more and more American workers have real power now to get better wages and to do what's best for themselves and their families. Some people see that as a problem. We've had this discussion in the past. I don't. I see it as long overdue. So when you hear these numbers, they're not statistics. It's a statement of the type of economy we're fighting for. An economy, as I've been saying from the beginning, built from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When we do it that way, everybody does well. Everybody wins. Even though we created a record number of jobs, I know, that this job is not finished. We need to do more to get prices under control. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. To help deal with that, yesterday I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Acknowledge this by far is the largest release of our national reserves in our history. It is a wartime bridge, is the way I look at it, to increase our oil supply as we work with our U.S. oil producers to ramp up their production to get us through this period. I've coordinated this release with partners and allies around the world. This morning, over 30 countries from across the world convened in an extraordinary meeting and agreed to the release of tens of millions of additional barrels of oil onto the market. Hundreds of hours of meetings with key allies, keeping them together, is paying off. Nations are coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families, not only American families, but families in Europe and around the world. I've also made it a priority to get America's fiscal house in order. Under my predecessor, the federal budget deficit went up every single year, every year. As I committed when I was running this and I got here, we're going to turn that around. In fact, last year in 2021, we cut the federal deficit by more than $350 billion. And this year, in 2022, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in a deficit in U.S. history. And it's particularly important now as we work to reduce pressures on inflation. That's what happens when you reduce the deficit. So here are the facts. It was the previous administrations whose reckless policies and mismanagement led to the record budget deficits. In my administration, that's getting the deficit under control. In fact, I just released my budget this week, and it shows going forward, we can cut the deficit by another $1 trillion over the next decade, while still making prudent investments in economic growth and climate and other equitable economic decisions. But to do that, we have to be willing to do something previous administrations and Republicans today refuse to do. We need to make sure corporations and the super wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Here's one example. Right now, billionaires, and there's not a whole lot of them in the country, maybe I won't give a number because I don't know for sure, they average less than 1%. But my point is billionaires pay an average rate of only 8% on their total income. A family led by a firefighter and a teacher can pay double that income tax rate, double what a billionaire pays, double the 8%. So my budget has a billionaire minimum tax, a 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1% of American households. Billionaire minimum tax is fair. And here's the deal. It raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. I would add, nobody making less than you're tired of hearing me say it, but no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. As I've said in the past, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with people making as much money as they are capable of making. But I'm asking you one simple question. Just pay your fair share. Pay your fair share, that's all. That's it. Just your fair share. And no one can argue that 20% for a billionaire is unfair. Here's what this adds up to. We're going to continue to create jobs, bring down the cost for families, and rein in deficits left by my predecessor. All important steps in to continue our historic progress to build a better America. I said from the outset, we're the only country in the world that comes out of crises stronger than we went into them. That's what we're doing here. I want to thank you all for showing up today, and we'll have plenty of time to answer questions about other items other than the jobs report next week. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So what about inflation? We're in inflation.
You're streaming live now from Fox. That was the latest from President Biden speaking on the Labor Department's reports showing that last month's job growth helped to reduce unemployment to 3.6%. And this is actually the lowest level since the pandemic erupted 2 years ago. President Biden also saying that despite the inflation surge, persistent supply bottlenecks, and of course the damaging effects of COVID-19 and now a war in Europe, employers have added at least 431,000 jobs for 11 months straight. Unemployment also dropping to 3.6%. The time is now 11:05. You're streaming live now from Fox. We'll have more nonstop news right after this.
And we're back here live on Live Now from Fox. Just coming back after a break there. Our Florida team always doing a great job as starting up the morning. And we just heard from President Biden there moments ago calling on the oil release there for the reserves, a wartime bridge there as they are hoping to lower those gas prices. But we'll be at our lowest reserve levels since the 1980s when it comes to the oil there. So we'll see if it pays off. There'll probably be maybe a little change there at the gas tanks, but hopefully it will last there as well. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We bring you live events and top stories from all over the country. Just hearing from President Biden. We're going to go out to a news conference right now in Florida. We're getting another update on really how the investigation is going into that drop tower accident that happened last week here. The Florida Agricultural Commissioner is discussing the Orlando drop tower investigation, and let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Such a young man. No mother or father or cousin or friend should have to worry about whether their loved one will come home safe from a day at an amusement park. Our department is working diligently to conduct a thorough and transparent investigation into what happened to help prevent future tragedies. In the week since the tragedy occurred, many members of the media have contacted my office looking for information. And I want to be here before you all today to assure you that you will be getting information out to you as quickly as we can while our investigation progresses. We are pulling back lots of layers here, and we are not going to jump to any conclusions until the facts are known and information is provided to us, because that would not be fair to the family. But it is my absolute promise that we will continue to keep an updated and invest on the investigation, always as up to our part of our transparency and our commitment to the transparent process. As you all know, my department has set up an online folder where several records have related to the ride's operations have already been publicly shared. This folder includes the initial inspection report from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, which was conducted before the ride opened in December, at which time no deficiencies were found. It also includes manufacturer's manual for the ride, the accident report submitted to our department by the ride operator, and several other documents from the ride operator. We encourage those seeking further records or updates to continue to check this online folder where additional records will be shared on an ongoing basis as we receive further information as part of our investigation. I am also here today to reassure Tyree's family, friends, and all those impacted by this tragedy that we are fully committed to finding out what happened so we can better prevent such tragedies from happening in the future. And that's why we will not be jumping to any conclusions before the information is provided to us and we know all the facts. To that end, we have hired a forensic engineer with Quest Engineering and Failure Analysis, specifically to assist with this investigation. These engineers are experts in the field who have previously worked with the department following the sandblaster incident in Daytona Beach in 2018, which our department was able to shut down operations following our investigation. Based on our findings, our investigation is complete. We will immediately make changes to our rules if needed under our existing authorities, as well as pursue statutory changes with our legislative partners if necessary. That's why I am also pleased to have Representative Thompson here today. And first of all, Representative, thank you for opening up this magnificent historical museum for all of us to be here today. Representative Thompson, as we are here in your district, I'd like to turn it over to you to speak on the impact this tragedy has had here in Orlando.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you all for being here. I am a mother, I am a grandmother, and this pains me in a very personal way. When you send your children away for spring break or from your hometown, you certainly want them to enjoy the area where they're traveling, and you expect them to return safely. And so I'm very concerned, and I've been in touch with Attorney Ben Crump, who represents the family. And in consultation with Attorney Crump and getting input from the family, they're not interested so much in fixing blame as in fixing the problem. And I'll be working with them to fix the problem. And if there is legislative action that's needed to give more authority to the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, that's what we'll be focused on, whether that is about training, whether it's about insurance, metal fatigue, all of the things that they do now. But a lot of that authority is given to the vendor, to the company that actually operates the ride. And I want to point out that the company, Slingshot, rents space or leases space from Icon Park. But I have heard also from Icon Park, and they are interested as well in working collaboratively. Statistics show that the overwhelming majority of people who come to Central Florida enjoy the amusements, they enjoy the entertainment, they enjoy the rides, whether we're talking about helicopters or go-karts or water slides or whatever. But we want no exceptions, and this certainly was the exception rather than the rule. So we will be looking at legislation once we get the report following the investigation that Commissioner Freed has already referenced. Once we get that report, we'll know the direction that we need to take with regard to legislation. But I have committed to the family and commit to this community, and I'll be working to bring all of the stakeholders together. I've committed to filing the Tyree Sampson bill in the legislature that would address the problems that are identified once we get the investigation. At this point, we don't have all of the facts, so we can't, in terms of a knee-jerk reaction, say this is what needs to happen. But once we have the investigation, I'll be working on the Tyree Sampson bill to address whatever the problems are. And the theme parks, all of them, are in my legislative district. And so I know that tourism in this area is the lifeblood of the state of Florida and of the community. So I have a lot of stakeholders who are very interested in coming together and working collaboratively to address the problem. So at this point, I'll be glad to answer questions, as I'm sure the commissioner would as well.
Wait 2 seconds though. I want to get one more person in here too.
Okay.
That's okay?
All right, that's fine.
So thank you so much. I still call you my senator. But I also like to introduce Rick Kimsley, who is our director of our consumer services.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. With no federal regulation for safety on these type of rides, the state of Florida is one of only 29 states that have created amusement ride safety programs. Florida law and department rule requires some of the most strict and comprehensive inspection processes in the country. The Division of Consumer Services has statutory authority to permit temporary and non-exempt permanent amusement rides. We also conduct safety inspections at the time of permitting and a 6-month follow-up inspection after the permit date. We conduct accident investigations following certain incidences of patron injury. During the permitting process, the ride owner must submit proof of insurance and an affidavit of compliance and non-destructive testing, which in part states that a professional engineer or qualified inspector has tested the ride and it is in conformance with the state statute and department rules. The permit and semi-annual inspection processes are conducted by the department inspectors to review the ride's conformance with adopted international safety standards and all ride manufacturer manuals and safety bulletins. As the commissioner said, we're going to open it up to questions, but I'd like to remind you that we will not be commenting on this incident specifically or our ongoing investigation.
Commissioner, is it possible that once the investigation is complete that you may permanently shut this ride down or not allow it to operate anymore?
So the ride right now is shut down indefinitely, and based on the end of our investigation, we'll be able to make that determination. It's impossible for us to speculate or draw a conclusion at this time.
Commissioner, can you say if the ride operators were underage or adults? That's important in how we present the information that your office has released.
I don't know if we know that. Do we know that information? We might not know that information or not, but that's what we're compiling right now to make sure that's part of our investigation.
We've heard they're teens, so is it like a 16-year-old or a 19-year-old? That's important in how.
We're looking into everything.
Is there a place in your oversight somewhere where you can periodically check these ride operators to make sure they're following the protocols that are in place and the rules that you have in place?
We do inspections on these rides that are permanent every 6 months per the statutes.
But that's safety inspections. That's not inspections on actual oversight of the ride, correct? And what workers are doing? And
we don't have oversight on that. It is purely for the inspections on the rides themselves.
As I mentioned, the Commissioner's Office has authority that's delegated to the department by the legislature. And so if the legislature now needs to go back to Chapter 616 and shore up and strengthen regulations with regard to training, the age of the operators, all of those kinds of things would be the legislative remedy, but we will only know that once we get the results of the investigation.
So we're not going to jump to any conclusions about whether or not age issues or the intensity of the inspections until which time that we get a thorough and complete investigation done, and then from there I promise you all, and to the family, to this community, to everybody, that based on the investigation, we will be working internally if we've already got authority to make changes, and with our assistance from our legislature to make changes that we deem necessary based solely on the investigation.
In the meantime, does anyone have jurisdiction over, just now, currently?
We have shut down the ride to do the investigation.
But over the workers, as she asked earlier, is anyone allowed to kind of inspect that, and if so, who, and if not, it's just a question.
We do oversee training to make sure that training is up to date. I'm sorry. The department does oversee training and make sure that training records are up to date as required by the manufacturer. So we do view that as part of our normal inspection process.
But to follow up on that, it's essentially the person that's in charge of the ride, that it's their responsibility to oversee their own workers. You don't go to make sure to see that Bob, who's running the ride that day, is following all the protocols. There's no oversight of that by the state.
If we have a complaint from a consumer that they have issues with safety on the ride, the department will investigate and make sure that ride operations are proceeding as required by the manufacturer.
Can you tell us, is there a specific standard for training? X number of hours, operating under supervision or apprenticeship for a number of weeks or months? Is there anything like that in the state, or simply a requirement that you write it on paper and file it with the state?
We follow requirements by the manufacturer and take suggestions from the manufacturer on the number of hours that they require someone to be trained to safely operate a ride.
That wasn't written into the manual. Do you have any idea how many hours would be appropriate for somebody to be trained on that? I mean, let's take, for example, if you've got somebody riding an Orange County Schools bus, you've got a bus driver that's been permitted by the state of Florida with a regular driver's license. They need to get a CDL and probably some other things to be driving children to school. There's at least 30 kids on a school bus. There's at least 30 kids on most of these amusement rides. I mean, is this like, wham bam, thank you ma'am, you're getting this training and it could be done in 2 hours, 4 hours, or it could be done in 4 weeks? Is there anybody that makes sure that this is thorough training and not just checking a box and writing a signature?
These are all parts of our investigation that we're not going to be able to comment on.
And let me ask you this as well. It sounds like it's up to the manufacturer to tell you guys what they think is appropriate for their rides. Case in point, I know you're not getting case specific here, but we've got a letter from the manufacturer in this specific case that says a seatbelt isn't necessary, yet I think every person in this room has spoken with multiple experts that said a seatbelt could have saved their lives. Are you guys comfortable just going by what the manufacturer is recommending when it comes to safety measures, or do you think that there needs to be stricter measures in place to make sure?
So that's obviously part of the things that we're investigating, and some of the things that we are looking at the end of the conclusion, if whether or not those are issues to be addressed, and then those are times that we're going to go into statutory changes. We are doing everything that's per the statute, the authority that's been given to us, and a vast majority of the statutory oversight refers back to following the manufacturing guidelines. So our power is limited on following the manufacturer. Even with that letter, our authority goes into we're following the protocols from the manufacturer. So again, these are, as we go through this investigation, if we are finding that that is not appropriate, and again, we're basing it solely on the investigation, not speculation, is when we will be seeing if there's things that can be changed inside of the department or things that may need to be done by the legislature.
Do you think it needs to be strengthened now, just knowing what you know?
I don't know anything yet, is the problem. You know, I am waiting on the investigation. And until which time that we know exactly what happened and exactly what things can or should or potentially needs to be addressed. But I'm not going to jump to any conclusions until the investigation is done. That is not fair to the family. I mean, the family is going to need to know what happened, and we are not going to speculate until which time, because that family needs closure too, and know that based on what happened that we are addressing that situation.
During your investigation, do you find anything before that can worry us about this attraction?
I didn't.
If you found during the investigation something that could worry the department before in your first inspection?
No. When our inspection was done in December to open up the ride, We went through everything that we have to do through the protocols of the manual, of the manufacturer's manual, everything that we saw, that we inspected to open up the ride. We followed the protocols, we followed the manual, and everything was up to par per the manual of the manufacturer.
Are you comfortable with their protocols? Can you tell us, have you spoken personally with any family member?
I have not spoken personally with the family members yet.
Do you feel like you owe it to any consumers to let them know that there's a maximum weight limit?
I said, is your office comfortable with those protocols?
We oversee and inspect thousands of rides throughout the entire state. And so we have to, per the statute, per the protocols across the entire state, follow the manufacturing guidelines. That is what is mandated to the Department of Agriculture. We have no authority to question a manufacturer's protocols unless we have received some type of consumer complaint, and then we follow up, whether it's the manufacturer or the operator, based on that consumer complaint. But at the time when this was open in December, we followed the protocols, we followed the manual of the manufacturer, and everything was exactly as per the manual.
There are a lot of rides around the state, a lot of older rides that have added seat belts over the years for an added protection of safety. Can the state make manufacturers add the seat belts in so that something like this doesn't happen?
Again, we are, for this ride in particular, so I'm only going to, this ride in particular, we are going to, can't jump to that conclusion until the investigation is done. And then we'll make sure we look through if other changes need to be made for the future.
And based on the investigation, I think it may be that we will look at seat belts. You and I drive cars that have seat belts and airbags. So I think redundancy is a good thing. And it may be that the investigation will point out that not only the harness, but an additional safeguard, which would have been a seat belt, could have saved Tyree's life.
Do you think you owe it to consumers in the state of Florida to let people know that there is a maximum weight on some of these rides?
So we go through, so first of all, there are rides that are in throughout the entire state that do have weight limits. And it is up to, unfortunately, this is again things that we're going to be looking into as we go through this investigation, is we have to rely on them. We are our charged responsibility of relying on the manufacturers, how their protocols are put into place, the things, the signage that they're putting into place. We follow the manual. And those are, again, per the investigation, and that is something that should be addressed. At that time, we will address it.
The state statute though says explicitly that signage should be posted about height, weight restrictions, and you're saying based on the way the law is written that it actually falls on the manufacturer's shoulders.
That is correct.
Have you seen any of the video of this accident?
I unfortunately have. And again, I think that we all need to go back down to the basics, that a family lost their son. And no family should have to go through what they are going through right now. And the promise that I can make to the people of our state, we are not taking this lightly. We are going to do everything in our power, and including potentially increasing our power, to make sure that something like this never happens again. This is my solemn promise to you all that we are going to have a complete and thorough investigation that is going to be transparent. That is why I'm here today. That is why our department has created a Dropbox. As we get information, we are going to disclose it. And as soon as our investigation report is done, we will come back here, give a complete thorough of what the investigation shows, be with our elected officials if legislative action needs to be taken, and work together, because no family should ever have to go through this again. And we will do everything in our control to make sure that that does not happen.
Was this the only...
Just to clarify, are you saying that there's no state or federal agency that oversees what these manufacturers are making their made?
That is correct.
How long do you anticipate do what they want?
There is no oversight board that says that. However, per our statutes, every single ride needs to have an affidavit from an engineer, from engineering firms, that sign off via affidavit on actually the protocols of every aspect of the ride, making sure that it is safe. So we have to make sure that when we authorize a ride to open, that we have received that documentation both from the manufacturer and from expert engineer who has done all the necessary testings out there, and that's what we have to rely on.
Are there
The
any other
manual of
complaints
the
out
ride
there?
put a high on a weight, but we couldn't see in the ride any specific of that. Do you think that the riders should be see like the estimate like height or weight when they're gonna ride? Because there's nothing on the part.
Again, we're going to go through the investigation. We're not going to jump to any conclusions of what, at this point, we're going to go through the investigation and make changes based on the output of the investigation.
Are there any other complaints or incidents besides this one that you guys are reviewing and we will be getting, or?
Not that I'm aware of.
Commissioner, how long do you anticipate your investigation?
It's going to take as long as we need to. We are not going to rush this.
Is there any other question that we could answer at this point so we can?
Theme parks, what are other theme parks saying about this?
Yeah.
Have you been in touch with other theme parks, not just Icon Park? Have they reached out to your office? You know, Representative Thompson, I know you mentioned that you wanted to bring everyone to the table when we spoke on Wednesday. Yes. Have they reached out to you? What are they saying? I mean, this is a major industry here in Central.
My staff is working to organize a meeting of the amusement park riders, and I visited Ripley's Believe It or Not earlier this year during a meeting of the Association of Amusement Parks. And as you might imagine, there are no amusement park operators who want to see this kind of tragedy. And so they are very receptive to coming together to talk about what we can do going forward to make things better.
At the end of the day, if you wind up finding issues, does the manufacturer get in trouble? Does the ride operator get in trouble? Does the owner of the ride get in trouble? Like, how would things shake out if you do find issues?
I mean, we have statutory authority as far as fining and obviously shutting down the ride if we feel that it, based on the investigation, that it should not be operative anymore. So based on that's obviously where we're going to go with it. But we have authorization that if we see in the investigation that somebody was derelict in their responsibilities or changed something or did something that was not in alignment with the training or alignment with, you know, the protocols, then of course we have authorization to fine. And of course we know that the legal team on the civil side, that's on them to figure this out.
Commissioner, just to increase your oversight into this, is that something you would have to increase your oversight so much of this is not up to those manufacturers and how they carry this out? Would that be something you can expand yourself, or would that take legislative action to increase your?
Yeah, I mean, some things are definitely, we're going to need help with the legislature, that if we find there's things that we can't do within our purview of our statutes, that's when we are going to go with the legislature and figure out how to make sure that we have increased our control or oversight over this. But again, we're not going to do any of that until we see what exactly happened and make sure that the investigation is thorough. And from there, we'll make whatever determination.
Greg Fox has over here has been.
Quick question. They operate 7 rides here. There's only 2 of them that are closed. Should Slingshot Group be closing all of their rides locally until your investigation is done?
We only have authorization to close the ride that is in question.
All right, is your office at all involved with the sheriff's office's criminal investigation? Any of your
Not at this time. So
and have the theme parks reached out to you specifically, just to circle back on this question?
not that I'm aware of, but no. None of the other theme parks have reached out to us. I mean, everybody is waiting for this investigation to happen and to see what the outcome of it is.
Thank you.
And we're taking the initiative out of my district office to bring the theme park, all of the theme parks are in my House District 44. So we are taking the lead in saying, let's all come together to see how we make sure there's not a reoccurrence of what happened with Slingshot.
Can you explain what Quest Engineering can do that your inspectors aren't able to do, like what goes into their work? Like,
What does Quest Engineer can do that our inspectors?
the forensic engineers, like what are they able to do?
Yeah, they will help us look at the engineering of the ride and come up with any, as in the sandplaster incident that we had, they were able to do a root cause analysis for us and tell us exactly where the failure happened. So we're working in conjunction with them and our inspectors too.
Because remember, what our inspectors do when they come up to a ride is they have the manual. They have the manual that you all have now seen. And our inspectors, who are extremely overly qualified. I mean, I've met with them all. They talk a language that I don't understand. And they go through the manual and they make sure that the ride has been put together by all of the protocols in the manual. They make sure that all of the nuts and bolts are in the right place. all of the safety protocols are in the right place per the manual. So those are what our experts do. The ones that we have hired, where our forensic experts go through and are able to go back and look at the calibrations, go back and look at the mechanisms and the movements, which is not what our engineers do. Our engineers are purely making sure that the equipment is put up to par and is standards that per the manual. This is taking it a step further and saying, okay, this is like if you ever saw a crash scene in a trial, that you've got people that are reenacting the scene. That is what these experts will do, is basically reenact the scene and come to the conclusions of what happened on that unfortunately fatal night.
Have they been
What
out there
about
yet?
the training idea that, do we happen to know whether or not the manufacturer of the ride, at least in the first 6 months of operation or first year, provided not only the training, but also provided its employees to partly or fully operate the ride? Do we know if the manufacturer is the operator of the ride for Slingshot Group?
Okay, repeat that. You lost me there.
So in other words, you make a ride, you sell the ride, but do we know in this case if you not only sold the ride but also provided the employees to actually run it for Slingshot?
No, so there's a separation. You got manufacturer.
Okay.
The manufacturer creates the ride, has the manual. You've all seen the letter from the manufacturer about the question of the seatbelts. Then you have a separate group that operates the ride. So it is the owner, so it's a different than you got manufacturer, owner, operator. So you've got basically 3 other parties here.
I have a question. Is training a part of the inspection when you are permitting a ride?
The department does have training requirements that we mandate that they keep up with training records and then provide those to the department upon request.
But when you're permitting, when a new ride shows up, do you like look to see if training records are already in place, or do they fill out the form that FDAX provides, with the boxes and stuff like that, and they have to keep that readily available?
Right, they do have to keep that readily available. If we have a concern that training hasn't taken place, if we see someone who is unfamiliar with the ride, then we'll ask about training records. But it is their responsibility to keep those and provide them to the department at any time that we request.
So a ride could be permitted without reviewing training records of an employee. I'm just trying to understand the process.
It could be. There's many employees out there, so even when we do that, we look at training records for people demonstrating the ride to us. They're added all the time. These parks add new employees all the time, so
and
that's
then
why we
another
have
question I
that
have is could essentially a manufacturer print a rule book, if you will, create a ride, print a rule book, and say, all right, manufacturer says it's safe. Can I want to sell it to an owner-operator in Florida. Is there any kind of test that you guys look for to make sure that ride is actually safe, or is it all the onus all on the manufacturer?
Yeah, we don't do any. We don't have any authorization to do testing. All of our information is based on the manufacturer and the affidavit that they have to provide from an engineer that they've gone through all of those safety protocols that are in our statutes. So there are safety protocols in our statutes that including that they need to get an affidavit saying that the ride is safe, that it's been tested per these standards, and that's what we have to rely on per our statutes.
Are you good with one more question?
Yeah.
Just one more question, please. That's
Just
good.
a quick question. Did you hire one forensic engineer or multiple external?
It is an entire firm. So it is the Quest Engineering and Failure Analysis. So it is a firm that got hired, and so there's multiple people that could be in that firm. The investigation has started. We know that.
Anything else? Because we're good. I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
All right, so as you can see there, they are continuing this investigation to find out what exactly happened with the ride here and how that 14-year-old fell to his death there. And active investigation still going on. The ride has been shut down pending the outcome of that investigation. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More news coverage from across the country. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Friday edition continues on right here. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on, giving you the top stories and headlines from all over the country as they are coming in. We're going to go out to Boston now, where city officials there are talking about better housing prices there for people that are having a hard time getting out of maybe renting and want to buy a home. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank Sheila Dillon, Kate Bennett, and Michelle McCarthy, who are my colleagues in city government, who have worked tirelessly to help us get to this point today. The Office of Fair Housing and Equity is honored to be on a monitoring committee and is honored to work with the City of Boston to lead this work with this community and the CAC, also known as the Community Activist Committee, to do this very important work. Housing in the City of Boston should not be a privilege. It is a basic human right and is a right that we all need. It is a right that all Bostonians, all residents of the City of Boston have and should have indiscriminately. At this moment, I would like to introduce the members of the CAC who are also members of the monitoring committee and thank them for the hard work that they've done. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank our colleagues from Suffolk School of Law, who's represented by Kelly Vieira, who does the testing program for the City of Boston, which is one of the mandated things that the City of Boston is supposed to do from the 108 goals assigned to the City of Boston from the assessment of fair housing. I want to thank you all for your hard work, and at this moment, I would like to introduce my colleagues and friends from the community and from the CAC, Dr. James Jennings, Kathy Brown, and I call him General Bob Terrell because he gives me a lot of orders. But I would like them to come up at this moment and say a few words. Thank you kindly.
Hi there. So I'm Kathy Brown from the Boston Tenant Coalition, and we have been so lucky to be a part of this since the beginning, and we so appreciate, along with the Office of the Fair Housing, and we so appreciate the partnership with the city, like a real partnership, and it's been amazing. And I want to really highlight where this started. This started with community meetings all around the city involving 500 people, involving about 35 wonderful grassroots organizations like Reclaim Roxbury, Not for Sale, all these great groups that organized these meetings so people could talk about what they saw as the barriers in Boston. And that is what formed the basis of this whole plan. And we're so thrilled to be able to go back to the community and say, here we are. What do you think? Help us monitor this. So I just huge thanks to the community and all the organizers that did this, and the other members of the advisory committee that weren't able to come today. But it's been a great team, and we're really excited to work with the new mayor in the city. And thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm so pleased and honored to be here and share a few words with you about this momentous occasion. And a lot of people who've been involved with this effort and development have already been thanked and appreciated, but I especially want to thank the mayor for helping us to, during Fair Housing Month, keep our eyes on the prize. This is really a very momentous moment for the city of Boston. I mean, just a few months ago, we conjoined fair housing and zoning, and so the first time development and powerful corporate interests can no longer be the handmaiden of gentrification when they have to use a fair housing lens to do their work. The AFH goals that the mayor made reference to, I think this may be the only city so far, at least big city, in the nation that has a monitoring committee to ensure that these goals are not just things on a piece of paper, but also goals that will be monitored, implemented, and reviewed quarterly to make sure that the city of Boston moves forward and takes advantage of this momentous moment in our history. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming out. There are so many people to thank. First, Mayor Wu for having the wisdom and the courage for signing that executive order on January the 20th. Secondly, to my colleagues in the CAC, a tough, feisty, disciplined, hardworking group that never quit in the 5 years it took to bring this to reality. Thirdly, we'd like to thank all the folks in the various neighborhoods of Boston who participated in this process, especially the 2,000 residents of the BHA who participated in a survey to help us document the fair housing barriers in the city of Boston. I take this work very seriously. Many years ago, I won't say how many, so don't count. My parents took me to an event in the middle of Boston Common to hear a speaker talk about the state of the civil rights movement. The speaker was Dr. King. And I never dreamed as a kid that one day I would be standing in City Hall and being asked to serve on a very special committee to make sure that the Fair Housing Act and the 1968 Civil Rights Act, which he died for, is implemented. So this is sacred and serious work to many of us. Thank you all for being here today, and in the words of our mayor, let's get to work.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to invite my colleagues in government, City Councilor at Large Aaron Murphy and State Representative Rob Consalvo to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here to join you all today as we kick off Fair Housing Month. I loved when I came in this morning, I saw the new banner hanging here. It's April. It's a new month. And it's, you know, the month where we celebrate the passage of the Federal Fair Housing Act. And I want to applaud the Mayor's Office of Housing for all the work they do to develop affordable housing and to ensure that renters and homeowners can find, maintain, and stay in their homes. All of those really are crucial, especially coming out of the pandemic. As the Chair of Public Health, Homelessness and Recovery and a proud member of the new Commission to End Family Homelessness, I look forward to my work ahead with the Boston Fair Housing Commission, Mayor's Office of Housing, and the Office of Equity and Inclusion to make sure that we are not discriminating against anyone and we increase the access to housing for everyone in Boston. And if I left out anyone like Kate from BHA and other organizations, I know there's so many out there, and also the residents that I see when I'm out in the neighborhoods at community meetings that, you know, come to us with housing needs and housing concerns. So I'm looking forward to the work ahead. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. State Representative Rob Consalvo. I wanted to be here today because I know that there's no greater issue, I feel, facing the City of Boston or the Commonwealth of Massachusetts than housing. And I want to thank the Mayor for her leadership in this avenue. I want to thank the Council and the Boston City Council, and of course, our community leaders to my right, who I've known for many years in many different capacities, who do such great work advocating for not just housing, but other issues all across our city. And I just want to say that as a member of the Housing Committee in the Massachusetts House of Representatives, I look forward to continuing to partner with our City Council and our Mayor to make sure that we're continuing to be a leader in housing across the country. And we are. Kate Bennett from the Boston Housing Authority, Sheila Dillon, the greatest housing chief in the United States of America, are working hard every single day to make sure that housing is on the forefront and that we're doing all we can to promote and support housing in our community. And I look forward to being that partner in the City of Boston and in the legislature and at the Housing Committee to help get this work done. Thank you.
So much more work ahead, but very, very excited and honored. You can hear the momentum that we have from all across the community. Any questions from media? Okay, sure. Let's do on topic first if there are any, and then we'll come right back. Everyone good? Yep. So the question was, how will this affect zoning in particular and affordable housing allocations in every neighborhood? And I'll invite up our experts to chime in as well. From a big picture view, this requirement now makes it such that as we are taking into account as a city and as the approving authorities, when we take into account the impacts of development and giving out approvals, the impact of stabilization or destabilization of committees is now firmly included in that analysis. And it also means that we will have an incredible a committee of leaders able to help keep us accountable to the goals around whether renters are being treated fairly across our city, how the city is making progress according to the goals, and these are all laid out. You heard the number 108 a couple times, so there are a lot of things that we are going to be holding ourselves to, a very high standard, and looking to our monitoring committee to make sure that we make good on those commitments. Anyone want to add anything?
I think you said it.
Good. Okay, great. Good. Yeah. Okay. So this is a great question about how this affects projects currently in the pipeline, and in this case, the affordable housing allocation of various projects, including Dorchester Bay City. We are not there yet as a city in terms of fully transforming our development approvals process to reflect the need for a holistic sense of what our communities need. That's not just the growth and development, but also climate resiliency, affordability, transportation access to fresh foods and schools that make sense in that area. And so as we continue to make changes to the structures and the organizational processes that we're evaluating development by, having this in place to keep us accountable even in the very immediate short term is going to be incredibly important. I am not happy with how the levels of affordability that we are seeing across many of the ways in which our city has been growing. We clearly have seen that reflected in the census numbers. We clearly have seen that reflected in housing prices. It is harder and harder to be able to stay and afford and not just live but thrive in the communities that so many of our residents have built for decades and generations. And so we are using every possible tool that we have right now, not just thinking about our zoning and development processes, but also investing this once-in-a-generation opportunity of federal funds through, the guidance and leadership of Chief Dillon and Director Bennett into affordable housing affordability as the largest expenditure that the city will make of those federal funds. By the time all is said and done, across our city operational budget, across the ARPA funding and the city's capital budget, we are looking at, I think the last figure, and we're still finalizing some budget numbers before the official presentation, but it should be well over $300 million, probably closer to the $350 million figure in terms of what is being directed into housing affordability in this moment. And even that is not enough. Even that is just starting to fill up the bucket in a way while we're trying to plug the holes at the same time. And so we still need to change our systems as well. That's why this work is really important in the long run as we continue to find ways to not just help finance, support, and subsidize public housing, to close gap financing for various development affordable housing proposals from our CDC partners and affordable housing developers, but really incentivizing the private real estate market as well to be a partner in how we deliver the resources that we need. Today is April 1st, which is Fair Housing Month, but also supposed to be the start of Outdoor Dining Month beginning. I know people all across the city are so eager and excited to see their restaurants and their favorite businesses now able to be outside and to bring people together safely in person, to see that support and to shop local. We are working on a number of different processes, and so I believe there has been a big step forward at the state as the legislature's supplemental budget does include the outdoor dining legislation. As of this morning, I had not heard if the governor had signed that yet, so my understanding is that it hasn't been. I'm not sure. It's not totally finalized at the state, so we are still waiting on some of those approvals. But in the meantime, the city is working very diligently to ensure that all of the exact layouts, parts, patio by patio, are set, and that we can have all of the safety provisions and the processes so that we can have a safe, successful, and vibrant outdoor dining season.
How quickly, I'm totally on the governor's desk. Right. How quickly can you do those permits if you get that statement?
Yeah, we are really at this point working individually with each restaurant just to double check what the dimensions are and to make sure that the street layout works with the safety protocols and all of that. And so I think things are well underway, and we should see our patios opening up any day now in the city of Boston.
And some of them have been frustrated that the regulations changed so much. We feel like it's a streamlined process before, and now it's very onerous for them to get over. The process not just the permits for them, but it's the actual they have to do by this. Anything that you can do to streamline the process a little more and take away some of these restrictions.
Yep, so the question was about how it is still very frustrating for business owners to satisfy all some new requirements in the process this year, and what we can do just to lift that burden a little bit. I share their sense of frustration and desire to make it as easy as possible for our small businesses to come back and
We were listening there to the mayor of Boston and other city officials there. They're going a little bit off topic there, but I just wanted to bring that to you right here for you on Live Now from Fox. It's really all coming as housing prices hit a national high just this past week here. So record high home prices, and not easy for first-time buyers at all at this moment. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to go out to Governor Ron DeSantis, who is making some remarks with law enforcement there in Florida. We'll have it for you on the other side of the break. We are back here live for you on Live Now from Fox, showing you how the market is doing on this Friday here. You can see sort of mixed right here, just down about 45 points there, but a lot of up and down action. So we'll see as it gets closer to the end of the trading day, just how it all mixes out. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's continue. Take you out to Florida right now. Governor Ron DeSantis making some remarks with law enforcement there. Let's listen.
And her being here, and we've got a number of legislators here with us. We have Representatives Leak, Soroy, and Altman, and we have Senators Mayfield and Tom Wright. So I want to thank them for their support for this initiative. We've done a lot to support the men and women of law enforcement in the state of Florida over the last few years. That was that type of support was few and far between in our country, unfortunately. And you had jurisdictions around this country slashing funding for police, whether it's Seattle, Minneapolis, New York City. You had a lot of politicians demagoguing people in law enforcement, blaming law enforcement for this, that, or the other thing. We never did that in Florida. I mean, we never once backed down from supporting the folks who wear the uniform, who wear the badge, and who put themselves at risk to keep us safe. And so as that was going on, we made our positions clear. We were willing to call out a lot of the demagoguery, but we also took a lot of tangible actions to show that we are a law and order state and we support the folks who wear the uniform. And so last year we signed HB 1, which among other things effectively prohibits local government from defunding law enforcement in the state of Florida. They try to do that. We put the money back in at the state level because we saw what a disastrous experiment that was in different parts of the country, and we're not going to allow that to get off the ground here in the state of Florida, and we were one of the first states to do that. We also, as they were moving money out of police departments, we were not going to do that, but we wanted to do more. So in 2021, we did $1,000 bonuses for every single sworn law enforcement officer in the entire state of Florida. That's tens of thousands of people. We also did the firefighters and the EMTs, so our whole first responder community, and it's great to get $1,000. You're not going to end up wealthy if you're working in law enforcement. It's a public service. But the thing that people liked most about it was just the fact that, hey, here's the state of Florida actually taking time and resources to thank us for what we're doing. And so I think people felt that the community had their back, and I think that's very, very important, particularly what we've seen in other parts of the country. And then I announced yesterday, we haven't approved the budget yet, but we're going through different portions of it. There is a portion of the budget at my request to do the $1,000 bonuses for the second year in a row, and we are doing that. I announced that we're approving it, so when the budget is signed over the next few weeks, we will have $1,000 bonuses for every sworn law enforcement officer in the state of Florida for the second year in a row. So we're proud of that, and I know that that'll be very meaningful for a lot of people. At the same time, as we were thinking about what we wanted to do in this legislative session to continue our momentum and continue to solidify Florida's reputation as a law and order state and continuing to make sure that we have public safety be paramount, we look for what could we do. And you saw how unhappy a lot of these folks were in some of these agencies across the country, the lack of support, how low morale was, how they were eviscerating the budgets. And we said, we've got openings in Florida. We want to incentivize really strong, high-quality people to pursue law enforcement as a vocation in the state of Florida. And that may mean that you leave Seattle or Chicago or some of these places and come to Brevard County Sheriff's Office. But it could also mean that you're somebody that's in Florida trying to determine what you want to do with your life. And we wanted to say that this law enforcement profession is a noble calling, and we want to support you if you make that decision to go and protect and serve. And so we started working on what we could do, what it would look like, and this turned into House Bill 3, which we're going to sign into law in a few minutes here today. And it does a number of things, but kind of the thing that got the most publicity right after that was last summer at the Fraternal Order of Police National Convention, I announced that anybody who is new to law enforcement in Florida, whether they're in Florida and they choose to go into it as a profession for the first time, or if you're qualified and you transfer from someplace out of state into one of our agencies in Florida, that you would be eligible for a $5,000 bonus. And that was something that a lot of people thought was really, really strong. In fact, I was talking to some of these folks, to some of these new deputies. They came from New York and Washington State. They're like, yeah, people are saying that Governor DeSantis is handing out checks. We got to get to Florida. People know. So it did make a difference. And so if you are somebody who's starting out or somebody who's transferring in, we want to show that we support what you're doing, that what you're doing is meaningful, and you will will be able to get a $5,000 recruitment bonus. And I think that there's going to be, it's the right thing to do, but strategically for our state, given everything you're seeing in a lot of these other states, we have the opportunity. I mean, we already have strong law enforcement, but I mean, we are just going to have no peer in terms of the folks that we have working throughout our municipal, county, and state agencies in the state of Florida. So that $5,000 bonus is significant, and we're really happy. But we're doing more than just that in HB3. We're actually creating the Florida Law Enforcement Academy Scholarship Program, which will cover tuition, fees, and up to $1,000 of eligible education expenses for trainees enrolled in a law enforcement officer basic recruit training program. We have other successful initiatives like the Bright Future Scholarship if you want to go to, say, the University of Central Florida or University of Florida, which is great, and it's been good. Well, let's also offer scholarship opportunities for folks who are going to the academy. The legislation also creates a reimbursement program to pay for up to $1,000 of equivalency training costs for certified law enforcement officers who relocate to Florida or members of the special operations community in our military. And the idea is if you have these great skills, either with another agency out of state or in these key positions in the military, we want to be able to facilitate your transfer in and defray these costs. The bill exempts veterans from taking the basic skills test as a prerequisite to entering a law enforcement officer basic recruit training program. It also exempts those with associate degrees or higher. We are also making, and this is something that was not originally in our proposal, and I give credit to the legislature for doing this, we're making dependent children of law enforcement officers eligible for our Family Empowerment Scholarship Program. And so that's a program, school choice program, where primarily, low-income families are able to access a scholarship and then take that to the school of their choice. Traditionally, a family that would have maybe two earners, one of whom in law enforcement, would probably make a little bit too much to qualify for that. Well, now, regardless of income, the dependents of law enforcement officers are eligible for family empowerment, and we think that that's something that's really, really significant. We also know that law enforcement officers are important, trustworthy members of our society, and so we've had an initiative led by our First Lady to increase adoptions across the state, and we want to make sure that law enforcement officers really are somebody that we would turn to for assistance for kids in need. And so the legislation provides law enforcement officers who adopt a child from within the state child welfare system with a $10,000 benefit and a $25,000 benefit if you adopt a child with special needs. And so I think that when you look at folks who are pillars of our community, these are certainly some who are, and we just want to recognize that and see if there's a way that we can incentivize them to help with some of our most needy in our society. And so there's a lot of great stuff in here. I'm just proud that it all came together. We put out these things and we work really hard to get them across the finish line, and then when they do, it's a great thing. And so today's bill signing is really monumental. I don't think there's any place in the country that is doing as much for law enforcement as we are doing with this bill here today. And I think you probably look back in the history of our state, and it'd be hard to find an example of doing this much, particularly when you add in the other bonuses that we're doing and everything else we've done over the last few years. So this is big, this is meaningful, and we're going to hear from a few more people first, but then I'll be happy to sign the bill and make it official. So our Attorney General, Ashley Moody, has been strongly supportive of these initiatives from day one, and she's here with us today.
Thank you, Governor. And I like how you phrase that, strongly supportive. What he's trying to say is I've been bugging him about this incessantly for a really long time, but I appreciate that gentle reference. This is an incredible day for law and order in Florida. As the Attorney General, but also as the wife of a law enforcement officer, I am so grateful to our amazing governor, Governor DeSantis, and the legislators behind me that fully supported this. This will go a long way to ensuring we can have the best and the brightest filling our law enforcement ranks. As you may know, 9 out of 10 agencies nationwide are experiencing staffing shortages. And why is that dangerous? Because that affects efficiency and morale within law enforcement. So we knew we needed to take some bold steps in Florida. Today is a celebration of those steps. And I will tell you, we have a website for anyone watching that is thinking about joining the ranks or moving here from another state. Sadly, I heard stories from those who have moved from New York and Washington. One said that the week they left and just made the decision to move from New York to Florida, 2 law enforcement officers were assassinated in New York City. And their mother asked them to relocate to Florida. When I've stood with other officers that came here from other places in the nation, they've said when they told him he could park his car in his driveway and that would be okay, he knew he had made the right decision. So if anyone is watching this and wants to be part and live in a state, be part of a law enforcement family, knows that they're valued, they're held up, they're admired for coming into and taking that oath to this noble profession, consider moving to sweet, sweet Florida. If those of you don't know what that means, there was a video released today by the Van Zant brothers that say Florida is sweet, sweet Florida, and our governor stars in that, but it is. And one of the reasons it's such an incredible state is because we value the men and women in law enforcement. We understand that law and order is important for a free society, within a state, within a nation. And if you want to move here, go to beafloridahero.com. There's an interactive map. You can click on an area of Florida you're interested in, and whether that's a state position, a county position, or a city position in law enforcement, you can see all of the vacancies that are available to you. Thank you again to our incredible leaders. Most importantly, thank you to all of you who wear a badge, who made the courageous decision to sign up for this profession. We are all grateful to you and for your service.
All right. Thank you. And yes, you can go sweetfloridasong.com. I think people like it, and I like it, so we'll see kind of how it goes. All right, Sheriff Ivey, come on up here.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, Governor, thank you. Thank you for your strong leadership, not only for law enforcement, but for the state of Florida. And if you haven't had a chance to see the video yet, he's not only the star, it's about him. It's about his leadership and his love for this country. So we're honored to host you here and host this bill signing. As our general said, we love it when great law enforcement officers want to come to work here. I'm going to encourage you, instead of going to heroes.com, to go to Brevard County Sheriff's Office.com and come to work. But this bill is a game changer. It's a game changer for law enforcement in the state of Florida, and it's a game changer for law enforcement officers outside the state of Florida. They now can come here knowing that they're being not only recruited and asked to come do their jobs, but when they get here, they're going to be allowed to do their jobs. Our governor, our attorney general, our sheriffs all stand strong on law and order and allow their men and women to get it done, to go out and put bad people in jail and not apologize for it, because that's what we get paid to do. We're blessed. We have 3 of our team. If you guys will raise your hands over there for us. 2 of them, husband and wife, from New York, and the other from the state of Washington. They came here for the exact reasons you heard the governor say. They came here before this House bill obviously was signed. They came here because they want to do their jobs. They want to be allowed to protect citizens, to protect communities, and they are proud to be here. We're proud to have them. If you talk to any law enforcement agency today, they will tell you that the #1 problem they face, in addition to fighting crime, is recruiting and retention of quality law enforcement officers. This bill gives this great state the opportunity to bring the best of the best here to us, the opportunity to incentivize them to be able to come here and to do their jobs and to be respected for it. So, Governor, it is our honor to not only host this bill signing, but to have you here and to know how much you love law enforcement officers and first responders.
Absolutely.
So, thank you, sir.
Thank you. And we do not have the leadership from the legislature, Speaker Sproul, Senator Simpson. I want to thank them for stepping up and shepherding this thing through the process. But we do have to speak on behalf of the legislatures, Representative Tom Leek from Volusia County.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Thank you, General. Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you for everyone who was with us along this this process. You know, as you looked out a year ago, maybe even 18 months ago, and you started to see how an entire profession of good people were being vilified for the bad acts of a few, you started to wonder to yourself, how are we going to get people to stay in this profession that is so desperately needed? And the governor came up with recruitment and retention. So I began to have meetings with the law enforcement officials that I knew, and we sat down and we took all the new recruits, and we put them in a room, we kicked all the brass out and said, why are you here? The biggest reason they're here is because they knew that the governor and the state of Florida supports them. And I'll just conclude with, in Florida, we don't defund the police. Not today, not tomorrow, and not ever. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will get back to Governor Ron DeSantis a little bit later today. We definitely want to take his news conference that will be at the end of this, so we might go back to that a little bit in just a little bit here. But we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, everybody, we're going to be going out to Jersey because St. Peter's, they are getting ready to celebrate a historic March Madness run, and we'll have all of the latest updates coming up in just 2 minutes, everyone.
No, Tim.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today on this Friday edition. Well, if you've been watching the March Madness, you've been knowing that, well, your brackets are probably gone by now at this time anyway, but you've seen a lot of bracket busting, and it had a lot to do with the St. Peter's team because they were going, they went all the way to the Elite Eight. No one picked it besides probably some of the family members here of these players and some really big basketball fans as well. But today's a big parade for them, and they're going to be celebrating it in style. And right now we got Fox 5's Matt King out there in Jersey ahead of the parade where they are gearing up for a big celebration.
Yeah, Mike, I have not checked the precedent, but it's probably pretty unusual to throw a parade for a team that loses in the quarterfinals. But so too is a 15 seed from a college the size of a high school advancing all the way to the Elite Eight. The most improbable run in tournament history ended last weekend with a blowout loss to UNC. But along the way, the Peacocks became the first 15 seed ever to advance to an Elite Eight. They won their first, their second, and their third tournament games in program history and became the first team from their athletic conference ever to advance to a Sweet 16. To celebrate that, the city here, Jersey City, is throwing the school a parade up JFK Boulevard here, and then there'll be a pep rally where I'm standing in front of campus later this afternoon to celebrate the players and their coach. That coach, by the way, it was just announced earlier this week, will be moving to Seton Hall next year, so this parade will also be a sort of goodbye to him. One marketing agency estimates that This run to the Elite Eight gave the school $130 million in free publicity. The school endowment, the entire school endowment, by the way, is 3.5 times less than that, Mike.
You know what I love so much about that story? It reminded us all, too. It doesn't matter if you're maybe not picked to win it, but it reminds not only college players, but high school players, but even, youth leagues. It doesn't matter if another team is supposed to be a little bit better. You still got to play the game.
Absolutely. Always got to play the game. Anything can happen in one game. That said, judging by the fact that a 15 seed, a 13 seed, a 12 seed never made it as far as this school did to the Elite Eight. Oftentimes, chalk does win. If you look at our Final Four this year, there's plenty of blue blood programs in there, so a very improbable run.
Yeah, amazing to see there, and I know they're going to be celebrating very nicely coming up here in just a little bit. We appreciate the preview as we will show a little bit later of this parade. Thanks so much, Matt.
Of course.
And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, what we will do now is take another quick 2-minute break, but I do want to go back out to Governor Ron DeSantis. Now he's in the news briefing here of taking some reporter questions, and we want to take that, and you won't miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Governor Ron DeSantis now taking questions from the media. We always want to take that. And here we go, right here on Live Now from Fox.
Officers that go work for a city police department, they're eligible too. And then also our state agencies. If you come work for Highway Patrol, you're eligible for the bonus there too. And then I think the legislature did a good job to say, okay, the governor wants to do the 5,000 and wants to do the scholarships for training and then make it easier to come in. But what else can we do to show support? And so doing things like the Family Empowerment Scholarship, I mean, that's going to be a really meaningful thing. I mean, that will be the chance for a police officer, son or daughter, to maybe go to a different school that better suits their needs, and they may not have had the ability to do that in the past. And so I think it was, we obviously put the marker down, but I think a lot of folks contributed, and I think the legislature did a really good job. And the product that they produced was better than what I had initially proposed. And that's not always the case when you deal with this process, but in this case it was, and so they deserve a lot of credit for it.
Governor, can we switch gears a little bit? I know you've talked about Disney, it feels like, for the last couple of days. But here in Central Florida, there are some millions of dollars in tax incentives that they could get for bringing employees to Lake Nona. Is the state considering taking some of those incentives away from Disney?
So those are not Disney specific. They do not, people have been reporting they're getting all this. They have not qualified for any tax incentives. And I think what people are pointing to is just a general program that we have for every business. Now, others have pointed out in the legislature some of the things that are really unique to Disney over many, many decades, where they have gotten essentially this one corporation put on a pedestal and treated differently, not only than other business, but even on other theme parks. And so that is something I know that they're scrutinizing, but there are no special tax breaks that are Disney specific that we would contemplate. Anything that they would ever be eligible for would be ones that any business would be eligible for. Now, the legislature can certainly reevaluate that as a whole, but my view is we should just treat everybody equally. We shouldn't let one company have their own set of rules compared to everybody else. And I think they've been able to sustain this because they've had a lot of clout for many, many decades. And I think now, with seeing kind of what's happening, it's not just opposing a bill. I think it's demagoguing the bill, but then also these videos with these people out in California who are working very high up in this company. The stuff coming out of their mouths is unbelievable, that they view their programming as a way to inject a lot of these topics into programming for very young kids. And I think I can tell you, as a parent of young kids, that is not what I want to be seeing, them talking about pushing an agenda, an ideological agenda. So I think there's a whole host of stuff, but it's really going to be up for the legislature to reevaluate. I could tell you, just as a matter of first principle, if you didn't have lobbying heft and you didn't have a lot of influence, I think a lot of those things that have accumulated over the years would probably not be justifiable.
Do you think the Disney Reedy Creek District should be dissolved?
Well, I think that the legislature is going to have to look to see. I mean, I can tell you, I was shocked to see some of the stuff that's in there. They could do their own nuclear power plant. Is there any other private company in the state that can just build a nuclear power plant on their own? They're able to do certain things that nobody else is able to do. So I think they're right to be looking at this and reevaluating it, and having an even playing field for everybody, I think is much better than to basically allow one company to be a law unto itself.
Governor, you're taking active steps. Can you give us specifics on what your next moves are going forward with this?
With these bonuses?
No, with the Disney.
Oh. Well, honestly, I don't know if one of the legislators would want to weigh in on it. I mean, as you know, this stuff is in statutory. These are in Florida statutes. I mean, this is stuff that the legislature has passed. So me as the governor, I could be presented with changes to that, and I think I've said I'd be receptive to that. But ultimately, the legislature would have to move forward. So I know that there's a lot of discussion about that, and we'll just see. We'll see how that shakes out.
Governor, you kept your promise and vetoed the new congressional map while also calling for an April special legislative session. Why do you feel that's important? What do you expect to come out of that?
So I told them that they were running into a veto, and they passed it. It's their prerogative, but obviously I followed through on my word on that. There had been some lawsuits filed that basically said the state of Florida is malapportioned because there were no congressional districts in place, which was true. But clearly, we have responsibility to work with the legislature to do it. You can't just let a court draw this, and I think there's broad agreement with that. So they will come back in the middle of April to be able to do it, and I fully anticipate that will be done. I think it'll be done efficiently, and hopefully it'll be something that I will sign very quickly, and then we can just kind of move on with the election setup. Everything else is in place. The other maps are in place for what's going to be on the legislative side. This is kind of the only one question mark remaining, and I think that they're going to be able to resolve it, and then we'll move forward. And then also, just because we were talking about elections, and I have the Attorney General here, I saw steam coming out of her head this morning when we mentioned this ruling about the election integrity law. So it's definitely going to be appealed. I did mention that yesterday. We know going in with certain judges that they're going to rule on political basis or partisan basis, and we anticipated that. But I mean, this was just like the stuff that was in there was absurd, and so it will be appealed. I don't think there's any question that it will be stayed and reversed. I don't know if that will be very quickly, if it will take a little bit. But this was way, way outside the bounds of what the current law is and what the current precedent is. And think about it. To say that somehow it's like a major violation to not just put these drop boxes in the middle of like a busy street corner or something like they do in other states, that is not good for election security. I mean, you need those ballot boxes have got to be safeguarded. I mean, that's something that's very sacred stuff. And so some of the things that we're in, to say that that's how some type of a problem, that we don't want to go down that road that other states have done, was not something. But it was not something, the decision was not unexpected for us, but there will absolutely be an appeal, and I would be very, very confident that we would be able to do. Do you want to add anything?
Let me just say, in my 2 decades as a lawyer, over a decade as a judge, I've seen a lot of orders, thousands of orders. That order went very far outside the bounds of what I would expect from a judicial officer, and 100% guarantee we will appeal.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you. Take that.
All right. So once again, Governor Ron DeSantis putting some pressure there on Disney, as learning there that he once again commented on the possibility that state lawmakers could move to repeal the 1967 Reedy Creek Improvement Act over Disney's stated and financial opposition to the recently signed parental rights in education law. DeSantis said that a potential repeal of the act would not be made purely in retaliation over Disney's behavior, but could instead be part of a bigger effort to strip the corporation of what the governor called special privileges. So we'll keep an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox as well. We'll show you now what just departed Florida, and that was SpaceX right here. Take a look here as the rocket now high above the Earth here. Let's listen into a little play-by-play from SpaceX.
On your screen are live views from the first and second stage, with the first stage making its way back down towards the Atlantic Ocean to land on our drone ship, Just Read the Instructions, and the second stage on your right in the first of 3 planned MVAC burns. We're about 2 minutes from the start of that stage 1 entry burn, which is about a 20-second burn that slows that first stage down as it enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Acquisition signal, Bermuda.
Now for today's mission, the stage 1 landing burn will follow under a minute after the end of our stage 1 entry burn. And that'll land the first stage on our drone ship, Just Read the Instructions. And to put the deceleration of the landing burn into perspective, around 60 minutes or 60 seconds away from landing, the first stage is moving about 2,000 miles per hour. Then in less than a minute, we'll rapidly reduce speed in order to prep for landing, and the first stage slows down to just about 87 miles per hour when the landing legs deploy just prior to landing. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs made out of carbon fiber with aluminum honeycomb, and they're placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, and they'll deploy just prior to landing. We're under 30 seconds to the start of that stage 1 entry burn. It's a really cool view of the Atlantic Ocean from the first stage on your left.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Here's the start of the stage 1 entry burn.
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
Did have a successful stage 1 entry burn. And as I mentioned earlier, we will be attempting to recover
Stage 1 FTS received.
this booster for the 7th time today on our drone ship. Just read the instructions.
Stage 1 transonic.
The first stage has just one more burn left.
Terminal
and
guidance.
That's the landing burn. We'll be starting here in just a few seconds. And at the same time, the second engine, the MVAC will actually shut off at the same time as the start of that landing burn.
Stage 1's landing burn. Seco 1.
There's second engine cutoff 1, and you heard that we did start our stage 1 landing burn. This is about a 20-second burn of the single
Nominal
engine.
orbit insertion.
As you can see, we did have a successful landing of our first stage, as well as a confirmation of a nominal second stage orbit in the middle there. Now coming up in about 5 minutes, we are expecting the start of the deployment sequence. There will be 20 deployments of 40 spacecraft, which will occur over a 73-minute period of time. Now this includes CubeSats, microsats, picosats, non-deploying hosted payloads, and an orbital transfer vehicle carrying spacecraft to be deployed at a later time. Now, as I mentioned at the start of the webcast, due to the lack of the ground station coverage, at times we expect only a handful of our deployments will be visible today. However, we do expect to have telemetry and hear audio confirmation over the nets when in range of ground stations. Now again, to see the full list of deployments for all 40 satellites on today's mission, head over to SpaceX.com. With that said, the first 3 payload deployments are going to happen during a blackout period where we will lose live camera views and telemetry. There is a possible blackout period when we plan to relight the MVAC engine on the second stage for its second burn at about T plus 28 minutes into flight. Because all critical data is stored and forwarded, we will confirm deployment of the first 3 payloads once we regain ground station coverage in the Maldives around the T plus 57-minute mark. For now, we're going to take a short break during this blackout period, and we'll leave you with the animation of where we are.
All right, always a great thing to see SpaceX, especially when they're able to land part of that rocket back down and stick the landing. Awesome to see. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Friday edition continues. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We want to take you out to this House hearing from earlier talking about defense strategies, given everything that we're seeing really across the country and around the world. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
But that crisis further highlights that EUCOM seaborne defense is a priority and we have to address it. Making investments to counter a shifting threat environment requires sound policy, and sound policy requires an understanding of where things stand. So the department, myself and Assistant Secretary Rosenblum, are undertaking our first ever biodefense posture review this year. This review will guide our biodefense-related activities and investments to support force protection, research and development, capability acquisition, and the required DoD expertise across the spectrum of biological threats. And this year, the department will also begin refreshing our CWMD strategy. That strategy will be informed by the bioposture review, as well as the National Defense Strategy, Secretary of Defense's guidance, and our assessment of the shifting threat environment. So thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, for your continued support of the department's CWMD mission, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, and now recognize Vice Admiral Green.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman Gallego, Ranking Member Kelly, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to represent the United States Special Operations Command today. On behalf of General Clark, it is my privilege to join Dr. John Plum, Ms. Deborah Rosenblum, and Dr. Reese Williams at this hearing, and look forward to discussing how we work together to address some of the most critical national security challenges facing our country, our allies, and our partners. Weapons of mass destruction are a complex trans-regional problem that continues to present a direct threat to U.S. and allied interest and requires the application of specialized expertise and authorities across the whole of government. I welcome discussion related to U.S. SOCOM's role as a Defense Department's coordinating authority for counter-WMD, the unique challenges we face, the work we've done against both current and future WMD threats, and our priorities for the coming year. Over the past year, in concert with our partners within the department and across the interagency, we contributed to the development of the national defense and national military strategies, enhanced joint force resiliency through an implementation of WMD-focused ready assessments, improved global exercise and training by incorporating realistic nuclear, chemical, and biological threats into scenarios, and improved integration and information sharing with the interagency as well as our allies and partners. However, as Dr. Plum and Ms. Rosenblum said, Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and the potential use of weapons of mass destruction demands a sense of urgency in making deterrent and defensive investments. To that end, next year, in coordination with our partners in OSD, the Joint Staff, and the interagency, we will continue to advance joint force readiness, produce actionable CWMD assessments, and make recommendations for improvement where needed. We will ensure the department's plans address evolving WMD threats. We will continue to accelerate information sharing through close coordination with the intelligence community, and we will coordinate CWMD equities into globally integrated operations activities and investments. General Clark and I would like to thank the members of this subcommittee for their support of this urgent national security priority. It is a privilege to work together with our colleagues to keep our country and allies safe from the threat of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. We look forward to our continued collaboration with them, with members of Congress, with our interagency and international partners to ensure our safety and readiness now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Dr. Williams.
Chairman Gallego, Ranking Member Kelly, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the invitation to testify today. This committee and its members have long provided outstanding support to the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, also known as DTRA. and I look forward to offering you an update on our vital work in countering and deterring weapons of mass destruction and emerging threats. On behalf of the over 2,200 military and civilians, I'm proud to appear today alongside Ms. Deborah Rosenblum, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear, Chemical, and Biological Defense Programs, Dr. John Plum, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy, and Vice Admiral Green, Deputy Commander, U.S. Special Operations Command. There are few greater challenges to U.S. national interest than those posed by weapons of mass destruction and emerging threats. DTRA takes pride in providing the technological, the operational, and intellectual capacity within the department to meet these challenges. Our world-class workforce and unparalleled professional network, access, and credibility give us an unmatched advantage in enabling the Department of Defense, the U.S. government, and international partners to detect, deter, and defeat weapons of mass destruction and emerging threats in all theaters. As both a defense agency and a combat support agency and the principal counter weapons of mass destruction organization within the Defense Department, we serve as the linchpin between the department's counter-WMD strategies and its practitioners. Through Ms. Rosenblum and Dr. Plum and their subordinate components, the agency receives guidance, priorities, and oversight in the areas of nuclear matters, chemical and biological defense, threat reduction, and arms control. At the same time, we support U.S. Special Operations Command role as the coordinating authority for counter weapons of mass destruction and work very closely with Vice Admiral Green's staff as well as those of the other combatant commands, providing strategic, operational, and tactical planning and expertise, as well as embedded support in material and non-material counter weapons of mass destruction solutions. These dual roles provide a synergy that is key to the successful execution of our counter-WMD mission and supports the National Defense Strategy's vision of integrated deterrence. The work that we plan, program, and execute on behalf of the department and its stakeholders ensures a safe, secure, reliable, and effective nuclear deterrent, enables the joint force allies and partners to compete and win against adversaries. The National Defense Strategy highlights both of these lines of effort as key enablers for integrated deterrence. DTRA is postured and ready to support Secretary Austin's goal of developing, combining, and coordinating the department's strengths to maximum effect. In pursuit of this goal, we play a key role across the counter-WMD community. So on behalf of DTRA's dedicated workforce, I thank you for your continued support of our critical work in safeguarding the lives and the interests of the U.S., our allies, and our partners abroad. Thank you for your time today and the invitation to participate, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for the construction back. I'm assuming it is contractors and not the Russians trying to drill in to listen to what's happening here. Dr. Rosenblum, we're going to move to our question period. Dr. Rosenblum, we can start with you and then move to anyone else who would like to comment. Russia's misinformation, disinformation campaigns have touched on all three main categories of WMD, biological, chemical, and nuclear. How do we frame our efforts in ways that account for the likelihood that Russia will probably continue this behavior?
Thank you, Chairman, for that question. The department remains very concerned about the ability to get accurate and transparent information out to the U.S. public as well as certainly our allies and the rest of the world. So one of the things that the department has been doing, and this is particularly related to the public health laboratories in Ukraine that is being tragically used by the Russians as a potential for a false flag operation. From the White House on down through the Department of Defense, as well as Department of States, as well as all of the vehicles that we have to be able to communicate accurate information out about this and the work that has been underway. I can say to you unequivocally, there are no offensive biologic weapons in the Ukraine laboratories that the United States has been involved with.
Without a doubt. Anyone else want to take a question or a crack at that? Well, moving on then. Dr. Williams, the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program has unique authorities, like commingling funds from other nations for urgent threat reduction needs. Is CTR exercising these authorities actively, and can you share any recent examples?
Thank you for that question, sir. Yes, sir. As you noted, the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program does have unique authorities within Title 50 specifically. We do commingle funds that come in from other organizations. As a matter of fact, a recent amount of funding has come in from the United Kingdom for work in these particular areas. We have a very active program, as was said earlier, in over 30 countries. Last year alone, we had 70 engagements across the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program across all areas of responsibility in the combatant commands, closely coordinated, obviously, with Dr. Plum and his office, where we receive those policy determinations on where to work within the agency. So, sir, it's a very active program, and it's one that, as Dr. Plum said, has paid incredible dividends over the 30 years that we've been working with this program. As a matter of fact, this year we celebrated the 30th anniversary. It was a major milestone for the program. Thank you for the question, sir.
And to follow up, DITRO's focus on countering, deterring weapons of mass destruction. I'm interested in hearing about the more advanced capabilities in countering and detecting chemical and biological threats, and specifically actions you have taken to support what is happening in Ukraine. And obviously, if some of that has to stay on during the classified briefing, we can do that, but anything that can be shared publicly also be good to know.
Thank you for that question, sir. The agency is the science and technology portion of the Chemical and Biological Defense Program that's operated under Ms. Rosenblum's authorities as the Assistant Secretary for Nuclear, Chemical, and Biological Defense. We work very closely also with the Army's Joint Program Executive Office for Chemical and Biological Defense to provide cutting-edge capabilities for the Joint Force, as well as in close coordination with our partners and allies as well. Everything from leading-edge detectors, capabilities to weave together new data in new ways. As Ms. Rosenblum said, data is a place where we can spend a considerable amount of time in terms of activities. And in terms of our activities in support of U.S. European Command, sir, in terms of those activities, we've had almost 200 requests for support from not only European Command, but across the DoD and interagency. So as you know, we run the 24/7, 365 technical reach-back capability that does modeling across the chem, bio, nuclear spectrum. And because of that, we've been asked questions that range from if something was to happen to a Ukrainian nuclear power plant, where would the plume go, and across the board. It's something we actively are monitoring now, sir, and I'm happy to answer a few more specifics in the closed session.
Thank you, Doctor. I now yield to Ranking Member Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the department balances the shift in resources between counter, VEO, and great power competition, what are the most significant capability or resource and vulnerabilities to the countering weapons of mass destruction mission? Any of y'all can take that, and then if anybody needs to follow, you can.
Yeah, Congressman, thank you for the question. So as a coordinating authority, U.S. SOCOM establishes collaborative forums to get after, to understand the threat, identify gaps, and make recommendations. So to your point, I think much like any state or non-state actor, these pathways, understanding the pathways and understanding what runs through them, whether it's transnational organized crime, counterterrorism, or CWMD, I think we've got to collectively leverage our access and placement, our authorities across the interagency as well as DoD, but more importantly, our allies and partners to understand the threat left to bang. So I think we're doing that well with regard to how we understand the threat. I'd also say that the Secretary rightfully directed that we integrate CWMD into planning, resourcing, modernizing, and then more importantly, training and exercising holistically. It's not just about money, it's about the holistic effort to get after it.
And I just hope in the follow-up, if there's any gaps or vulnerabilities in either resources or funding, I hope that y'all will feel, and I understand we probably can't answer those, and I think Dr. Rosenblum, you were going to say something.
Yes, thank you very much, Ranking Member. What I was going to add, and I think we can get into much greater detail on the classified side of it, but from looking at closing the gaps that we have across the WMD spectrum and the investments, the main thing that we are pivoting from is concerns that it would be a non-state actor who would be using this to then really looking at state-based threats and the depth of the science and technology that they have available available to them, and we can get into greater detail in terms of the specificity. But that is a dramatic pivot from a threat perspective.
Thank you. And then in the PB submissions, the presidential budget submissions for FY21 and 22, the department drastically cut funds to the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program. Each time Congress has reinstated this fund, why is it important, Dr. Rosenblum, to fully fund this program?
The Cooperative Threat Program provides and plays a critical role in ensuring that our allies and partners who we will operate on any kind of joint battlefield has capabilities that are commensurate with those of the United States so that we can work with them seamlessly. And that goes kind of a range of gamuts of things that we are doing throughout the world. But that's fundamentally the key purpose of that program and why it remains so vital to us. And as my colleague, Dr. Plum, and I'll ask him to elaborate on this, mentioned that in the FY23 request that there is a significant increase in that as the administration recognizes the importance of this program.
Thank you. And you answered my question. I just want to make sure we understand the importance of fully funding that and even the increase. Given the increased use of chemical weapons in Syria and the asymmetric use of nerve agents by North Korea and Russia, what can we do to deter further use of chemical or biological weapons? What are we doing to ensure that the international norms against the use of these weapons is not eroded? And what can we do to develop new standards to deal with the emerging chemical and biological threats? And that's for any of you.
Thanks, Congressman Kelly. It's an important question, and I think the crisis in Ukraine and the blatant threats really by Russia of potential use of chemical and biological weapons is opening everyone's eyes to how much of a problem this is. The deterrence issue is a challenge for this administration. I think the fact that the White House has used the megaphone of the United States of America to call this out is an important deterrent, right? I think we've been able to, and it's not just the administration, it's obviously working with the Congress to rally the entire NATO alliance to kind of align against this is useful. There's always this question of who is, at least in the case of Russia, who is Putin really trying to communicate to? If he's trying to communicate with us, that's one thing. If he's trying to communicate with his own people, that's a different problem. So we have this communication conflict that we really need to work on. On a readiness side, there is some argument to be made that better readiness and better training, as the Admiral spoke to, helps deter. I don't personally believe it is, it's necessary but not sufficient. But the more ready we are to engage in a zone like that, then perhaps the higher the threshold is for its use.
And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several questions, but I know they're going to have to be answered later. So I will ask them anyway to use my 5 minutes. No, because maybe there's a clue. First off, for Admiral, for Admiral, as we look at strategic competition and this issue of WMD and the role of SOF, are there specific areas where your coordinating authorities are needing to change, or are there specific roles that you are seeking to change within the special operations community to meet that strategic competition WMD response?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think this is a wake-up call with regard to CWMD, much like CT was. So I think the coordinating authority and the work that we've done here with my colleagues to recognize this threat, to plan for it, like I said, to modernize, and then to train and exercise, frankly, is what, it's a holistic approach. But from a special operations perspective, we bring capabilities to understand that threat, but so do the interagency, so do our allies and partners. So I think it's all hands on deck type of approach to understand this threat. It's a whole of population, it's a whole of government. I know those are cliches, but I really believe that this threat is serious enough, and I think this fora with the coordinating authority has brought recognition to it and with money, and again, those other facets of how you get after it are critical. But I do believe Special Operations provides unique capabilities, but it can't be only a military understanding piece. There's a role for, again, allies and partners.
Yeah. Well, on that point, and this might be for later, but for any of you, what role will U.S. forces play in NATO's recent CBRN defense element that was activated in EUCOM? Can anyone answer that here? Okay, I'll ask Dr. Rosenblum. I'm sorry, I'm making a mistake. I have 22 years. I know I have to ask a specific question to a specific.
No, absolutely. I'd like to take that one for the record to get back to you.
Okay. All right. Can you get back to me by noon?
Sure.
Okay, got it. Yeah, Dr. Plum, I'm on the aviation subcommittee as well, and so we're tangentially involved in this discussion about debris management, because we regulate the airspace from the ground until a rocket gets to space, and then it gets into space. And I noted in preparation, I think in your confirmation hearing, you had some discussion with SASC about the traffic debris management issue. Can you update us on where that is now, and is it a drag? Right, because it's not resolved yet.
Thanks, Congressman. In the SASC hearing on that, I was asked about Office of Space Commerce and the need to. So this is outside of FAA. This is actually a commerce piece. Obviously, FAA has on the way up and down,
right?
Which is also important. But the budget request is on the order of, I want to say somewhere around 85 to 88 million, which is the right number. I had confirmed that since, so I think that funding off space commerce at the right amount is going to give them that chance to get up to speed, because you really have to fund, not just an office, but you got to get folks trained, you got to get the software going, and so there's, I think, a 3-year plan to kind of get it up and running, and I think we're where we need to be, which was not true last year. So I think this is it's a good news story.
Okay, and that's good to know. Again, as you said, what goes up does in fact sometimes come down, and
very often,
and the FAA needs to clear the airspace if it's coming down in places that.
Yes, and I think just to pull on that for a second, I do know there's more work to be done on that as well, and I think there's some regulation space for that we could talk about offline if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. Okay, great. I'm going to end there, and I'll yield back the remainder of my time and call on Mr. Scott. Recognize Mr. Scott. He's off. Then who'd be next on the other side? Representative Bacon for 5 minutes.
It's always good to be ready. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all 4 of you for being here today. I have 5 questions, so if I can't get through them, I hope I can get something on the second round here. But my first question is to the Honorable Ms. Rosenblum. How would you say our strategy or doctrine has to change with 2 near-peer powers with nuclear weapons? We're used to 1 major power, now we're headed the direction of 2. How do you see this changing our doctrine and strategy?
So on that question, Mr. Congressman, I would like to take that more in the classified section. There is something that the nuclear posture review that I know has been released to Congress on a classified basis goes into that. Happy to answer that question on that. But it certainly is something publicly that we have spoken about that is going to require the level of refinement and change to the strategy and to the doctrine, because the rate of escalation, the rate at which the Chinese are moving ahead with the modernization of their nuclear program is dramatic and unprecedented, and particularly across all legs of the triad, and will require a rethinking on that.
Instead of playing a 2-person chess game, now we have 3 people playing chess on the same board.
Understood.
It changes it. Dr. Williams, a quick question for you. How would have having the Open Skies aircraft made an impact to DTRA and to our U.S. military leading up to Ukraine and after?
Sir, I would say that the Open Skies process was one that was useful for the U.S. That said, obviously the the administration made the determination to end that. DTRA was the execution agency for the Open Skies mission, sir, and we are following the administration's priorities.
Understood, but would it have provided some useful information leading up to the invasion of Ukraine?
I would just say, sir, all information is useful.
Thank you. It would be my position that it cost us not having this airframe leading up to the invasion, and I think we could have used it after the invasion as well. Back to Ms. Rosenblum, would you say the administration is fully committed to a full recap of the triad?
Yes, Mr. Congressman, I can answer that. In open session, it is absolutely committed to the recapitalization of the triad as well as the nuclear command and control that goes with that, along with the Department of Energy infrastructure and all of their facilities that are required to make all of the warheads associated with the modernization.
That's great news, and I think you'll have bipartisan support on that. I heard yesterday this week from a COCOM commander saying there was a need for low-yield nuclear weapons, or that it gave the commanders more options. And as you know, Russia's invested heavily in this area, and they have the escalate to de-escalate strategy. What's the administration's position on low-yield nuclear weapons?
If it's all right, Congressman, I'll take that. So, first of all, I'm aware of the comments you're referencing. I will say the W76.
If you could just get closer to the mic.
I'm sorry. Is that better, Congressman?
Yes, sir.
Better, thanks.
Okay. The W76 Tech 2, which is a low-yield warhead for a submarine-launched ballistic missile, remains deployed. So, and that program continues. And so, from a deterrent standpoint of the ability to posture with a low-yield weapon, I think that covers that particular question. There is, of course, just the cards on the table, the SLICM-N, the submarine-launched cruise missile, which would be a tactical nuclear weapon by definition. That has been zeroed out, and I think reasonable people can disagree if this is a thing that we should continue or not. But the modernization of the entire triad is firmly cemented in the budget and the NPR, and the continuation of the W76 Tech 2 as well.
Thank you. I'll just close with a comment. It was something I had the honor of talking about yesterday. We started about a 2-year process to do a surge capacity for pandemic bioweapons. I have the surge capacity in the United States, and the military or the DOD in partnership with Health and Human Services picked 5 sites, Omaha being one. It would be my request that the department continue to fund this, put it in their budget requests. The community is looking forward to partnering with DOD and HHS on this effort. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Representative Sherrill.
Thank you. As the coordinating authority, Admiral Green, what recommendations are you providing to the Secretary of Defense regarding best modernizing the department's ability to prepare and respond to the current threat, given Russia's previous use of chemical weapons in Syria and the threat of chemical weapons use and biological weapons use in Ukraine?
Yeah, thanks, Congresswoman, for the question. So I think my boss submits an annual assessment to the SecDef through the chairman, and the 2 things that he cited were we needed to aggressively increase our capability and capacity to counter WMD, and that we needed to prevent a strategic surprise, which was to focus cooperatively on understanding the intel threat. But with regard to modernization, I think we've got to leverage the authorities that you gave us, the Small Business Innovation Research, other transactional authorities, and middle-tier acquisition to get after and partner with industry on things that can improve and modernize not only personal protective equipment, but detection and monitoring. And I think, as Ms. Rosenblum mentioned, we're getting after that. But I do believe we need to address that. We need to leverage those authorities a little bit more aggressively. And again, and partner with industry on how we increase capability and capacity.
Thank you. And we spoke briefly about the CWMD senior leader seminars that you are conducting with combatant commanders. And also about the effectiveness of such seminars with preparing combatant commanders to address WMD threats from great power competitors in each theater. Are there common significant gaps that these seminars have identified across multiple combatant commands? And in your opinion, how can the department modernize its WMD threat posture, and what steps can Congress take to move these modernization efforts along?
Yeah, thanks for that question. And I think the most significant thing that this panel did in the last year is these senior leader seminars. We had one for EUCOM in February of 21, and we just had one for Indo-PACOM with Admiral Aquilina, and they were well attended by my colleagues here as well as the interagency and our partners and allies. And I think that the key piece of those senior leader seminars was it war-gamed the vulnerabilities that we may have with regard to our plans, our resourcing, and frankly, again, our training and exercises. So I think those were invaluable, an invaluable product of these stakeholders here that you have before you today, and we'll continue to do those. Specifically, the EUCOM one was done a year ago, and fortuitously, that has prepared us better for what we're dealing with today currently. And EUCOM implemented an implementation plan to get after some of the things that they needed to do, that they did do from then to now with regard to those broader 5 things that I talked about that make us better postured today. But the SLS is a great venue that the coordinating authority and, again, my panel members have implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, and I look forward to getting into some more details in the closed session. With that, I yield back.
Representative Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate our witnesses being here today. As a former naval aviator that spent more time than I care to remember in mop gear, and now here in Congress reading about the threat and understanding how significant it is, I used to always just, the value in those exercises to me was just praying to God that it never happened. But you all don't have that luxury. You've got to deal with it, and it's a very real threat that I fear too often is backburnered. It doesn't get the attention it needs, and I know that's not the only things that you have on your plates, but it's vitally important. And if it ever happens, it'll probably be one of the worst things that's ever happened to the United States. But I do have a couple of questions, and Admiral Green, you and I have had some conversations about the authorities and helping me understand how all of this shakes out, because it's a very complex problem set. But I understand SOCOM's coordinating authority on the front end. I am curious, though, who would be the coordinating authority in the event, in an actual event, after the fact?
Well, the coordinating authority does not command, it doesn't convene, it recommends. So
I understand. On your end, it's preparation of coordinating the operational plans. It's helping with the strategies. But if all of that fails and we find ourselves with an actual event, who is then responsible? Because it seems very complex to me as to who takes charge then.
Yeah, I would say simply it's the combatant commanders. I mean, they execute the campaigning day in and day out, and they own the contingency plans and the O plans. As we speak, General Walters owns the EUCOM AOR. So this venue, the coordinating authority simply tries to support an understanding of the threat, identifying resourcing gaps, and then making recommendations across policy and force provider issues. But ultimately, it's the combatant commanders.
Okay. So if we had a contaminated environment, obviously the COCOM's going to have to execute the battle plan and keep going forward. But how do we go about, who coordinates the mitigation efforts to allow them to continue to move forward? And whoever might want to answer that. It's just, I have a hard time understanding how it unfolds after the fact.
So that would be done actually on the ground operationally by the joint force right there. So if you were to have a contaminated environment on, say, a logistics or a flow-through base that the United States or its allies were using, and were they to be contaminated, the forces immediately there on the base would be dealing with decontaminate, I apologize, that area and the equipment in order for the force to be able to continue to proceed with its mission.
Okay. we saw with great success, I think, during this COVID pandemic, with Operation Warp Speed, what DoD collaboration with DHS has been able to do. I'm interested to know, what lessons we've learned from that, how we're going to perpetuate that going forward, so that we can be prepared for future things. And then also, as we deal with adversaries like Russia and China, where companies are either state-owned or at least sponsored, and there's that collaborative effort just by design of how their governments function. They're working together in a lot of cross-purpose type technologies. How are we, and how could we better work with not only our other government agencies like DHS, but on the civilian side with our pharmaceutical companies, with our biomedical research? What are we doing to
Thanks, Congressman. On the hard.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you being here as we continue to always bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being here with us today. Live look right now, what we are expecting in just moments from the DOJ. That should be coming up pretty soon there, and we'll be talking about the very latest with their actions here, talking about new ways to investigate firearm damages. So what we'll do there is bring a quick 2-minute break, and hopefully that'll get going here in just moments. We are back here for you worldwide on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Coming now, we are going to do just replay President Biden from earlier talking about the job reports numbers from March.
The economy has created more than 500,000, more than 500,000 jobs a month. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery has now created 7.9 million jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months of any presidency in any term ever. And that's striking. But what's even more striking is this. In March, the unemployment rate fell to 3.6%, down from 6.4% when I took office about 15 months ago. The fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's term ever recorded. In fact, there have been only 3 months in the last 50 years where the unemployment rate of America is lower than it is now. And what it means is clear, what is very clear. Americans are back to work. And that's good news for millions of families who have a little more breathing room and the dignity that comes from earning a paycheck, just the dignity of having a job. And more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. is good news for our economy, and it means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, the American people, I think they're beginning to understand that this American Rescue Plan, and there's no reason why they should know the names of all these pieces of legislation that got passed, but the American Rescue Plan, with it, we were able to get Americans vaccinated, schools opened, and businesses humming. A leading financial firm, Moody's, estimated that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more American jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to move that legislation. Thanks to our infrastructure law, we have more than 4,000 projects getting started this year, 4,000 in every single state in America, a total of 4,000, and all 50 states rebuilding America. We're building a recovery worthy of American workers, strong and resilient. And we're going to be able to overcome the headwinds that it has of Delta, Omicron, and even more in Europe. Our policies are working, and we're getting results for the American people, which is what it's all about, to state the obvious. Record job creation, record unemployment declines, record wage gains. And by the way, jobs and unemployment are not just another statistic. They go directly to the core of what the economy represents, the ability for hardworking Americans to live with dignity, support their families, and build a better life for their children. People are making more money. They're finding better jobs. And after decades of being mistreated and paid too little, more and more American workers have real power now to get better wages and to do what's best for themselves and their families. Some people see that as a problem. We've had this discussion in the past. I don't. I see it as long overdue. So when you hear these numbers, they're not statistics. It's a statement of the type of economy we're fighting for. An economy, as I've been saying from the beginning, built from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When we do it that way, everybody does well. Everybody wins. Even though we created a record number of jobs, I know, that this job is not finished. We need to do more to get prices under control. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. To help deal with that, yesterday I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Acknowledge this by far is the largest release of our national reserves in our history. It is a wartime bridge, is the way I look at it, to increase our oil supply as we work with our U.S. oil producers to ramp up their production to get us through this period. I've coordinated this release with partners and allies around the world. This morning, over 30 countries from across the world convened in an extraordinary meeting and agreed to the release of tens of millions of additional barrels of oil onto the market. Hundreds of hours of meetings with key allies, keeping them together, is paying off. Nations are coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families, not only American families, but families in Europe and around the world. I've also made it a priority to get America's fiscal house in order. Under my predecessor, the federal budget deficit went up every single year, every year. As I committed when I was running this and I got here, we're going to turn that around. In fact, last year in 2021, we cut the federal deficit by more than $350 billion. And this year, in 2022, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in a deficit in U.S. history. And it's particularly important now as we work to reduce pressures on inflation. That's what happens when you reduce the deficit. So here are the facts. It was the previous administrations whose reckless policies and mismanagement led to the record budget deficits. In my administration, that's getting the deficit under control. In fact, I just released my budget this week, and it shows going forward, we can cut the deficit by another $1 trillion over the next decade, while still making prudent investments in economic growth and climate and other equitable economic decisions. But to do that, we have to be willing to do something previous administrations and Republicans today refuse to do. We need to make sure corporations and the super wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Here's one example. Right now, billionaires, and there's not a whole lot of them in the country. Maybe I won't give a number because I don't know for sure. They average less than 1%. But my point is billionaires pay an average rate of only 8% on their total income. A family led by a firefighter and a teacher can pay double that income tax rate, double what a billionaire pays, double the 8%. So my budget has a billionaire minimum tax, a 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1% of American households. Billionaire minimum tax is fair. And here's the deal. It raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. I would add, nobody making less than you're tired of hearing me say it, but no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. As I've said in the past, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with people making as much money as they are capable of making. But I'm asking you one simple question. Just pay your fair share. Pay your fair share, that's all. That's it. Just your fair share. And no one can argue that 20% for a billionaire is unfair. Here's what this adds up to. We're going to continue to create jobs, bring down the cost for families, and rein in deficits left by my predecessor. All important steps in to continue our historic progress to build a better America. I said from the outset, we're the only country in the world that comes out of crises stronger than we went into them. That's what we're doing here. I want to thank you all for showing up today, and we'll have plenty of time to answer questions about other items other than the jobs report next week. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sir, what about inflation? President Biden taking no questions there as he wraps up the week there at the White House. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but we just got the Attorney General there and part of the DOJ as well, talking about firearm trafficking enforcement. We'll have it for you on the other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We have Attorney General there, Merrick Garland, as well as other DOJ officials talking about firearms in the U.S. and trafficking enforcement. So let's listen right here.
Across state lines into the city of Chicago. This case is an example of the collaborative approach the Justice Department is taking to protect our communities from violent crime and from the illegal gun trafficking that often drives it. This approach requires cooperation across all levels of government, federal, state, and local. And this case reflects that cooperation in the best possible way. On March 26 of last year, a mass shooting in my hometown of Chicago left 7 people wounded, and 1 person dead. Several of the guns that the Chicago Police Department recovered at the crime scene were traced by our experts at ATF's National Tracing Center. ATF found that 5 of the recovered guns were recently purchased from federally licensed firearms dealers located hundreds of miles away. Further investigation by our agents and law enforcement partners uncovered an alleged gun trafficking conspiracy involving over 90 guns and 12 defendants. Many of these guns have been linked to shootings in the Chicago area in which multiple people have been injured and several killed. In July 2021, a grand jury charged 3 enlisted members of the United States Army stationed at the Fort Campbell military installation in Clarksville, Tennessee, with crimes stemming from the purchase and transfer of dozens of firearms to the streets of Chicago. The superseding indictment that we are announcing today charges 9 additional defendants in the conspiracies and other substantive offenses. The indictment alleges that the new defendants are members of the Gangster Disciple street gang in Chicago. They are alleged to have conspired to purchase and deliver over 90 firearms to the Chicago area to facilitate ongoing violent disputes between the Gangster Disciples from Pockettown and rival gangs. In a moment, my colleagues will discuss the details of the case more specifically. The Justice Department recognizes that fighting violent crime requires approaches tailored to the needs of individual communities. But gun violence can be a problem that is too big for any one community, any one city, or any one agency to solve. That is why our approach to disrupting gun violence and keeping guns out of the hands of criminals rests on the kind of coordination that you see here today. That is why last year we established 5 cross-jurisdictional strike forces to disrupt the pipelines that flood our communities with illegal guns. These strike forces are designed to foster sustained coordination among federal, state, and local law enforcement partners across jurisdictions. They are set up to disrupt the entirety of illegal gun trafficking networks, from the jurisdictions where guns are purchased to the places where they are used to commit violent crimes. But our efforts are not limited to strike forces. As we made clear in our guidance to all federal prosecutors and law enforcement agents last May, criminal gun traffickers who provide weapons to violent offenders are an enforcement priority across the nation. I also want to note that we can do even more to hold criminal gun traffickers accountable and to get more illegal guns off the streets if we have more resources. We need resources to trace the guns our state and local partners recover from crime scenes. We need resources to bring to justice those who perpetrate gun crimes. And we need resources to disrupt the criminal gun trafficking networks that fuel violent crime. That is why we have asked for, and the President's FY23 budget has requested, a substantial increase in funding for the Justice Department's anti-violent crime efforts. Gun deaths in our country occur at a staggering pace. Every day, on average, about 100 Americans are killed and hundreds more are wounded. And those numbers do not even begin to capture the number of families who are affected and the number of communities that are terrorized. If we are going to put an end to the enduring tragedy of gun violence, we are going to need more resources to do it. In closing, I want to thank the federal agents, prosecutors, and personnel who worked on this case. That includes members of the ATF, the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division, the Internal Revenue Service, CI, the U.S. Attorney's offices for the Middle District of Tennessee and the Northern District of Illinois. I also want to thank our invaluable local partners at the Chicago Police Department, the Clarksville Police Department, and the Davenport Police Department. If you illegally traffic guns, we and our law enforcement partners nationwide will find you. And I'm going to turn it over to the United States Attorney for the Middle District of Tennessee.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Attorney General Garland, for being here today to announce this very important case. My name is Mark Wilderson. I'm the United States Attorney for the Middle District of Tennessee. I must tell you that I'm awestruck by the efforts of the agencies represented here today and the emerging scientific methods being used by ATF to examine shell casings and to trace them from their point of origin through violent criminal acts and mass shootings to the actual shooters. The technology being employed by ATF should send shockwaves through violent criminal organizations, people who buy, sell, and use illegal firearms in their criminal activity. I think we'll all have an opportunity after the press conference today to have an example of some of this amazing technology that ATF utilizes. We're here today to announce to make an announcement related to a long-running investigation out of my district, Middle District of Tennessee, and the resulting multi-agency enforcement action that occurred this week in the Northern District of Illinois relating to violent crime. Last May, my office charged 3 U.S. Army soldiers stationed in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, with crimes related to the illegal purchase of dozens of guns and selling and transporting those guns to the streets of Chicago. Many of those firearms were found by the Chicago Police Department officers, including at the scene of a mass shooting on March 26th of last year. The firearms were traced by ATF to their point of origin. They were sold by federally licensed firearms dealers in Clarksville, Tennessee, and southern Kentucky. Since that time, ATF Nashville, in conjunction with ATF Chicago and its other offices, with the invaluable assistance of some of the agencies represented here today, IRS Criminal Investigation, Army Criminal Investigation Division, U.S. Chicago Police Department, and the Clarksville Police Department. Monday of this week, a federal grand jury sitting in Nashville returned a 21-count superseding indictment against 12 individuals, including the 3 soldiers who were charged last year. And the charges related to conspiracy to traffic illegal guns and other crimes. On Wednesday, these law enforcement agencies, led again by ATF Nashville, initiated a highly coordinated operation aimed at arresting these defendants. Of the 9 new defendants charged this week, I'm pleased to say that 6 currently are in custody as of this time. The indictment alleges that between December of 2020 and April 2021, over 90 guns were illegally purchased in Tennessee and Kentucky and sold or otherwise transferred to the Pocket Town Gangster Disciple street gang in Chicago. The indictment describes in detail the conspiracies engaged in by these defendants, the methods they used, the networks they used to transfer the arms and money and deliver them into the hands of the gang members. I don't have to remind anybody here about the vast increase in violent crime over the last couple of years, specifically gun crime, that has affected every major city in the United States. My colleague, U.S. Attorney John Lausch of the Northern District, who will speak shortly, is all too familiar with the violent crime, and particularly gun crime, that has plagued Chicago, and he's working diligently with the Department of Justice to marshal the resources needed to address this. As the Attorney General said, the Department of Justice has designated reducing violent crime as its highest priority and devotes a vast amount of resources to that. Today's announcement of the enforcement action involving my district and the Northern District of Illinois is only one such example. This should also serve as a warning to people who purchase guns illegally, even if you are acting as a straw buyer for somebody else. You should expect enforcement action by my office, by another United States Attorney's office, by the ATF, and our local, state, and federal partners around the country. Bottom line, if you illegally purchase a gun, the Department of Justice will be there. Finally, I'd like to express my deep appreciation for the law enforcement agencies and prosecutors here today and those who could not be with us today, including Assistant United States Attorneys Katie Reisinger and Josh Kurtzman from my office, who've been up in Chicago this week working on this case. I couldn't be prouder of the work they do and the tremendous effort they've put into this case, and collectively look forward to seeking justice for the people impacted by the crimes that these defendants are alleged to have committed. I'd now like to turn over the podium to Nashville ATF Special Agent in Charge, Mickey French. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is the primary lead agency of all federal law enforcement agencies out there that investigates illegal firearms trafficking. ATF is on the front line in the fight against violent crime, specifically illegal firearms trafficking and the supplying of firearms that are used in violent crime to gang members, criminal gangs, as well as drug trafficking organizations. In the past 4 years, ATF has seen an increase of over 30% in illegal firearms trafficking investigations nationwide. This illegal firearms trafficking is what is fueling the violent crime in the cities that we live and work in every day. And quite frankly, it presents a grave threat to our public safety when we're out in our communities. ATF's highest priority is reducing violent crime. Operation Pocket Sweep shows that ATF, along with our state, local, and federal partners, have the ability to collaborate and utilize all of our resources to not only disrupt but dismantle this firearms trafficking organization. The arrest in April of 21, as well as the arrests that were made this past week, are, as mentioned, are a result of a 21-count indictment charging 12 individuals with federal firearms and money laundering violations. From December of 20 until April of 21, Adams, Brunson, Miller, who are the 3 enlisted soldiers in Tennessee, trafficked over 90 firearms to the Gangster Disciples street gang in Chicago. Many of those firearms were needlessly used in violent crime acts in the streets of Chicago. The cornerstone of ATF's Operation Pocket Sweep utilized a crime gun intelligence approach. We analyzed and utilized crime gun trace data to identify these 3 enlisted soldiers, which was the start of this particular investigation. ATF additionally leveraged technology by utilizing the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, or NIBIN. NIBIN is the only national network that allows the capture and comparison of ballistic evidence that is used to not only solve crime, but also prevent violent crime in our cities. And is, quite frankly, is a vital to any crime reduction strategy in our cities and states. Over 30 firearms have been recovered in this investigation, all of which have been entered into NIBIN, and they have produced actual intelligence leading to the linking of multiple shootings in Chicago and the Northern District of Illinois. Illegal firearms trafficking is not a victimless crime, as we have seen with the shootings that we've talked about. ATF will continue to use all of our resources. We're going to strategically target and identify individuals that are trafficking firearms, that are sources of supply of guns used by criminal gangs and drug trafficking organizations in the streets that are wreaking havoc with some of the violence that's going on that we read about every day in our news. ATF doesn't do these kind of cases, and I don't do these kind of cases because we have a badge. We do them because we want to serve and protect all the citizens across the nation and reduce violent crime to the best of our ability. And we collaborate and work with our state, local, and federal partners every day, and we will continue to do so. Thank you. I'll turn it over to the U.S. Attorney, Northern District of Illinois, Mr. Lausch.
And as we hear more of our department here on Live Now from Fox, we do also have in that upper right-hand box the St. Peter's University basketball team parade. They are throwing it for the team for reaching pretty far for them in the March Madness bracket. Going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in here with our DOJ leaders on Live Now from Fox.
And also to those Chicago gangsters, hypo gang members who are accused of obtaining those guns to further their criminal endeavors. Cases like this have a tremendous impact, not only on the defendants who are charged, but on gang members in Chicago and across the country. What they see is that they will be held accountable for their efforts to illegally obtain the guns that are used to fuel the senseless gang violence that plagues many of the cities in our country, including Chicago. This investigation also demonstrates to the people of Chicago and the people across the country that the Department of Justice and all of its components, all of the field offices of the ATF, all of the U.S. Attorney's offices, will work with each other and work tirelessly to keep guns out of the hands of those people who are prohibited from having them and who use them to commit those crimes. Finally, I'd like to give a special thanks not only to our law enforcement partners who you've heard about already, the federal partners, ATF, IRS Criminal Investigations, the United States Army Criminal Investigation Division, but also to our local partners across the country, including in Tennessee and Kentucky, and in particular, in my case, the Chicago Police Department. The Chicago Police Department recently established specialized gun investigation teams that are staffed with dozens of officers who work hand in hand with ATF in order to eradicate the illegal trafficking of firearms into the city of Chicago. We are very proud to call them our partners, and we look forward to continuing our important work together. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Special Agent in charge of the Chicago Field Division of ATF, Kristen Detinio.
Good afternoon. Thank you, U.S. Attorney Lausch. Investigation of illegal firearms trafficking is most effective when law enforcement entities and prosecutors work together. The success of this investigation is due to strong and effective partnerships, not only locally in Chicago, but nationwide. Strategy to impact violent crime in our communities must be comprehensive. This investigation is a prime example of leveraging technology and partnerships to do just that. The officers and agents of each agency you see here today work tirelessly to identify and disrupt the illegal trafficking scheme that resulted in the diversion of firearms in Tennessee. When firearms enter the illegal marketplace through means such as straw purchasing, unlicensed dealing, and illegal transfers, the result is too often needless violence. You heard about it already today, but on March 26, 2021, law enforcement recovered multiple firearms at the scene of a mass shooting in Chicago. Multiple people were shot and one was killed. Through the use of crime gun intelligence gleaned from tracing, 5 of the recovered guns were determined to have been purchased in the Clarksville, Tennessee area. ATF is the sole agency in the United States authorized to trace firearms for law enforcement. The ATF National Tracing Center is the only crime gun tracing facility in the country, completing over 500,000 traces of recovered firearms in 2021. We are committed to working with all of our partners, wherever the intelligence leads us, to bring those responsible for illegally trafficking firearms, unlawfully possessing firearms, and committing violence in our communities to justice. This is not just a job to us. It is a calling to make our communities safer, better, and stronger. Thank you. I will turn it over to my colleague, First Deputy Superintendent Eric Carter of the Chicago Police Department.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'd like to say thank you to Attorney General, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, U.S. Attorneys for Middle Tennessee, Mark Wellison, and John Laus from the Northern District of Illinois, as well as special agents in charge of Nashville Field Office, Mickey French, and Kristen DeCinio of Chicago Field Office. I'd also like to thank Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who has been unwavering in her support of Chicago Police Department's focused strategies around gun trafficking and removing guns from the streets of Chicago. As you know, the shooting that occurred March 26th of 2021 in Chicago that was thought to be a gang dispute turned out to uncover an interstate gun trafficking operation. This operation and investigation followed, and it speaks to the power of local and federal law enforcement collaboration across multi-jurisdictions to investigate and prosecute gun trafficking. It is a proof that working together, we can make a difference. In Chicago, this operation has direct ties to some of our most pressing public safety concerns, which revolve around guns and gangs. What this demonstrates is how the fight to stop gun trafficking and decrease violence is a national issue. While the work of fighting guns and gangs is important, it is only a piece of the larger collaborative effort that we must maintain. Chicago Police Department remains committed to seeing this work through. Our Gang Investigations Division and Gun Investigations teams do vital work on the ground every day. Our officers on patrol, working a beat, are building relationships with residents and growing community trust. So far this year, Chicago police officers have recovered over 2,500 guns. Every gun taken off the streets is a potential deadly encounter, and it's also a potential life saved. Our officers are helping to hold offenders accountable and make Chicago safer. They are often working side by side with county, state, and federal agencies, combining resources for more impactful investigations such as this. Officers across the country risk their lives every day in service to every community. The safety of every city today will reflect the safety of our country tomorrow, and that remains a call to action. Again, on behalf of the Chicago Police Department, I thank everyone here with me today from law enforcement and our partners across the country, and look forward to continuing our work together, protecting our communities. I'll turn it back over to U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland.
Well, sure. Attorney General Garland, thanks for taking my question. Just first, you were talking about additional resources. I know the president announcing that he wanted to, or requesting rather, an additional $1.7 billion in his budget. What specifically does the DOJ want to see expanded? Could we see more of these tracing units that were used in this particular case? And also, what is your response to some community leaders that are concerned about adding more resources when it comes to law enforcement in their communities?
Yeah, so there's a long laundry list, actually, as you can imagine. Having more ATF agents is very high on our list. Having more assistant U.S. attorneys, very high on our list. Same is true for all of our other law enforcement agencies, FBI, DEA, U.S. Marshals. All of these are necessary because it's really an integrated whole. Similarly, we could use more grant money to give to cities like Chicago for purposes of helping us with the task forces that are the most important way in which we solve these crimes. Everything has to be done on a state, local, federal level. People on the street, the cops on the beat, they know more about the origins of the crime in the local community than we could possibly know. So it's an all-of-country, really, effort, and it requires resources at all levels.
Attorney General, the department in the announcement of the budget in recent days talked about adding about, I think, over 100 ATF agents. One of the things that that appears to do is obviously keep pace with the number of retirements from that agency. It doesn't look like it really adds any more bodies. So I'm wondering, how do you expect to be able to make a dent against this violence if you're you're barely keeping pace with the retirements from that agency? And then secondly, if you could take an off-topic question, Federal Judge David O. Carter had a ruling in recent days in which he said that the former president most likely committed crimes. Have you read that ruling, and does it make a difference in the work that the Justice Department is doing?
So to take your off-topic question first, we follow the facts and the law wherever they lead. And that's all I can say about the investigation. It's our longstanding norm to not comment on ongoing investigations. The best way to undermine an investigation is to say things out of court about how they're going. So I'm going to leave that one aside.
Did you read the ruling?
I've read reports in CNN on the ruling. Now, your on-topic question. So I'm going to have to ask for somebody to get back to you on the details of whether the 100 only make up the number of people who are retiring or not. I'm not sure why that would be the case, because if we had the FTEs before and we're asking for an additional 100, it's to add more FTEs, and then we would fill all the slots. If you think 100 are leaving, plus another 100. I just don't know enough details, but I'm going to ask Anthony to get back to you on that one.
Mr. Wilderson, can I ask you a little bit about what you're alleging the crime here? The sales were illegal because they were straw purchases. Are you alleging that the Army men knew they were selling this to violent gangs? And what does it say about how the system works that these guys were able to buy 90 guns in straw purchases, but that was never discovered until the guns were used in crimes?
So yes, we are alleging that they were straw purchasers and they knew that they were buying them for other people. The lead defendant, Miller, when you read the superseding indictment, you'll see many examples of guns that were purchased by make, model, serial number, where they were purchased, along with the communications that the defendants had among themselves related to orders to be placed, related to the transactions and how to pay them, how much they were going to be, the price of the purchase. So absolutely. As to your other question, I'm going to have to defer to somebody else on that.
I think I heard someone say that 30 guns from this sting where this operation were recovered. I think that means 60 plus are still on the loose. What efforts are underway to find those guns, and what does that say about the challenge of these investigations generally?
They are very challenging investigations, as you can see by all the agencies and the states that these guns have crossed. All I can say to your first part of your question is our investigation is ongoing.
Attorney General Garland, if you could comment, we've been told that a lot of the crimes across the country are being committed by juveniles. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, so I don't have more than anecdotal information about that, but to be honest, I've heard the same. I was in Colorado at the U.S. Attorney's Office. I was in the Middle District of Louisiana at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I was in Atlanta at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and talking to all the law enforcement agencies, federal, state, and local, in each of those jurisdictions within the last 3 weeks. All of them said the same. So I don't have any more than anecdotal evidence on that, but it seems that you're right about that.
Did anybody theorize as to why it's happening?
Yeah, I think the theory, which is quite logical, is that the gangs think that if they have the actual purchases, the actual shootings done by juveniles, that they will face lesser punishment than if the actual leaders of the gangs themselves do it. I think that's right. And also, of course, the leaders of the gangs don't want to face punishment, so they try to use a cutout of, in this particular example that you're talking about, juveniles.
You want to bring us home? Yeah, if I could ask sort of a two-parter. First one is, this case is sort of interesting, but it doesn't seem to me it's probably representative of all the guns across the country.
I'm sorry, is it not representative?
Yeah, of all the guns across the country that are used in crime. So I wonder if, you could comment at all on why you think crime is increasing. why we're seeing so many more gun trafficking investigations, guns used in crime. Then my off-topic question is, it's been coming up on 4 months now since Congress referred Mark Meadows to you guys for contempt of Congress, asking you to prosecute him. What's taking so long?
Well, again, on your off-topic conversation, we don't comment on ongoing referrals. This was a referral, and so we're not able to comment on that. On the on-topic, there are a lot of theories about what's caused the rise in crime, and I think we're just too close to the event, just like questions about earlier spikes in crime. Actually, many of them are still uncertain as to why they went up at the time. So I'm just going to have to leave that for the criminologists, and we're going to do the best we can to drive those numbers down.
The Department of Justice cracking down on firearm trafficking and taking more action with law enforcement on these illegal firearms. We're going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break, bringing you more of these sights and sounds from the parade in Jersey City. Also going to be taking us into more press conferences happening across the country. Stick around, more to come here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are live in Jersey City as they are just getting the first setup for this parade beginning. So their parade will be underway here in just a few moments, but this is all for the St. Peter's University basketball team. If you're wondering who they are, well, they are 15 players and a coach, all going to be celebrated here today for making it to the Elite Eight. You can see that it looks like this is just beginning, so we'll keep our eyes on this. And again, these festivities going to include music with these bands. They're also going to have some floats, local schools, teams, and of course the stars of the basketball team also going to be featured here today as well. So there was a lot of folks who are lining up on the streets. You can see the parade now finally underway. But of course, we have a number of events that are taking place here across the country. So we'll keep our eyes here on this parade, but also want to let our viewers know coming up here on Live Now from Fox, we do also have Vice President Kamala Harris. She's in Mississippi. She's talking about small businesses, talking about how the Biden administration is going to be helping, especially when it comes to the economic developments of those underserved communities. So we'll be listening in for her remarks here shortly on Live Now from Fox. They're getting everything set up here for the Vice President again to step out. So until this time, because we always like to keep you informed on all of these happenings across the country, we'll keep our eyes on the trade, keep our eyes on our stocks, because as you've seen, we started in the green here today, but we have had quite a swing up and down here into the early afternoon hours on our East Coast. Right now, only up 25 points. So we'll keep you on top of everything, including right now, Department of Defense is doing a ceremony as they are doing a change of command. That's right, U.S. Marine Corps General Frank McKenzie is going to be relinquishing command to one of our U.S. Army generals. We're going to go ahead and play out that ceremony right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Master Chief Hurdell will facilitate the passing of the unit colors as the command senior enlisted leader. The senior enlisted leader represents the importance of non-commissioned officers to the armed forces of the United States and within United States Central Command. Fleet Master Chief James Hurdell is delivering the colors to the Commander, General McKenzie. Orders to General McKenzie. By order of the President of the United States, General Kenneth F. McKenzie, Jr., United States Marine Corps, effective 1 April 2022, you will stand detached from your present station and relinquish duties as Commander of United States Central Command. On 1 April 2022, you will transfer to the Marine Corps Officers Retired List after completion of 42 years, 10 months, and 2 days of active service. The Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Lord J. Austin III, will now present the colors to the new commander, General Michael E. Kurilla, charging him with the responsibility for mission accomplishment and the welfare of his force. Orders to General Kurilla. By the authority of Title 10 United States Code Section 164, General Michael E. Kurilla assumes command of the United States Central Command, MacDill Air Force Base, Florida, effective 1 April 2022. General Kurilla returns the colors to Fleet Master Chief Hurdell, signifying his acceptance of command responsibility and the continuation of the mission. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Central Command Commander, General Michael E. Kurilla, United States Army. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark A. Milley.
All right, Kurilla, you're in charge. Hey, it's a great day, and I want to thank everyone for being here. There's a lot of dignitaries that are here, a lot of generals, a lot of political leaders, and so on, and please forgive me if I don't announce all of you, but I did want to recognize Senator Tuberville. You know, Frank McKenzie's from Alabama. That's with an R, Alabama. And the senators here represent the great people of Alabama. And Frank has been a buddy of mine for a long time. And Frank said, whatever you do, get up here, don't say War Eagle. He said, for me to tell you, Senator, roll Tide. That's what he told me. That's what he said. Now, the Secretary and I got to go and testify next week in front of Senator Tuberville, so it'll go really well. Thank you. Can't wait for that. It'll be awesome. Hey, thank you all for being here, and thanks to SecDef for making it down here. This is really homecoming for him after 41 years of service and some time in the civilian sector after retirement, and now the 28th Secretary of Defense. So thank you, sir, for being here. And I also want to thank General Retired now Joe Dunford, former Commandant of the Marine Corps, and my predecessor as the Chairman a great officer, great friend, has a statue in Quincy. I told him I wasn't going to go up to Quincy and spray paint it, tear it down. I'm not going to cancel Joe Dunford. He's one of the great ones ever, good personal friend. Ellen, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And Joe was so good that he warned me about my first 2.5 years as chairman, so thank you. Thank you for doing that as well. I do want to take a moment to recognize my wife who's here, Holly Ann. I won't make any jokes, so that one's off limits. But I want to thank her for being here because she's representing all of the families, all of the spouses of the entire joint force, and our families sacrifice in silence while we in uniform go do our thing. And I want to thank you, Holly Ann, on behalf of all of the families and on behalf of the nation for what you do and what you represent. So thank you. And there's no group of families that have given more to this country than the Gold Star families. And we have several of them here today. I'm not going to call you out by name. I will just please allow me a minute to pay some humble reference to each of you for the sacrifice you've given. There's no greater loss, there's no greater sacrifice than to lay yourself down on the altar of freedom as your loved one, your soldier, your sailor, your airman or Marine did. And your presence today humbles all of us. So thanks to all of you for being here today. For me, it's a great honor to be here and to not so much honor the Mackenzies and the Carillas, we'll get to that, but this is really about the command. It's about this great organization called Central Command. So in part, it's about Frank McKenzie, in part, it's about Eric Carilla, but it's really about all of the troops, all the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines that are not in this room right now. They are out on freedom's frontier, literally, in the very, very complex AOR that is Central Command. And almost every single one of us in uniform today, almost every one of us, has spent some time in CENTCOM over our career, and most especially in the last 20 consecutive years of war. CENTCOM's truly critical to the security of our nation and really to the stability and security of the entire world. It's quite literally the crossroads between Europe, Asia, and Africa. The world's energy supplies come through the CENTCOM AOR. It's an area that spans more than 4 million square miles, has over 20 countries, it's populated by 500 million people, speak hundreds of languages, and practice many religions, all of which transect national borders. Just the demographics alone make CENTCOM's AOR extraordinarily tense, always in a state of turmoil, but there's also great cooperation, great hope, great promise for a future that is better than today. CENTCOM's strategic importance and complexity requires the very best of our leaders, and that brings me to Frank McKenzie. Joe Dunford did a wonderful job this morning recounting Frank McKenzie's career, and I won't do that here now because many of you, or most of you, were there this morning. And it would be very difficult to briefly summarize what is really 43 years, not 42 years, 10 days, or 10 months and 2 days. But 43 years, and as you said, you had Citadel, so add another 8 years because he was on the extended program at Citadel. But I can say with certainty that Frank McKenzie's here because of his character. Yes, because of his competence and his commitment, but really because of his character. No matter where Frank was sent, he did his duty with unwavering commitment and integrity to the nation and to the Constitution. He's commanded at every level, as Joe Dunford mentioned, most challenging and dynamic environments the nation's ever seen over his last 4+ decades. He was in the Pentagon on 9/11. On that day, everything around us changed. And Frank left the Pentagon, went on to command a 22nd MEU, multiple combat deployments to both Iraq and Afghanistan, all before he ever took the colors of CENTCOM. Shortly after his return, He came to the Pentagon, and he and I worked together for the first time. We were colonels at the time, and I could tell from those early interactions that I had a trusted teammate in Frank McKenzie, and it's been that way ever since. These last few years have been quite intense. Frank and I have talked a lot, almost daily, and on many occasions, multiple times a day. Countless phone calls, meetings, VTCs, and endless discussions. Very emotional, very strategic, very heartfelt. I have personally an incredible amount of trust, confidence, and personal respect for Frank McKenzie. He has guided CENTCOM, and by extension the nation, through some of our most tough times. And he always did it with honor, integrity, tact, competence, humility, operational skill, and on occasion, a bit of humor. On my third day on the job, Turkey invaded Syria, and Frank superbly led CENTCOM through a very dangerous and unstable period as we rapidly adjusted our operational footprint under pressure. It was here at CENTCOM, under Frank's leadership, that America's longest war came to an end and led to the largest military air evacuation ever conducted in human history. The cost in American blood of that operation is something we will never forget and we will always honor. And there are over 124,000 Afghans who will live life free because of the selfless sacrifice of those soldiers, sailors, and Marines, and because of the leadership of Frank McKenzie. The entire team at CENTCOM should always be proud of everything you've accomplished under Frank's leadership. He has led our most sensitive counterterrorism missions. He led the fight to finally defeat ISIS, including the killing of its leader, Baghdadi, and his replacement. He masterfully dealt with the regional challenge of Iran on a day-to-day basis, which is always tense. And he eliminated the leader of the world's most lethal terror organization, Iran's IRGC Quds Force. Every day, Frank's analysis and recommendations were always well thought out and candidly presented. And more importantly, Frank always faithfully implemented and executed the decisions of our top civilian leaders. In short, Frank McKenzie is a leader who combines character, competence, and commitment to an exceptionally high standard.
We are listening in as Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley is speaking about right now General Frank McKenzie and his long career. Let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break and continue listening into this ceremony at the change of command when we return right here on Live Now from Fox.
Marilyn McKenzie has been with Frank for 38 years, and I think you can draw a straight line between when Frank met Marilyn and his improved performance in the Marine Corps. I have on personal witness from multiple graduates of the Citadel class of '79 who are here today, and many of the early teammates of Frank in the Marine Corps, that Frank barely knew how to read. It's true, I'm not making it up. Prior to meeting Marilyn, Frank was literally, and I looked this up because the Citadel is a public institution, it's on the web, he had an aptitude problem. And he was on aptitude probation, as they called it at the Citadel. And now, once he met Marilyn, he learned how to read. And it wasn't a coincidence. You see, Marilyn has a long and distinguished career of having retired from 30 years of teaching our children. There's no more important a job in America than that of teaching our youth. There's hundreds of kids who now love to read, thanks to the hard work, dedication, and care of Marilyn. And for that, I thank you, and we all thank you, for your work as a teacher and for your example to all of us. Thank you, Marilyn, for what you do. And much of Frank's career has been a nation at war. And the costs of war are borne by our families, as I mentioned. They often go unseen. Their worries, their sleepless nights, their anxiety, it never ends for them. And we couldn't do our job without the love of our spouses, their advice, but also the sacrifice of our children. You see, we volunteered for this military, but our kids did not. And KR and Kristen and the grandkids, Nora and James, are here, and I can tell you that your dad and granddad wouldn't be here today standing proudly as a four-star Marine retired without your love and unquestioned support over so many years. So thanks to each of you. Frank, you've served your country with great distinction, and you're surrounded by your family and people who admire and appreciate your work and leadership. You and Marilyn and your family have contributed an incredible legacy to the Marine Corps, to CENTCOM, and to the nation. And I want to thank you as a friend and fellow warrior. You've seen the crucible of combat up close. You've served your nation exceptionally well. Yours has been a life of selfless service. So fair winds and following seas, semper fi, my friend. In the fight, it took me a while to get the Navy piece in the Army, in the Marine, and I had to rehearse that a couple of times. But the fight isn't over here. Every day there's new threats this country faces. And there's always new challenges. And in this complex theater, especially, everything from terrorism to regional conflict can rear its head on very short notice. And we are getting the right leader here at the right time to take command of CENTCOM. If there ever was some way to feed into a machine the requirements for the perfect leader of CENTCOM, the character traits, the attributes, the experiences, the knowledge, and the personality that would be ideal, that machine would spit out Eric Kurilla. Eric's got vast experience in combat, on staffs. He's a visionary, he's a thinker, and he's a doer. He understands both the physical and human terrain and is able to identify root causes of problems and develop systems. He's not at all a linear thinker. He's actually a very gifted problem solver. He's fought under immense pressure and understands the conventional fight and the special operations fight. And he, too, like Frank, has been tested in the unforgiving environment of ground combat. He's tough, he's smart, he's innovative. And no one understands more deeply, more personally, what service in combat means for each of us. He was wounded twice in combat as a Stryker Battalion commander in Mosul, Iraq. He recovered from being shot 3 times, an injury that included a shattered femur. And he recovered fast enough to pass the 75th Ranger Regiment assessment and continue jumping out of airplanes. You can knock Eric Kurilla down, but you can't keep him down. He's as tough and competent a soldier as we'll ever find. And more importantly than that, Eric knows our force is not just weapons, technology, and capabilities. It's people. And he understands that people always come first. Eric Kurilla is one of the finest leaders of integrity, of competence, of knowledge, of skills that we've ever produced in our Army. And he is exactly the right person to lead this command. And to the men and women of CENTCOM, what you do every day, standing watch on freedom's frontier, is key to our nation's security. It's key for your sacrifice, to keep your skills up, to maintain your readiness. So thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. And I ask that you welcome Eric and his family, because at his side, he's fortunate enough to have a wonderful partner in Mary Page. The families of CENTCOM are gaining an incredible advocate. She's gracious and kind and leaves a lasting impact on everyone around her. And she has held the hands of the wounded and comforted the families of the fallen, all while raising 2 wonderful daughters, Michelle and Sophie, who are here. Michelle is a senior at Harvard and will have to make a choice whether or not she wants to stay at that second-rate school or not. And she can make a decision now whether to run this country or she wants to write about it. And Sophie is well on her way to being the next Jane Goodall. She's majoring in biology, has straight A's, and she's at Tufts. So both of them are in the holy land of Massachusetts. She's already worked on big game wildlife in South Africa. So Eric, you got your hands full on both. And I appreciate the fact that you too have no money based on those costs of those two schools. But through it all, Eric has had their love and support, and he could not be here without them. So thank you to Eric Carilla's family for allowing us to borrow him for one more tour. So thank you all. And if I could, I'd like to just give a shout out to Eric's mother, who couldn't be here today. She's watching from TV. But I want to let you know, Marcia, that you raised a great son. We all know it. You know it. But most importantly, Marcia served as a nurse for 50 years, and she served as an Air Force Reserve flight nurse. So thank you, Marcia, for your service as well. So, Mary Page and Eric, welcome to CENTCOM. Marilyn, for you and Frank, you're going to have a great time in retirement, I'm sure, but your legacy will last a lifetime for those that you commanded. And now it is my honor to introduce the 28th Secretary of Defense, a friend of mine for almost a quarter of a century, a personal mentor, a warrior in his own right, a recipient of the Silver Star, and the former commander of Central Command, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin.
Well, good afternoon, CENTCOM. It is great to be here. You know, being back in Tampa always feels like coming home. This wonderful community, the great weather, the fabulous fishing. I'm honored to be back with the incredible men and women of this team. We've got some distinguished guests with us this afternoon, as the chairman has highlighted. Those distinguished guests obviously include him, Chairman Mark Milley, and Senator Tommy Tuberville of the great state of Alabama. And by the way, Senator, I am an Auburn graduate, and I do speak War Eagle. The chairman also highlighted that we have some outstanding current and former military leaders, including General Joe Dunford, and also a tremendous delegation from the Joint Chiefs. I'd also like to thank the representatives from our partners in the region who are here with us today. And I want to say a special welcome to the families of General Frank McKenzie and General Eric Carilla. General Frank McKenzie, very well done. Very well done. Thanks for your commitment, your professionalism, your hard work. General Eric Carilla, welcome aboard. You have big shoes to fill, but as the chairman has highlighted, you are supremely talented and the right fit for the job. And before I say more about CENTCOM's mission and the two leaders that we're honoring today, I'd like to say just a word about Ukraine, which I know is on everyone's mind. The incredible courage of the people of Ukraine inspires us all. And as the world responds to Russia's aggression, we're seeing again how much American leadership matters. Putin's invasion of his sovereign neighbor is unprovoked and unjust. And the Ukrainians are fighting bravely to defend their lives, their democracy, and their freedom. Now, we've rushed them security assistance, we've rallied our NATO allies, and we've reinforced NATO's eastern flank with more combat power to support our deterrence and defense efforts. You know, Russia's invasion isn't just a moral threat to Ukraine. It's a challenge to the rules-based international system. And the fact is that we live in an interconnected world. So aggression should be met by global effort, even as it launches global repercussions. CENTCOM knows that. And you know that because you live it every day. Because in our interconnected world, you are at the intersection of it all. This region is where we protect waterways so that global commerce can flow. It is where we fight terrorists who threaten our citizens. And it is where we work with our partners to confront instability from Iran and its proxies. And so CENTCOM is central to our security. It is central to our readiness, and it is central to our mission. And I know how demanding that mission is. This command is where the rubber meets the road, over and over again. And you get the job done, over and over again. Every day you're on high alert fighting terrorist groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda. As the chairman mentioned, in late 2019, this command helped end the grip that ISIS had on territory in Iraq and Syria. And that same year, the leader of ISIS was killed in a raid by U.S. Special Operations Forces. And this February, another raid resulted in the death of his successor. But the threat remains. The attempted prison break at Hasaka earlier this year proved that. You know, CENTCOM cannot let its guard down, not for 1 second. CENTCOM's mission against terrorism includes our over-the-horizon efforts in Afghanistan with the help of our partners. And every day you confront the challenge of aggression and bullying from Iran. Iran has been expanding its nuclear program and investing in military capabilities, especially ballistic missiles. It has cultivated dangerous proxies and is using unmanned aerial systems to threaten us and our partners.
All right, guys, we are listening in with Secretary Austin. Just going to interrupt him to let you know a couple things we're keeping an eye on here for you on Live Now from Fox. So we do have this live picture in Mississippi. This is where we're waiting for remarks from Vice President Kamala Harris. She's talking about investing in small businesses, helping communities thrive when it comes to those businesses. Also, if you noticed, the parade route ending here where they're going to be holding a ceremony for this team, St. Peter's University, again, is going to be having its 15 players and their coaches being honored here for making it to the Elite Eight. And finally, last picture I wanted to show our viewers, a White House press briefing. We do have Press Secretary Jen Psaki, who will be back inside the briefing room here today. So a lot more still coming. We're going to be sending our viewers off to a 2-minute break. We'll bring all of these events to you right here when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have a big celebration underway. The parade is finished. Now they are hosting a rally for the St. Peter's University basketball team. Let's go ahead and listen in live right here on Live Now from Fox.
The map. St. Peter's University has been providing opportunity for generations for 150 years. I have always known what a special place this institution is, how special our students, faculty, staff, and alumni are, and many of you did too. But now, the world has learned what a St. Peter's Peacock can do when given the chance. I want to thank our entire community for its support. And to our new friends across the nation, across the world, we are so glad that you have gotten to know us and to know Jersey City, our forever home and partner. I have been president for 15 years and a member of this community for 40, so I've seen a lot of things here on the boulevard. I have to say, this run, this is history. This is what I will remember as the greatest moment of my time here. Team, today we celebrate you and your athletic achievement. Each of you has shown that hard work, dedication, and determination pays off. Thank you for representing St. Peter's with class and dignity, and for making us cheer and jump for joy during a time when we needed it most. Congratulations, and once again, let's go Peacocks!
The next person I have the privilege of introducing is the most prominent alumni of St. Peter's University, one of our 2 U.S. senators down in Washington, proudly flying the banner of St. Peter's University for decades upon decades, our great U.S. Senator Robert Menendez.
Thanks, Mayor. It's great to leave from Washington and be in Peacock Nation, Jersey City. I'm glad to be back from Washington to celebrate this incredible moment with these incredible young men and the coach and the whole university. As an alumni of St. Peter's, I can tell you, I love going up to my colleagues in the United States Senate from Kentucky and say, how about those Peacocks? And from the other school, how about those Peacocks? And all of a sudden, United States senators who only used to come to talk to me about a vote or about foreign relations and said, where is St. Peter's? Well, folks, it's here in Jersey City. I want to salute the mayor for bringing us all together and having a fantastic event. Mayor, thank you for bringing us all together to celebrate this moment. And what can I say about these young men? What they all did was spectacular. We know it was history. Some of my friends in the Senate would say to me, well, you know, what they did was impossible. And I said to them, no, you don't understand. If you're from St. Peter's University, nothing is impossible. Hard work, sacrifice, grit, determination, that's what paid off their great life lessons, whether on the basketball court or anyone else. But we from St. Peter's know that the impossible is very possible. If you told me when I came here to school growing up poor in a tenement in Union City, first in my family to go to college, the son of refugees, that I could be one of 100 United States senators in a country of 330 million people, I might have said no, but that's the St. Peter's tradition alive. So, Coach, congratulations on taking these young men's talent and bringing it to the forefront. Congratulations to all these young men. And because I wanted the rest of the nation to know, what this moment means, not just to Jersey City, not just to St. Peter's University, but a moment that we all needed to be uplifted with a Cinderella team. I have had 2 flags flown over the United States Capitol, and I want to present it now to President Cornacchia and to Casey Nadifo on behalf of the entire team.
Next speaker, before we bring up the team, is the St. Peter's Athletic Director, Rochelle Paul. Let's put it together for Rochelle.
Peacock Nation, how are we? Thank you so much for coming out today. Let's give a big round of applause to this incredible group of young men sitting behind me. Without any further ado, I will introduce our head men's basketball coach, Shaheen Holloway.
Jersey City, stand up, let's go. Stand up, let's go, let's go, let's go. Get up, let's go. Jersey City, stand up. Peacock Nation, we made history. We made history. All of us, Peacock Nation, we made history. Thank you so much to the mayor for doing this for us. This is unbelievable. Thank you. You know, I'm not going to stay up here too long. It's not about me. It's about these guys right here. So I think the first guy that I want to talk is Casey Adefo, our only senior. So let's make sure we give Casey a big ovation. Let's go.
What's up, Peacock Nation? What's up, Jersey City? Hey, we want to give you guys a big round of applause, big shout out for everything you guys done this year. You know, we couldn't make history without you guys. You guys are a big part of it. This is just a great moment. It's a great moment. Thank you for everything. Thank you guys.
Never going to bring up one of the twins. I'm not sure what he's going to say, but good luck. Fassini Drami.
Oh yeah, we can do better, man. Let me hear y'all. Let me hear y'all. Let me hear y'all, man. Over there, over there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What? 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 Jersey City! Woo! Oh man. This is a special moment, man. This is a time we all dream about. But first of all, before everything, we have to give thanks to Almighty God, man. I did not bear him, we wouldn't be here. Oh man, he's the one, he's the reason. After that, I want to give special thanks to the student athlete, man. Student athlete. And every staff of faculty of St. Peter, thanks, man. Had it not been you guys, this is not possible. But nothing is impossible, guys. My message for those kids, man, don't let nobody tell you cannot do it. Don't let nobody tell you that you cannot do it because it's their opinion. Opinion is a judgment. What they doubt about you, prove them that you can do it. Be
You can hear just how happy and excited this entire team is to finish their season, making it to the Elite Eight. What a big celebration. And of course, I know the community very proud of this whole entire team as well. So we are going to be stepping away here for a 2-minute break. Do want to say thank you to everyone who's been here with us watching on Live Now from Fox. Want to remind you a few things that we're keeping an eye on. We do still have our shot from Vice President Kamala Harris. She's set to be speaking here soon on small businesses, but also our White House press briefing now underway. We'll be jumping into that for our viewers when we return again here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Going to be going into our White House press briefing where Jen Psaki not only has returned to the podium, but also has brought along with her a CEA member, Jared Bernstein. That's the Council of Economic Advisors. Let's go ahead, listen into this right here for our viewers on Live Now from Fox.
Okay. On my first day back, I'm delivering Jared Bernstein to all of you, who we're thrilled to have to give some brief remarks on the economic news today and answer some questions, and then we will do a briefing as long as we can before the president departs. With that, I will turn it over to Jared.
Thank you so much, Jen. Today's jobs report provides yet another indicator that, as the president said this morning, quote, our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. In the first conversation I had with the president when he was a candidate, he explained his view that we faced a dual health and economic crisis, and that we could not attack one without attacking both. That intervention became the American Rescue Plan, and the historically strong labor market we see in today's jobs report is a testament to not just the president's correct diagnosis and prescription, but his insistence that the plan be quickly and efficiently implemented to get COVID and economic relief, shots in arms, and checks and pockets into the system. Today we learn that we've got an unemployment rate of 3.6%, a tick above its pre-pandemic rate of 3.5%. We've got an historically unprecedented run with data back to 1939 of 11 months in a row with job gains north of 400,000, yielding an also unprecedented 7.9 million jobs since President Biden took office. We have, and one of the most welcome trends we at CEA are seeing in the job market, increased labor force participation. And we have strong wage growth, particularly for middle and lower wage workers. Getting under the hood of the report a bit, As you know, the Council of Economic Advisors were careful to not overinterpret 1 month of data, and therefore we always cite the 3-month average, which in this case is the first quarter of the year. With the upward revisions in today's report, the average monthly gain over the quarter is 562,000 jobs per month. Now, to provide some context for that growth pace, last month marked 23 months since employment hit its pandemic low. At a comparable point in the last expansion, the 3-month average of job growth was 229,000, making the current jobs recovery more than twice as fast. The black unemployment rate ticked down by 0.4 to 6.2%, just 0.2 above its pre-pandemic rate. As noted, one of the most important indicators in the current job market is labor force participation. Rising participation rates will facilitate a closer alignment of strong labor demand with labor supply, helping to support working families and to boost our real economic output. Last month, labor force participation ticked up by 1/10 overall and by a significant 3/10 for the closely watched, quote, prime age workers category, which focuses on workers aged 25 to 54. Doesn't mean that people who are over 54 are no longer prime, but that's a different discussion. The prime age participation rate in March was just 0.5 point below its pre-pandemic rate, and it is up by an historically strong 1.4 percentage points since President Biden took office. In other words, last month's bump was not a monthly blip, but is part of an ongoing trend. It's a trend, and also in a trend that's highly consistent with President Biden's Make It in America agenda. Factory employment was up 38,000 last month and 473,000 since the president took office. In other words, we are in the midst of the fastest business cycle recovery of manufacturing employment in more than 50 years. Now, as you know, we economists are always looking for policy lessons that we can apply to our work as we deal with a complex, ever-changing and ever-challenging global economy. In that regard, today's jobs market provides a clear lesson. American employers and workers have taken every headwind thrown at them and just kept humming along. As the president said today, quote, the headwinds of Delta, Omicron, and even the war in Europe have not been able to derail our record jobs recovery, end quote. It is unequivocally clear that one of the most important policies behind that result is the American Rescue Plan. Of course, our work is not done, and we are actively addressing challenges faced by American households, especially uncomfortably high inflation. As you know, just yesterday, the president authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the largest release from our national reserves in history. And this morning, countries across the world agreed to release tens of millions of additional barrels into the market. This work is, of course, highly complementary to our near-term work in speeding the pace at which goods move from ship to shelf, and to our longer-term agenda, including the bipartisan infrastructure laws projects to strengthen and increase the resiliency of our infrastructure and supply chains. That, in turn, is complemented by the Bipartisan Innovation Act, which is geared towards making more in America, strengthening supply chains, and breaking up bottlenecks like semiconductor chips that are raising prices for consumers. Our legislative agenda is also focused on reducing some of the toughest strains on family budgets, including prescription drugs, the cost of child and elder care, health care premiums, the cost of housing, and education. But the fact that all of this work is occurring against the backdrop of one of the tightest, most welcoming labor markets on record is both a testament to the president's policy agenda and to the unceasing energy and efforts of the American people. Thank you, and we'll move to your questions.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this. The president said today that he thinks part of the impact of this will be, easing the supply chain crunches, more people in jobs, that'll smooth out that. I wondered your view on that, and in particular, we're seeing new COVID lockdowns in China. That has in the past sort of fueled supply chain crises down the line. What is your view on that right now?
Let me start with the first part of your question, and I'm glad you asked it because it's one of the more important kind of under the hood indicators in today's jobs report that should really get the attention of anyone who's following the very issues you've raised. One of the things that needs to happen in this labor market is to the very strong labor demand that in my comments, as you heard, I associated with some of the very important benefits of the rescue plan. Very strong labor demand needs to better align with labor supply. The way that happens is through increased labor force participation rates. Now, as I mentioned, in March, that ticked up by 0.1%. But I also cited what we call the prime age rate, which is for workers 25 to 54. Labor economists like to look at that prime age rate because it takes out teenagers and retirees and looks at folks who are most connected typically to the job market. That ticked up 0.3% in March. But more importantly, and again, we have long stressed that especially when you're looking at these monthly numbers, you've got to look to the trend. That indicator is up by 1.4 points since this president took office. And if you look at the pace at which the labor force participation rate is increasing, it is faster in this recovery than any of the past 4 or 5 recoveries. So that kind of development better aligns the very strong labor demand with labor supply in ways that will ease some of the price pressures, as the president referenced today. You asked about China.
Whether that can counteract, what is the net effect?
As we continue listening in to reporters asking their questions here during the White House press briefing, we are going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break. You'll be right back here listening in live with us when you return.
This pandemic came on the scene. We know that we are still in an economy where the pandemic, and a global economy where the pandemic is playing a role. But as I stressed in my comments today, and the president said the same thing, I guess I'm saying the same thing he said to be more accurate. If you look at the headwinds of Delta, Omicron, and even war in Europe have not been able to derail our record jobs recovery. Yes, there's uncertainty, there are headwinds, and some of those headwinds are amplified by Putin's unprovoked war in Ukraine. And yet we see month after month American employers and American workers shaking off those headwinds, creating record number of jobs, and creating such an important economic backdrop for American households to get by in this challenging period.
Mike?
Hey, Jared. So what, the chart that you showed that was up there before with the huge bar for Biden, at what point does it become more fair to stop measuring the growth in jobs and the growth in the economy against the recovery from the depths of the pandemic and begin to be more fair to measure President Biden's progress at increasing from the pre-pandemic levels?
Well, I think that it's already fair to do that in the following sense. If you look at some of the indicators, whether it's jobs themselves, payroll, employment, yeah, you're right, this is not showing the time series, it's just the bar. But if you look at the time series, you will see a V. When things tanked and they came back pretty quickly. Same thing with labor force participation. And I'm going to put this, I had a great slide, we weren't able to get it together here. I'm going to put it on my Twitter thread later, EconJared46, later today.
Give him a follow.
And it will show the same thing, Mike, which is you see a V, and then you see a period of an ongoing trend start out and continue, and in the case of labor force participation for prime age workers, even accelerate a bit. And I think that we're 23 months into a recovery now. I think it is completely legitimate to cite these numbers in terms of an ongoing trend, very much fueled by a virtuous cycle of strong consumers creating demand for goods and services, which in turn leads to strong labor demand month after month, driving the kind of numbers we saw today.
One quick follow-up. I mean, we're still not back to pre-pandemic employment levels, correct? And
yes.
Most of the indications, most of the measurements that Americans might want you to say to measure President Biden against is not like, okay, well, we dug ourselves out of the hole, but how much further are we getting above where we would have been had the pandemic not started?
Yeah.
And when do you guys start having to measure against that and measure against, like, okay, we're now 500,000, 1 million jobs above where we were before the terrible pandemic?
So there are a variety of ways to look at that. I would commend you to some work recently by Moody's, which looks at counterfactuals, the idea of what might have happened had we not had the rescue plan. And in every case, you're going to see job gains and unemployment declines, well ahead. I remember the unemployment number, that the unemployment rate might be 2 percentage points higher than it is right now, but for the American Rescue Plan. You're right that jobs are not back to their pre-pandemic peak yet. They're still 1.6 million or 1% below their pre-pandemic level. But they are climbing back at a rate, look, I told you, 1.6 million from the peak, and an average monthly job growth rate of 562,000 per month. So do the math. That's 3 months out. Now I'm not predicting that's going to happen. I'm just saying if you extend the trend, that's what you'd see. But I think the most important point that we're talking about here is that there is an ongoing labor market recovery with strong momentum that is delivering really solid job opportunities to American families, and that is such an important backdrop given the challenges that those families face in today's economy.
Indira?
Thank you. Thanks, Jen. Quick question about the president's comments this morning. He was talking about the SBR release as a wartime bridge. And if you could talk a little bit about what he meant when he said that. Is it a wartime bridge to energy independence, maybe getting companies to ramp up production? Is it a wartime bridge to the Iran deal, or a wartime bridge to perhaps both? And secondly, conversations with a lot of oil and gas company CEOs have been ongoing for several weeks now. Have there been sort of any specific commitments that the White House has been able to get from them when it comes to ramping up production?
So on your first question, I think the way to think about this is kind of a walk and chew gum moment. I think of the bridge that the president was talking about as very much from the perspective of the American consumer who is facing real pressures at the pump. The last time we did a SPRO release, an SPR release, we saw oil prices fall quite quickly, and prices at the pump followed, were down at least 10 cents a gallon, as I remember, pretty close out of the gate. Now, if you look just in the last day or two, I looked before I came up here, I saw oil is down about $7 a barrel, something around 7 or 8% since the president made his call. And so when he's talking about a bridge, he's talking about helping American consumers with this aggressive, historically large distribution of barrels from the strategic reserves. The idea of the president's clean energy and sustainable economy and decarbonization agenda is very much alive, very much ongoing, and that's the chew gum part. We have to make sure we help consumers get through this difficult period and help to bring down the impact as best we can of the Putin price hike. But at the same time, we simply cannot give any sort of short shrift to our clean energy agenda that is so essential for building not just a sustainable future, but a future of good jobs here in America. One final point. While the strategic oil release should have the impacts that earlier the president said today, that doesn't mean that the impacts of the conflict in Ukraine are somehow no longer in play. They are still in the picture, and of course we will follow them, particularly from the impact of commodity prices, food and energy specifically, but not exclusively.
Any commitments from the company specifically?
I don't have a readout on those conversations.
Jared, a month from today, the student loan payment pause is due to expire, and a number of congressional Democrats sent the president a letter yesterday saying it was their sense that borrowers right now are not financially prepared to shoulder another bill as they deal with the increased price of food and gas and other necessities. First, do you agree with that sentiment? And second, is it your advice to the president that he extend the payment pause?
So first of all, what did you ask me if I agreed with? I'm sorry.
The sentiment that borrowers are not now prepared financially to take on another bill, the student loan payment.
a very specific question about a very specific group of people. So I've been talking largely today about the impact of a jobs market that's generating historical levels of job gains, 7.9 million jobs since this president got here. And of course, those benefits are occurring to families all across the nation and all across the income scale. For the group that you're talking about, many of them do face real challenges making debt payments, and I would say that's kind of a different conversation than the one we're having right now. Now, I believe Ron has leaned into that in ways that I'm not remembering right now, but do you have any comments on that?
Oh, okay, I like this. So we're gonna do it together. Clearly, a decision will need to be made in advance of the timeline, and obviously we factor the impacts of economic data on ranges of groups of people, including students, but I don't have anything to announce at this point in terms of any decision that will be made in advance of the timeline.
Well said.
Okay, sorry. Kristen, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Chair, the president has tapped the strategic reserve twice before, and it still hasn't had the desired impact. Why is this time going to be different?
So as I said a moment ago, I think that I would definitely challenge the claim that it hasn't had the desired impact. We saw both in the last release and in this release the price of oil come down quite quickly. The price of oil, as I checked before I came on here, was down about $7 per barrel. And I know that the last time check it out, because these data are actually quite accessible. Look at what happened to the price, the retail price of gasoline after the last release. Now, it's a global market and there's a lot of moving parts, but it is a fact that the price of gasoline fell about 10 cents per gallon shortly after it. Now, if your point is that these releases from the SPR don't have a structural, long-term impact on oil markets, that's why the president used the metaphor of a bridge today. The idea is to help consumers as they deal with elevated inflationary pressures more broadly, and specifically with some of the impacts of the Putin price hike on energy costs, and that's what the release is targeted towards.
Just one more very quickly. Yesterday, Kate was briefing, and she said that all options are on the table as it relates to next potential steps that the president may or may not support. Does the president think that a gas tax holiday is a good idea right now? Is that something that he could get behind? Obviously, it's gaining a lot of momentum in the states.
Yeah, I'm not going to legislate from here or even get into ongoing policy considerations beyond saying, when we say all options are on the table, we mean it, and that option is...
Do you think it's a good policy?
Do I personally think it's a good policy? I think that all options are on the table, and all options, including that one, should be on the table.
Great. Jack, you got to be the last one.
Thank you. Jared, yesterday, Brian talked about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and buying back oil when prices are cheaper in the future. But, long term, as you just mentioned, the release does not solve the problem of the structural deficit in the market. This administration talks about how you're pushing for domestic production, but how is that going to happen? Like the fees yesterday that were announced are sort of a push to get them to use these, leases, not all of which may produce any energy. But beyond that, the answer I got yesterday was long-term our focus is on, clean energy, and that's why the president invoked the DPA to try to get, battery parts for electric vehicles. That was not, the answer that the oil industry was looking for. That answer for, what the long-term plan is shifted away from fossil fuels. So how are they going to ramp up production, and why can you say that prices are going to be cheaper in the future where it doesn't seem like there are any friendlier energy policies?
Well, first of all, let me just be very clear and specific. When my comment on the retail cost of gas at the pump relating to the SPR release is very much an empirical pattern that we've seen time and again, where an SPR release occurs, the price of oil comes down, we see that at the pump, and as I suggested, that's a time-limited function. The president called it a bridge. You're sort of saying a bridge to what? Right. Yeah, and I understand that. Well, look. If you believe, as I do, that this is still a global that energy is still a global market and still a competitive market, what you expect to see is at a particular price point where oil is actually probably above that price point, and certainly has been even higher in recent weeks. Historically, that has led to greater energy production. And one of the things you hear the president saying in so many words is that we'd like to see that kind of production, that kind of response from the impact of market forces on these decisions of these energy companies. Now, if you don't see that market response, I think you have to ask yourself why, and that involves the kinds of commentary you've heard the president make about industry concentration, about the need for competitiveness, the importance of having an adequate level of competition within our key industries, whether it's energy or meatpacking, because absent, in the presence of excessive concentration and absent adequate competition, price levels can be higher than they otherwise would. So I very much support the president's rhetoric and the way in which he's leaned into that problem. But historically, we expect price signals in the energy market to have the effect that they've had, and we will continue to nudge the companies to move in that direction.
But when lenders hear, what's your long-term solution?
When lenders, you said?
Lenders. When we're talking about a long-term solution, and then, the administration's talking about clean energy, it's not sending the signal to lenders that this is a safe place for investment, that, this administration is saying plainly we want to increase domestic production. That's the sort of language they're looking for.
So I don't really agree with that framing in the following sense. I think by lenders, I'm thinking of investors, and investors in the energy sector, if you look at the profitability, if you even look at some of the buybacks and the share prices, investors in that sector have been doing quite well. And that tells you right there that there is a price point wherein it is very possible for an energy producer to be highly successful and to make a lot of money in today's economy. And in fact, what we'd like to, I think one of the messages the president has been trying to convey to them, that is on behalf of the American consumers, we're asking you to respond to those price signals so that people can have an easier time of getting through this tough period. Now, at the same time, we have a medium and a long-term agenda that is absolutely existentially important to us to move towards a sustainable economy. And we do that in a way that creates great opportunities for both firms, employers, and for workers. So again, this is not an either-or, it is a both-and. And I see very much an economic structure in energy markets where they can both engage in robust production today and plan for a much cleaner energy future.
Thank you, Jared, for joining us. You're always welcome.
Thank you very much, Jen.
Okay.
All right, and as Jen Psaki now steps up to the podium to continue this White House briefing, we are going to be sending some viewers off into a 2-minute break. Thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, where we always keep you updated on the top stories coming to us from across the country.
The president called on out the ocean shipping carriers who raised their prices by as much as 1,000% during the pandemic. These costs pass through to American businesses and families and contribute to inflation. And just a month after the president spoke about this at the State of the Union, the Senate yesterday passed overwhelmingly bipartisan legislation to reform the ocean shipping industry and lower costs for American farmers, businesses, and consumers. And additionally, this week, the Department of Justice announced that it successfully stopped a merger between two companies that make the cranes that move shipping containers on and off of ships at our nation's ports. The merger would have harmed American consumers by reducing competition in the supply chain and would have put our global supply chain at risk. And so these steps obviously are positive steps forward. I also wanted to note that today the Department of Homeland Health and Human Services and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services made important announcements in response to the Vice President's call to action to improve health outcomes. Beginning today, as many as 720,000 pregnant and postpartum people across the United States could be guaranteed Medicaid and Children's Health Insurance Program coverage for a full 12 months after pregnancy, thanks to the American Rescue Plan. Finally, for the week ahead to next week, I had one more thing after this. On Monday, the President will deliver remarks on progress made on his administration's trucking action plan to strengthen our nation's supply chains. On Tuesday, he will deliver remarks celebrating the success of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid and extending affordable health insurance to millions of Americans. And on Wednesday, the President will address thousands of national, state, and local building trades leaders from across the country at the North America's Building Trade Unions Legislative Conference. Finally, as you know, the United States is delivering a significant amount of security assistance to Ukraine every day. Over the past few weeks, we have delivered more than $350 million of security assistance to Ukraine, which the Pentagon has described as an unprecedented pace. And we welcome the UK's donor conference yesterday and its announcement that allies and partners will provide coastal defense systems, which is something that President Zelensky has asked for and is something that President Biden discussed extensively with allies at NATO last week. More than 30 nations have now sent security assistance to Ukraine, thanks in part to the leadership of the President and our diplomacy. So we're going to get to as many people as possible. Darlene, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Welcome back.
Thank you.
One question on Russia and two quickly on two other subjects. Russia says that an apparent attack by Ukraine on one of its fuel depots is making it harder for Russia to stay engaged in the talks to end the war. And I was wondering what the White House thinks of this suggestion from Russia that Ukraine's actions are the ones that are potentially standing in the way of peace over there.
Well, we have seen those reports. We're not in a position to comment on the Kremlin's statements. I would note Ukraine has not made any statements or confirmation of these reports. I would also note that this is a war that President Putin started, a brutal war with Russia's forces continuing to bombard cities across Ukraine and commit terrible acts of violence. We've seen the people of Ukraine fight valiantly in the face of unprovoked Russian brutality, but there is one aggressor here, and that is President Putin and the Russian military at his direction.
Second, on Title 42, the announcement that it's going to be lifted on May 23rd. Can you talk a little bit about why the restrictions aren't lifted sooner than May 23rd, perhaps even immediately? People who want to come to the country to seek asylum will now have to wait 7 weeks to do so when the CDC says that restriction is no longer necessary.
Absolutely. Well, it has always been the case and continues to be the case that this is a health directive determined by the CDC. So let me start there. But I would also say that implementation of their decision requires an interagency process, specifically leadership of the Department of Homeland Security. I would note the statement that was put out by Secretary Mayorkas, and it requires the implementation of appropriate COVID-19 mitigation protocols, also scaling up capacity and scaling up, resources needed. And so it was always going to be important to have an implementation period, and the timeline reflects that.
And the last question is there any comment on the vote in Staten Island by Amazon workers to unionize?
Sure.
Becoming the first in Amazon to do that?
Well, the President was glad to see workers ensure their voices are heard with respect to important workplace decisions. He believes firmly that every worker in every state must have a free and fair choice to join a union and the right to bargain collectively with their employer. The Amazon workers in Staten Island made their choice to organize a grassroots union and bargain for better jobs and a better life. Go ahead, MJ.
Just in light of the fuel depot fire in Russia, what is the U.S.'s general position on potential future attacks by Ukraine on Russian soil? Does the U.S. believe that it is up to the Ukrainians to decide whether such potential attacks are justified, or does it generally believe that those kinds of attacks should be discouraged because they would be seen as being escalatory?
Sure. Well, given we have not confirmed or commented specifically on the reports from here, and neither has Ukraine, I'm not going to get into a future hypothetical. What I would just reiterate again is that this is a war of aggression by the Russian leadership, by President Putin, that has left millions of people displaced, homeless, has targeted civilians, hospitals, and other innocent people across Ukraine. We know who the aggressor is. That is President Putin and Russia. And beyond that, I don't have any comment on military tactics.
The president said yesterday that Vladimir Putin appears to be self-isolating, that he appears to have maybe fired or put under house arrest certain advisors. Does the U.S. have a clear sense of which advisors are currently advising Putin and who has his ear?
Well, the president was speaking yesterday to public reporting, so we don't have more details to speak to at this point in time. But I would say to go back to a couple of days ago and the information that was put out by the administration that was reflected, that came through our intelligence agencies, what we do know is that this war is not going how President Putin had planned, that his intention of winning a quick war, defeating the Ukrainians quickly is not how it has played out. We have seen troops be demoralized. We have seen troops run out of equipment that they need on the Russian side, and that is clearly not what he had planned. In terms of who is advising him, I don't have more specifics on that front from here.
And just one more on a separate topic. You're obviously not the only person in the administration recently to test positive for COVID. Can you give us a sense of whether there have been discussions lately at the White House about what would happen if President Biden were to test positive for COVID? Help us understand what working from home, quarantining, running the country would look like if the president were to get COVID.
Well, I would first say that this wasn't exactly your question, but let me reiterate this point, is that we take steps over and beyond CDC recommendations and guidelines here. I would note that while I tested positive about 12 days ago, if my math is correct, I waited to return to the office until I had a negative test. And that is our protocol here, or the protocol I was held to. Also, we take steps in advance of meeting the president. Anyone who's meeting the president is going to have a test that day. And we also take social distancing steps in meetings when warranted. In terms of, look, we recognize that COVID-19 remains a transmissible disease, especially recent variants. And while I'm not going to get into a future hypothetical of any of our additional principles, since the second gentleman had testing positive, I would note that the President of the United States can work from anywhere, can run the country from anywhere, and we have the capacity to not only prepare for that, but to support anything that is needed. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Just a quick follow-up on the Staten Island vote.
Sure.
It's obviously a big moment for the labor movement in this country, the first union at Amazon. Has the president had a chance to speak to labor leaders, or is he planning to issue a statement? Is he planning to talk about it at all?
I don't have anything planned to preview for you in terms of an official statement. I'm speaking, of course, on his behalf. Obviously, as you know, the president has been a longtime supporter of the right to organize, the right for workers to organize and plan for better jobs and a better life, and certainly my comments reflect that. Go ahead.
Jen, just a quick follow-up. Just comments from a senior Treasury official this morning that said sort of the sanctions that have been imposed by the U.S. and its allies on Russia is sort of pushing Russia to become a closed economy. That is obviously presuming that China and others are not sort of making some of the materials that they get from the West available to them. Has the administration noted any sort of change in stance when it comes to China, and Russia, or is it is there any evidence that they're providing perhaps military economic support?
Our assessment has not changed since our national security advisor spoke to this. What I would point out for you too, as well, is the strong statements that came from European leaders, given their meeting on exactly this topic today, which certainly we share the sentiment. Go ahead.
Lots of urgent issues discussed here, but with the helicopter approaching, one little bit of housekeeping. Is it true that you are leaving the White House to work for MSNBC?
Well, you can't get rid of me yet, Ed. I have nothing to confirm about my length of public service or planned service or anything about consideration about next plans. I'm very happy to be standing with all of you here today after it felt like a never-ending, endless time in my basement, quarantining away from my family. Believe it or not, I missed you all a lot. And my focus every day continues to be speaking on behalf of the President, answering your questions, as tough as they may be at many times, as difficult as they may be to answer at many times, and I hope that I meet my own bar of treating everybody with fairness and being equitable.
And just because this has been raised by our colleagues, by people who are observing this process, is it ethical for you to continue conducting this job while negotiating with a media outlet?
Well, I have always gone over and above the stringent ethical and legal requirements of the Biden administration, and I take that very seriously. And as a standard for every employee of the White House, I have received rigorous ethics counseling, including as it relates to any future employment. I've complied with all ethics requirements and gone beyond and taken steps to recuse myself from decisions as appropriate. And so I hope that all of you, I've been working with all of you some time, would judge me for my record and how I treat all of you, both in the briefing room and otherwise. And I try to answer questions from everybody across the board. I know everybody in the back of the room may not always be pleased with me, but I try my best, and I will certainly continue to do that.
Okay,
go ahead.
Are you good?
Yes, go ahead, Chris.
Jen, given the reports, which have now been confirmed by multiple media outlets, how can you continue to be an effective briefer if you do in fact have plans to join a media outlet?
Well, I have nothing, again, to announce about any conversations or any future plans. And at whatever time I leave the White House, I can promise you the first thing I'm going to do is sleep and spend time with my 3- and 6-year-old, who are my most important audiences of all. But I would say, Kristen, that again, I have taken the ethics, legal requirements to the highest, very seriously in any discussions and any considerations about any future employment, just as any White House official would, and I have taken steps beyond that to ensure there's no conflicts.
And I understand what you're saying, but I guess the question is, how is it ethical to have these conversations with media outlets while you continue to have a job standing behind that podium?
Well, there are a range of stringent ethical and legal requirements that are imposed on everybody in this administration and many administrations past about any conversations you're having with future employers. That is true of any industry you're working in, and I have abided by those and tried to take steps to go beyond that as well.
And broadly speaking, is it the policy of this White House to allow staffers to have discussions, even if indirectly, with institutions that impact and affect their jobs and your job here?
Well, it is the policy of this White House to ensure that anyone who is having conversations about future employment does so through consultation with the White House counsel's office and ensuring they abide by any ethics and legal requirements. And those are conversations that I have taken very seriously and abided by every component of. Oh, okay. So when we go to Serena, we can go, and then we can wrap.
Thank you, Jen. Can you
I know it may be that people may have to see the president depart, and I don't want to hold anyone back, but I also am happy to answer your question and a couple of others if people want to stay. But if people need to, are they gathering right now? Sorry to interrupt your train of thought here. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Can you confirm reports that the U.S. has been providing Ukraine with protective equipment such as gas masks, hazmat suits, and other materials against a possible chemical weapons attack from Russia?
So the United States and members of the international community have, of course, repeatedly warned about the potential for Russia to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine, and that Moscow is possibly planning a false flag operation. In an effort to assist our Ukrainian partners, the U.S. government is providing the government of Ukraine with life-saving equipment and supplies that could be deployed in the event of Russian use of a chemical and biological weapon against Ukraine. It does not compromise our domestic preparedness in any way, shape, or form, just for everybody's awareness, but we are providing it as we are providing a range of materials and equipment.
Just one quick question on another subject. The House passed a bill today that would remove marijuana from the federal schedule of controlled substances. Every Democrat, save for 2, voted in favor of this bill. Does the president support the legislation?
Well, first, let me say that, as the president said during the campaign, our current marijuana laws are not working. He agrees that we need to rethink our approach, including to address the racial disparities and systemic inequities in our criminal justice system, broaden research on the effects of marijuana, and support the safe use of marijuana for medical purposes. We look forward to working with Congress to achieve our shared goals, and we'll continue having discussions with them about this objective. Jackie, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Oh, okay, I'm going to wrap up in a second here, and then I'll go to Karen. Okay, so there, you guys got to wrap.
Have you ever reacted to the IEA saying that
I'm sure we will get you let us get you a thorough comment on that. I will say, as the president conveyed in his announcement yesterday, certainly working with the global community to ensure we are meeting the supply shortages in the global community at this time is part of our effort to reduce gas prices for Americans, given it's a global oil market. So this is part of that, and we will get you a more comprehensive. I'm here and in my office if you guys have quick questions.
Question on inflation.
Sure.
Real quick. Today, the president blamed Putin's invasion of Ukraine for not just higher gas prices, but also higher food prices. Inflation was at 7.4% in January before the invasion. In February, it went up to 7.9%. Putin didn't invade until the 24th. So March is really going to show the impact of the invasion. And that report doesn't even come out until April 12th. So how are people supposed to believe the Putin price hike is to blame for food prices going up when the timeline doesn't add up?
Well, here's what the president is reflecting on. One, the price of gas has gone up by approximately $1 or more since Putin started lining up troops at the border. This is something that outside economists have spoken to as well, not just the administration, and those are just factual details about how much the price of gas has gone up. We know that's a huge impact, and when you say inflation, people think the costs on their pocketbook and the impact on their budgets. The second piece on the availability of food, we know that different markets around the world are impacted by the lack of production in Ukraine and other because of the war, and we know that that could impact global food prices.
It hasn't happened yet. This is the first time we've heard the president blame Putin for higher food prices.
I think what the president's looking at is what the impact has been in a lot of areas that are leading to price increases on people's pocketbooks, and where we could see it increasing over the course of time. I'm here in my office. I see you all. Thank you, everyone.
Who will replace you?
White House briefing wraps up there for the Friday edition. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we appreciate you joining us here. Live look right now at Chicago. And what a great look that is right there, as you can see. Nice clear skies today, which is a big difference. The last couple of days, they had a lot of rain there. Now 42 degrees that they're looking at, but a nice shot there. Postcard image, no doubt. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis gave a news conference, and there was a little April Fool's jokes in there as well. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Governor Ron DeSantis, once again, in another part there of Florida, where they continue to talk about another round of $1,000 checks going to first responders and law enforcement as a bonus, and then also add-on bonus of $5,000 if somebody joins the law enforcement force there. So we'll keep an eye on that. You're listening right here on Live Now from Fox.
It's a signal to them, to our Floridians who are looking to see what they want to do as they get older, that law enforcement's a noble calling. Law enforcement is something that's integral to the well-being and safety of our communities. And if you choose to wear the uniform and put on a badge, you're going to have an opportunity to serve an awful lot of people. And sometimes that is, the typical police work, and sometimes that calls you to do some extraordinary things. We just awarded, we recognized at our last cabinet meeting, a trooper for the Florida Highway Patrol who saved potentially dozens of people in a race when there was this car that was out of control, and she had to run into the car basically with her car, really dangerous collision, put herself at risk, but that ended up saving a lot of lives. And so we see that time and time again, people stand up. So I think the $5,000 is just important as a matter of incentive, because people coming here, they're going to be able to get that. Obviously, there's challenges across the country with these inflation rates, and so that will help soften the blow there. But I think also just it's a signal that in Florida that this is meaningful work, and that we're going to support what you do, and that you're going to be valued. And look, not just by the governor and by the legislature, which is very important. You go to communities throughout Florida. You don't even need to mention Polk. Of course, here, the community rallies to the folks that wear the uniform. They know how important it is. And so in Florida, yes, the policy is supportive of law enforcement, and that's important because bad policy can be deadly, but there's an organic, genuine appreciation from Floridians to the folks who work to keep us safe. And so I think this bonus is part of that, and I think there's no one else in the country that's doing what we're doing. But this bonus isn't the only thing that is in this bill. We are creating in this bill the Florida Law Enforcement Academy Scholarship Program, and that covers tuition, fees, and up to $1,000 of additional education expenses for trainees enrolled in a law enforcement officer basic training recruit program. If you think about it, we've done great things in Florida with things like a Bright Future Scholarship. If you want to go University of South Florida, University of Florida, or state universities, you're able to do that, and that's great. But what about folks that are going in this direction? We want to make sure that they have an easy pathway to do it. So I think this is really, really important. It also creates in the bill $1,000 of equivalency training costs that we will reimburse up to $1,000 of equivalency training costs for certified law enforcement officers who relocate to Florida. We don't want them to be deterred by having to pay a lot of money because of red tape, which is unfortunately with bureaucracies, sometimes that could happen. This would apply not only to out-of-state law enforcement officers, but also members of our military special operations community. So people who are in naval special warfare, people who are Army special forces, those types of folks will be able to come and avail themselves of those reimbursements. And so we're happy about that. We're also happy that the bill exempts veterans from taking the basic skills test as a prerequisite to entering law enforcement officer basic recruit training program. We're also making dependent children of law enforcement officers eligible for Florida's Family Empowerment Scholarship. And so if you're somebody that's in law enforcement, you have a son or daughter in a K through 12 school, regardless of your income, because, we have people that work here at the Sheriff's Department and maybe their spouse works somewhere else, their combined income would likely exceed what would be needed to qualify for this program, which is generally targeted at low-income families. So you're going to be eligible just by basis of your employment. And so if you want to be able to exercise that school choice option and go to the school of your choice for K-12, you're going to be able to do that. And I want to thank the Speaker for thinking about this and putting this in. And I think that this is going to make a big, big difference. And also along those lines, what the House and Senate were able to do was say, we've got all these other problems in Florida. You have the need to keep the criminal element at bay, and these folks are on the front lines of that. But we also have problems of making sure that we're able to find homes for kids in foster care. And so what better community to reach out to help us than our law enforcement community? And the First Lady has worked very hard on this to try to increase adoptions across the state through her initiatives. So this legislation will provide law enforcement officers who adopt a child from within our state child welfare system $10,000 benefit and a $25,000 benefit for adopting a child with special needs. And so I think that this is a way to address a problem with the child welfare and increasing adoptions, but to harness a lot of the people that are in good standing in our community to do so. So I want to commend the House and Senate for including that in there. I think that was something that was really, really significant. And then you also have law enforcement related education, now initiatives starting in high schools. Each school district will be encouraged to establish public safety telecommunication training programs and law enforcement explorer programs in public schools. And I think part of that is, you know, there's some people that have certain views about law enforcement, and those views are simply inaccurate. And you get firsthand exposure, you're able to see, and then you can form an actual valid judgment based on the actual facts and not what somebody may be telling you. And so I think it's a way to increase trust across the community, and I think that that's something that was really, really good. So all in all, I think this is a home run. I don't think there's a single piece of legislation anywhere in the country that would be able to match this so far in 2022 in terms of showing a commitment, a state showing its commitment to the men and women of law enforcement. So my hat's off to the folks who were a part of passing it. And, you know, we'll sign it officially here in just a minute, but we're going to hear from a lot of folks who've been involved in supporting these efforts, starting with the Attorney General of the state of Florida, Ashley Moody, and she promised me if I didn't sing the song that she would sing it. So
no, that would be an April Fool's joke if I sang the song. You would be terrified. You know, I think this is the most perfect location to announce this bill. This is a pro-law enforcement county with the man of law enforcement, Sheriff Grady Judd, standing here, the man that truly supports law and order and assures those in this community that he will always do so, even when criticism rises to the mainstream and sometimes when doing the right thing and the popular thing may not be the same thing. You can count on this man to do the right thing. And I am so proud of what our legislature has done this year as it pertains to law enforcement and supporting them and recruiting them, not just as the Attorney General who serves as our state's top cop, but as the wife of a law enforcement officer. This is much needed. We are facing national shortages among our law enforcement ranks. 9 out of 10 agencies say they have staffing shortages of some kind. And why is that cause for concern? That can affect effectiveness of policing. It can affect morale. And we are so proud of our leaders here in Florida that said that will not happen in this great state. Thank you, Governor DeSantis, for making that clear, for signing this important legislation, but for standing strong in support of the men and women of law enforcement who have never wavered in serving Floridians, protecting Floridians, putting their safety behind the safety of Floridians, even as many criticized their noble profession. I can tell you that in Florida, not only do we shut down folks that want to defund the police, as today's signing will indicate, we superfund the police. And I am so proud to serve as the Attorney General of this amazing state. You can call it what you want. You can call it the free state of Florida. You can call it sweet Florida. I prefer to call it the most pro-law enforcement state in the nation. So thank you for being here today to share with us this historic bill signing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we had huge legislative support, and I said earlier today, sometimes you have a great idea, and by the time it comes out of the legislature, sometimes the idea is a little less great at that point. But this is an example of a good idea that they really made much better. And I think that they deserve a lot of credit for it, for bringing additional ideas to the table. I think there was broad agreement that this was a great direction to go in, but the package that they produced, was really, really significant. So I want to thank both Senate President Simpson and Speaker Sprowls, and we'll have Senate President Simpson come up and then the Speaker.
And thank you, Governor. And it's always easy in the state of Florida to say we back the blue, because we do. But Sheriff, we also back the green. And and this bill did several things, and the Governor did a great job of enumerating those things. Inside this bill, we made sure the sheriff controlled their budget, right? They have flexibility now within their budget to move funds around that they would need to do their jobs here. And these things shouldn't be politicized. There's no reason to politicize those. We had strong support for this legislation. We do have several senators here today. Senator Stargell was our budget chair. Senator Albritton. Senator Hooper couldn't make it. He was the bill sponsor this year. He did a great job. But it was a team effort, and we had no better team than the House. Speaker Sprowls, his dad was in law enforcement, and we did make a good bill better, the combination of Senate ideas and House ideas here, and it was really an honor to be able to do this. The bonuses 2 years in a row are what they say we are. We don't only say we back the blue or the green, but we actually show it with our pocketbooks. Each year that was over $200 million. It was something we were proud to do. The scholarships for these families. We said, well, how are we going to recruit more, right? We had tools in another bill that recruited more law enforcement to the state of Florida. How are we going to take care of the ones we have here today? Scholarships for their children was a big tool in the toolbox for law enforcement to decide if they want to take their child to a different school than the one they're zoned to. And it was a burden that's now not going to be on their families. It was very important. Something that was very important this year, we worked on a lot with adoption and foster care, and the Governor mentioned earlier, if you have a special needs child that needs to be adopted and you're law enforcement, you can get $25,000 up front to do that. And what does that money get spent on most of the time? For the needs of that child, right? You may need ramps, you may need special restroom accommodations, bedding, and things of that nature. That would take the burden off that family to be able to do that. $10,000 for non-special needs. Something that's very important. A few bills the Governor mentioned I'd like to emphasize. In addition to these things, this year we extended drop for 3 more years for our law enforcement officers. And by doing so, we will be able to keep more of our veteran law enforcement officers on call as we need them. That was something that was very important in the overall package. And the anti-riot bill last year, HB 1, told the rest of the country what Florida thought of its law enforcement and how we don't say we back the blue, we actually do it. And again, I can't thank Speaker Sprowls enough for his work in this effort. He was, last year and this year, was tireless in his efforts. And the Governor, you've done a great job leading us through this, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Speaker Chris Sprowls really dove into this and really did some great things, and so I just want to thank him as well.
Thank you, Governor. It's great to be with you all, and thank you for not letting any of the politicians speak after Sheriff Judd. I don't think any of us want to speak after Grady. It's great to be back here in Polk County with Governor DeSantis, the Attorney General, President Simpson, Sheriff Judd. You know, let's back up 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we were in this building, I think maybe the room next door, when Governor DeSantis announced the anti-riot bill, which ended up being House Bill 1, one of the first bills that we passed off the legislative floor. I think I hand-delivered it to you, Governor. But in that moment, it felt like the country was on fire. You had riots going on across the country. You had huge cities like New York City who cut hundreds of millions of dollars from their police budget. Los Angeles cut millions of dollars. Minneapolis, Seattle. Place was in chaos. There was a police precinct in Seattle that was given over to criminals, to rioters, to rapists. And Florida took a stand. And Governor DeSantis deserves the credit for being the tip of the spear in the country of the pushback on lawlessness, of coming here to Polk County, to this sheriff's office, to begin to tell the story that Florida is going to be the light in the country when it comes to law and order and when it comes to supporting our law enforcement. And you know, had it just been that, Governor, had it just been your statement in this platform with Sheriff Judd showing his props to the country about what a riot is to make sure people understood, that would have been enough. Maybe that would have been enough to show the nation this is where Florida stands, but it's not enough for this governor. It's not enough for this attorney general, this sheriff, or this legislature. You know, we passed that bill last session. I think we signed it. You think you signed it here, Governor? But then there was step 2, which is that was about protecting our streets. It was about protecting our families from lawlessness, our state from lawlessness. Now, how do we encourage not only our law enforcement officers, but how do we lift up their families, which is when we see House Bill 3. In addition to the things the governor mentioned about, recruitment, bringing officers here. I loved watching Times Square during New Year's Eve where there's an ad for a law enforcement agency in Florida, basically to all the NYPD cops saying, wouldn't you rather be in Florida? Where we actually like you. Where we like you and we lift you up. I can say that because I'm the kid of a New York City retired police officer who came to Florida and is sad having left a department where now his friends and colleagues and family members aren't valued the way that they are here in Florida. That's what this bill is about. It's about lifting people up, letting them know we want you to come here if you're a law enforcement officer. We want you to stay here if you're serving our families every day. We talked about adoption and foster care. What could be a better life and a safer environment for a child who is in need of someone to look up to, a mentor, than to going into the home of a law enforcement officer? How do we encourage them in already what is difficult financially in taking the sacrifices that they do, protecting our families? How can we ask them to take on such an awesome responsibility? We have to incentivize it, and that's what this bill does. How do you do that when you might have to live close to a community which locks you into a particular school district? Maybe that school district isn't right for your kids. How do we give you an extra tool to alleviate the burden around the dinner table when you're having dinner at night where you don't have to worry about your school district? We make sure that your child has access to the Family Empowerment Scholarship so that your family, your children, don't have to be held behind in schools or fall behind or not achieve their dreams because you are protecting us so that our families could achieve their dreams. That's what this bill is about. And I want people to know, and I think the governor has said it best, that Florida is the most law enforcement friendly state in America. It is going to continue to stay that way, and I hope it rings from the mountaintops. Thank you, Governor.
Okay. Well, thanks. And it's, of course, always good to be here in Polk County with Sheriff Grady Judd. I'll have people come up to me as I'm just travailing around and, across the state, and they'll be like, I moved from wherever because of you and what you're doing in Florida or whatever. You feel nice about that. But in Polk County, I will run into people that say, I moved to Polk County because of Grady Judd. And so, I think he's a great ambassador for this part of the state. And clearly, you don't have to worry about if anyone is thinking about maybe breaking the law. Florida's not a place to do it at all, but you definitely don't want to be doing it in Polk County. So Grady Judd.
It's truly my honor to be here today on behalf of all the men and women of law enforcement across the state to thank the governor, to thank the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the legislators for House Bill 3. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been in law enforcement my entire adult life, and I have never once seen a team like this. Never once have we had a legislative year that was this robust, that said, look, we value the law enforcement officers that keep the state of Florida safe. As I move across the county, I tell folks, listen, if you're not safe and you don't feel safe, you don't thrive. If your family's not safe and they don't feel safe, they don't thrive. If your state's not safe and they don't feel safe, they don't thrive. We thrive in Florida because of this governor and this legislature. Now, as a result, they talk about the team. I call it the A team.
Oh, gosh.
And that's what you see here with me today. This is the A team that keeps Florida safe. I challenge people, and Governor, they say exactly that. I have people tell me every place I go, I was going to retire. We decided on Florida because of Governor DeSantis, and we came to Polk County because of Grady Judd. Folks, people want to feel safe, and they want to be safe, and nothing else matters. And who keeps them safe? The law enforcement officers and the partnership with the community. Now, Governor, I must tell you that, they had a song But nobody gave you a $5,000, put your name here, right? I mean, now you think about it. Washington's on the $1 bill. Lincoln's on the $5 bill. Well, the governor's on the $5,000 bill. That may not seem like a lot of money to some folks, but it's big money when you're trying to move across the country to the state of Florida. It's big money when you're trying to come where you can really enforce the law and protect the people. As I close today, I want to repeat what I tell people all across this country. You know, you think about it. When you look at Portland and Seattle and D.C. and Chicago, the law enforcement officers work hard there. It's the rule makers that creates the rules and the policies that allows that crazy criminal conduct. There is a reason good things happen in Florida, and it's because of this A-team and this governor, and there's a reason that it could be safe in other areas. But heck, if everybody worked as hard as our governor, then we'd just be average instead of the very best in the nation. So, Governor, on behalf of all the law enforcement officers, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you
Yeah,
so very
of course.
much.
All right, let's get it done. Let's get it done. All right, well, 1st of April, good way to start off the month here. So. You've already got one, don't you?
I don't want those. I mean, I do want them. I did not mean that. I was going to help you.
Oh, okay. We're jumping the gun a little bit. All right, who wants one? Sure. Thank you. Anyone else?
You want to trust me to pass one back
Anyone
there?
else?
I don't think you trust me to pass it back there.
Okay.
I won't keep it.
All right, HB 3. When we made this announcement in August that this is what we were trying for, there was buzz in law enforcement circles around the country saying, Governor DeSantis is handing out checks down in Florida. We got to figure. And I'd have to tell people, we will. We have to get it through the legislature. And so now I can say, in law, you know, you come. This is something that we'd be happy to show our appreciation and support you. Can't promise it's going to be a $5,000 bill with my picture on it, but the check will clear. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Governor. As you likely know, this week, Lighthouse Loss is rating. A dozen more companies could soon lose their rating, according to Demotech. The Senate is willing to act. Senate Bill 1728 passed this session. So this question is for you, Governor, and you, Speaker. How many companies have to fail, and how high do rates have to go before you agree to take action on this issue on April 9th?
I'm ready. I will sign. I'm ready. You know, we did something in 2021 that's brought 2 companies in. It was not enough, and I said they needed to do more this year, and so put it on my desk, and it will be signed into law.
Speaker, would you agree to discuss this on April 19th?
Sure.
If you're talking about the special session, the proclamation is for redistricting. But let me be clear. You know, last year we passed one of the most expansive reforms to the insurance industry that's ever been done in Florida. One thing that happens is that you talk about this all the time is that it takes 18 months to see those reflected in the rates. We're about 6 months out from that. The other thing that nobody talks about when you talk about those companies that are going out of business is that those were companies who were allowed into Florida when our regulations were significantly lower, and they were wildly undercapitalized. So they were stealing from Peter to pay Paul the entire time they've been in business in the state of Florida. So while I think it's instructive to realize that our residents are seeing rate increases, we have to open up the marketplace, I think using those companies is a bad example.
But the Speaker, the Senate is willing to act, and the Governor is willing to act. I'm being told that you are the one that is not willing to act during this special session.
So I think you answered enough for you? Okay. So I would just say, you know, if we need to do anything to bring them back, for this. We're stand ready, willing, and able to do it, and we will work in any way we can to do it. I do think that it will happen because people want it to happen. Whether it can happen in April, I think if they work together, I'm happy to I'm happy to sign that for sure. Okay. Well, thanks everybody. This is a good one. I'm gonna bring this to my office. I like it, and I got to get this one. These are both really, really good. So good. Oh man. Well, thanks. Man. Appreciate you. Yeah.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, and you can see just a couple of more moments here for the Dow, but you're seeing a late afternoon spike right there, up 145 points in the green, all coming within the last 20 minutes or so. So we'll see how it just wraps up. Got about less than 4 minutes from the trading day to be over. And you're just taking a look here at the weather from across the country as it continues to move on. We see 43 there in Chicago. You got 73 right now in Las Vegas, 81 right here in Phoenix, and 63 in Los Angeles, everybody. So what we'll do is take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage coming up next. History made today in New York as Amazon warehouse workers at a facility in New York City have voted to form the first U.S. union in the tech giant's 27-year history, marking a stunning victory for a bootstrapped effort led by a fired employee. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
So, stay tuned for all that. This is just the beginning. And next month we already have our next election for the ALU in my building, LDJ5. And so, we are looking forward to another victory. Yeah, my name is Madeline Wesley, Madeline Wesley, but I go by Maddie, Maddie. I work at LDJ5, the building across the street. The election is going to be starting April 25th. Not M-A-T-T. All right, Brett.
So you're the leading Amazon jailbird. You were arrested twice during this organizing campaign. The first time for putting up a tent, and the second time for passing out chicken. I wanted to ask you.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask you. The brutality of this campaign by Amazon. They were seemingly using the police a lot to intimidate organizers, arrest organizers. not to mention suggesting to workers that your pay was going to get cut and all that. What does this moment mean for you? You put a lot on the line.
This means everything. This moment means everything to us. Clearly, Amazon and the executive board, Jeff Bezos, signed off on a smear campaign against Chris. It's always been about targeting Chris and the movement. They've known that the power has been with the people. This has been a completely community-led, community-supported campaign. We wouldn't have been able to do it without the power of the people. Our community support. This is of, by, and for the workers.
Years ago, my life changed forever. I only wanted to do the right thing and speak up for the workers behind me. Jason was one of them, Derek, Jordan, Gerald, everybody, and JFK. When COVID-19 came into play, Amazon failed us. They dropped the ball. They lied to the public saying they're doing all these things. None of that was the reality of our situation. So I let her walk out after they quarantined just me and nobody else. And that walkout led to my firing. Then a week after that, a couple weeks after that, maybe a week or two, that memo that came out calling me not smart or articulate. Ironically, they also said to make me the face of the whole unionizing efforts, which I had no intention at the time. And when I read that memo, that motivated me to start an organization called the Congress of Essential Workers, TCOEW. My brothers right here, Derek Palmer, Gerald Bryson, Jordan Flowers. We traveled the country. We picked up some comrades along the way. We protested in front of every Jeff Bezos mansion and penthouse that we can find on Google. And it led us to 11 months ago. After we went down to Alabama last year when they had their first campaign. And we saw some things that we thought that we could do better independently. So that's what we decided to do. We decided to come back home to Staten Island and start unionizing JFK. And not just JFK, we wanted all four of them. They built up 4 buildings in 2 years. So we said, you know what? This is our complex now. We tried to do 4 buildings. The first petition didn't go our way because Amazon fired 1,000 people in 6 months. It wasn't because we didn't sign up 2,000-3,000 people. We did that. But unfortunately, by the time we filed the petition and the process took a while, Amazon got rid of 1,000 people, whether they quit or they got fired. I'm blaming Amazon because they have a system that get rid of people anyway. So that's what happened.
Also tried to add 4,000 people to the payroll.
Yeah, that too. They gave us a faulty payroll, but it didn't matter. We were able to file right back in 6 weeks. And we got to an election with JFK by itself. And not only JFK, LDJ5 is next. It has an election coming up in April, which no doubt in my mind we're going to be successful in that one as well. Because once again, I spent the last 11 months, the folks behind me spent the last 11 months as well, inside, outside the building, at the bus stop, earning the trust of these workers, building relationships, raising money, creating GoFundMes for people that was fired, people that was homeless, people living in shelters, paying bills, cable bills, phone bills, feeding them. We had over 20-something barbecues, giving out food every single week, every single day, whether it was pizza, chicken, pasta, home food from my aunt cooked sometimes. They cooked, Derek cooked. We all contributed, giving out books, literature, giving out free weed because it's legal. We did that. Yes, we did. We did whatever it took to connect with those workers, to make their daily lives just a little bit easier, a little bit less stressful. We were at that light at the end of the tunnel when they got off that S40 and that S90. When they got up, they saw us right there at that bus stop, having a bonfire, lighting up s'mores, whatever it took. We were right there for them every day, and I think that resonated with the workers, something that no established union could do, because we are Amazon workers. Whether we former or current, we know the ins and outs of the company. We know these grievances better than anybody. We live this reality every single day. I lived it for 5 years. They're still living it. They're all current workers, except for a select few. And, you know, this is what it's about. We took care of one another. I took care of my employees when I was employed with this company. I opened up 3 buildings in the tri-state. I trained thousands of their employees. I trained hundreds of their upper management. The general manager now of JFK, they know me very well. We have a long history. My roots with the company is very deep. And I wrote that in a letter last week that was opened over 5,000 times. 5,000 workers opened that letter that I wrote. So that right there also helped the undecided people make a relationship and a connection with myself. You know, it's not about me. Amazon tried to make it about me from day one. And I never said it was going to be Amazon versus Chris Smalls. It's always going to be Amazon versus the people. And today the people have spoken, and the people wanted a union.
Hey, Chris.
So,
how do you feel right now? Chris?
Yeah.
What message does this give to Amazon and any other unionizing efforts that might now be launched?
Well, I can tell you now, we got the juggler. We went for the juggler. And we went for the top dog because we want every other industry, every other business to know that things have changed. We going to unionize. We're not going to quit our jobs anymore. And you know, this is a prime example of what the power that people have when they come together.
Chris, what's your message to Amazon executives today after this victory?
Oh, they're going to have to negotiate with their workers now. Yeah. You know, my message is that now we have a union that they're going to have to collectively bargain with.
And what's the first demand that your union is going to make?
Whatever we decide, you know, I'll go with whatever.
Well, I mean, what's your top priority?
Look, my top priority is whatever they is. You know, it's a democratic process. You know, I don't make any decision by myself. I know people do that, but I don't do that. They know that they know me better than anybody else. I don't care about what everybody write, what everybody tweet on social media. It's all bull. My people that been with me from day one know exactly what type of person I am. I'm unemployed. I haven't been employed since I've been fired. Every single day I get up and I organize. That's all I do. Day in, day out, that's my lifestyle.
And your work isn't done because you've got another vote. So how are you going to approach that upcoming vote now? Because the company will likely try and pull out maybe bigger guns.
What can they do? They already got me arrested. What more can they do? What more can they possibly do? You know, so I don't care what they do. It doesn't matter to us. You know, it doesn't matter to us.
What's your message to other Amazon workers?
Unionize. Yeah. Reach out to us. We'll help you. We'll help you. We reach out. Y'all know how to reach out to me. I'm very accessible. I got the same number I have for the last 10 years.
What about other organizers in other places?
Chris, the effort in Bessemer, Mississippi failed. What is special about Staten Island? What's special about JFK?
It's Bessemer, Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know why they weren't successful. If they are going to be the challenges or whatever, I don't know everything that's going on. But I do know this: New York is a union town. I do know that every worker knows somebody that's in the union, related to somebody that's in the union. They're in close range of somebody that's in the union. The bus drivers, they get off the bus every day. They speak to union members. Alabama's a little different. Alabama's still fairly new. Gotcha. I'm sorry. The Alabama, Bessemer, that building been around for less than 2 years. So it's kind of like, you know, you get a new job, you walk in there, and then you're talking about a union. It's harder to influence your coworkers like that. JFK been around 4 years. The organizers I organized with, like, for example, Derek Palmer, our vice president, he's been an Amazon worker for 6 years. He knows people. Gerald Bryson been there. He's from Staten Island. He's been there 3 years since the building opened, before they fired him wrongfully. Myself, I opened up that building. You know, I trained these people. So it's just a different relationship that we have, a bigger influence that we have on our coworkers. And, you know, once again, we're going to support any efforts against Amazon, no matter what union is organizing. We're here to lend our advice, lend our support. All you got to do is bring us in. You know, we tried to help them. It didn't work out the first time around. I hope that everybody's paying attention now, because a lot of people doubted us, and they know who they are. They didn't support us for 11 months. Everybody knows that. You know, we raised money through GoFundMe. We raised pennies. We had like $3 in our account just 3 weeks ago. So that just tells you how grassroots this campaign is. We had nothing. We started off with 2 tables, 2 chairs, and a tent. Yep. And that's it. No major support, no major resources, nothing. Not even a union hall. We were meeting up at inside of an apartment. We were meeting up at the bus stop. We were meeting up on Zoom just to make it past to the next week. And, you know, I wouldn't change it for anything. You know, the way we did it, the struggles, the ups and downs, the grind, the losses, the setbacks, it made us stronger. And that's what got us here to this day.
Hey, Chris, what's your message to Amazon customers who, you know, maybe they enjoy getting stuff quickly, a little cheaper, but maybe they don't quite understand or haven't been informed of the backbreaking work, the conditions, the safety problems that all of you have dealt with? What's your message to customers?
Well, my message is simple. You know, stand in solidarity with the workers that come from your community. You know, we come from the community that Amazon sets up shop in. They benefit, they closing down small businesses, they hiring and firing, exploiting our people. We are the customers too. So stand in solidarity with us. You know, it's up to the media to get our stories out there. That's why we do this. We want our stories to be heard, our voices to be heard, so that you guys can share that with the public. Don't sugarcoat it, tell the truth. You know, don't just get the spokesperson side, because y'all know they're going to give y'all the same speech. Our story, our reality is what we live in. The customers need to know that. And if they don't support that business, then they don't stand in solidarity with the workers and their customers that come from the same community. So that's just, you know, I'm not going to call a boycott yet, but, you know, all I'm going to say is this, that stand in solidarity with the workers here, stand in solidarity with the workers in any community that has an Amazon facility, because they affect your community. I know plenty of times Amazon set up a building and people in the community are upset because of the traffic they cause, because of the pollution they cause. There's a lot of different issues to talk about when it comes to Amazon, but I can tell you what, Amazon doesn't become Amazon without the people. And we make Amazon what it is.
What are the next steps for the workers in JFK? What's the timeline look like from here?
I want to celebrate with them, you know? I want to have a celebratory moment. I want to get some sleep. I haven't slept in 2 years, so y'all seen the bags under my eyes. That's not how I really look, but you know what? I want to celebrate with JFK workers. They deserve it. You know, 4,000 of them showed up. Over 4,000 of them showed up for us. And then we got an election to win. We're going to have a meeting on Sunday. And we're going to get right back to the campaign, and we're going to focus on LDJ 5. That's our next battle.
How do you balance
independence in this victory? The independence was everything. You know, we didn't have, we didn't have any, outside, I guess you could say, interference. We had our own internal way we wanted to strategize against Amazon, and it worked for us. You know, and I always say, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this was working for us. We were signing people up. And if we needed the support, of course I would have made that decision early on. But as the interim president, I felt that it had to be us. And it worked for us. That's what got us to this point.
Chris, after celebrating, what does day one look like? You talked about elections on Sunday. After that, is it straight back to campaigning?
Yeah,
or how
we're going right back. Monday, like I said, Sunday we're going to have a meeting. And Monday we right back at it. We're going to be phone banking. We're going to be organizing LDJ 5 workers, making sure that they're committed to vote.
Do you have a message to Jeff Bezos?
Oh, we want to thank Jeff Bezos for going to space, because when he was up there, we was signing people up.
We was down here campaigning.
We was out here getting sick.
He was buying in.
I'm pretty sure he watched the count, or somebody informed him. So I don't got to say nothing to Jeff Bezos. I mean, you know, like I said, the workers now have a collective bargaining unit to bargain with.
And Chris, they called you inarticulate. Some other names for you and your coworkers. What's your message to Amazon management that tried to,
Oh yeah, they paid how much money it was? What, $4.5 million to consulting lawyers and firms, the same lawyers I just shook hands. It's a bunch of thugs, we a bunch of thugs, and racist stuff. They tried to spread racist rumors. They tried to say, I want to buy a Lamborghini. What other rumors y'all heard? Use blood. I'm a gangbanger. I'm this. I'm that. It was a whole bunch of things they tried to do against me, against the ALU. They tried to demonize our character, but that didn't work. Because people know who I am. You come speak to me in person. A lot of y'all interviewed me several times. Y'all know who I am. And this is what y'all see is what y'all get. I was like this at work. Day one, when I got hired at Amazon, in 2015, I walked in the building with same thing I'm wearing now. Gold grills, chains, and everything. And I was... And,
One of the
I
best
earned my...
supervisors there.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fact. But, they didn't know that. I earn respect of the employees, and now I just play for a different team.
What is your message to those who voted for you? Who voted for the union?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. God bless you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Everybody that voted yes for the union, this right here is historical. This is for them. It's not for me personally. It's for them. Like, when I explain that to people, I'm saying, we're going to do this for you. I'm like, no, you're doing it for yourselves. This is for y'all. And that every vote count and every vote mattered. Their voices were heard. And like I said, it's Amazon versus the people, and the people have spoken.
And can you, I'm a bit late to the party. You said this already, I apologize. But what precedent do you feel this sets at other warehouses, especially in states like New York, where unions are stronger than they are in Alabama? What precedent does it set? Tell the camera.
This right here, this is going to be the catalyst for the revolution. That's exactly what this is. I just witnessed that. That's all I can say about it. This is the catalyst for the revolution. Just like Starbucks. Y'all see what's going on with the Starbucks unionizing across the country. We expect the same outcome. We already got interest in 18 different buildings in several different states. Workers reaching out to us. We want to help every single person we could. And I'm happy, once again, that I was able to be a part of this experience. So we don't know how that's going to get done yet, but I can tell you that everybody behind me is all fighters. And we're going to fight to the very end. We're going to give it everything we got, and I'm confident that this won't be the last unionization for Amazon.
And Chris, do you have a message, because a lot of mainstream media might not be aware of workers like Daquan Smith, who was fired and became homeless, workers like Sean Brown, who was testing workers for COVID and dropped dead suddenly. Can you talk about the names that people might not know that have suffered at Amazon?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of names. Gerald Bryson is one of them. Jordan Flowers is one of them. Pushan Brown, Daquan Smith, myself. I've been unemployed. I need my job back, right? Still pending with the AG's office. There's a lot of unheard voices, but the one that really, I'm glad you brought up Pushan Brown. She lost her life, 38 years old black woman, testing Amazon workers, testing her coworkers in the middle of the pandemic, leaving behind her 12-year-old daughter, Gabby, because Amazon made workers test each other with no facial masks, no N95s, no cleaning, no gowns, no plexiglass in the warehouse. they had workers testing each other. I'm talking about Swab. And she died. She lost her life. And that company, all they did was put up the GoFundMe that we put out there. That's it. That's all. And to be honest with you, you know, the more I think about that, it infuriates me. But thankfully, I was able to get connected with her and help amplify it to some degree, but it's not enough. And that's why unionizing and coming together for workers to have a platform to tell their stories is important, because we need to hold the company accountable. Jeff Bezos needs to be held accountable. All the top executives need to be held accountable, because they're doing injustice to these workers. They're stealing labor. They're stealing money. They forcing workers to work long hours, calling MET whenever they want. Workers are not safe, and until they do better, once again, we're going to continue to organize. And I want to celebrate now. Y'all good? Any questions?
How would we improve this process to give workers a voice in their own lives?
Say that one more time.
If we live in a just society, how would we improve this process to benefit workers? That's the pro.
Let me tell you something. When we started 11 months ago, where the hell was everybody at? So when y'all hear somebody's organizing the building, help them. Right off the bat, no questions. Just help them. That's it. If I could do this unemployed, what's stopping anybody? That's right. That's it. Let's go. That's all I gotta say. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Holla.
There we go. So that's Staten Island warehouse for Amazon making history there as they were able to unionize the workers. And now you heard on Sunday they will vote for terms. And you're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here. You do see that President Biden has now arrived in Delaware. There he is, just coming off Marine One. He'll be spending the weekend back home. In just a little bit, we are expecting remarks from Vice President Kamala Harris, and looks like we're getting a little bit closer. So let's take a quick 2-minute break now before she comes out. Moments away here on Live Now from Fox. We are waiting for Vice President Kamala Harris. She is in Greenville, Mississippi, and she was touring earlier with small businesses and talking about the administration's plans for small businesses here in this country. Let's listen in.
I'm excited because she understands SWAT football. I'm happy that she understands the Divine Nine. I'm happy that she understands HBCUs are important, but also I'll give a shout out because my granddaughter belongs to that sorority called Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, that she's a member. So when I tell you she's one of us, you know it because you followed her sterling career. And so when she comes to the stage later on, I want us to give her a Mississippi Delta welcome. Thank you for being here.
Please welcome to the stage CEO of Hope Credit Union, Bill Bynum.
Good afternoon. As you heard, I'm CEO of Hope Credit Union, also Hope Enterprise Corporation, and Hope Policy Institute. This is a family of organizations that exists to ensure that hardworking people like those here in the Delta were not limited because of their race, their gender, or where they happen to live. As a matter of fact, we were initially started in 1994 as Enterprise Corporation of Delta, and our first office was right here in this facility. We opened an office here in Greenville to provide financing and development services to help businesses generate jobs that paid good wages and offer good benefits. It didn't take long to realize that people in the Delta could do the same things that anybody else could do if they have the tools. It was also clear that businesses could not thrive, that they could not attract and retain strong management, build a productive workforce without good housing, a robust service sector, quality education, and health care. Same things that any thriving communities need, but is not available enough in some communities across the Deep South. It was also clear that at some point all these things required access to capital, a lot more than the $1.5 million that we had at the time. So we cobbled together all that we could, but the capital demand always exceeded this, the supply in the Delta for low-income residents and people of color particularly. That's why I cannot adequately express how important the historic investments over the past months that enable community development financial institutions and minority depository institutions to step into the breach when economic crisis devastated places like so many Delta towns where the poverty rate has been over 20% for more than half a century. And again, the impact was particularly severe in communities of color. Chairman Thompson, I know how hard you and then Senator Harris worked to make these investments possible. Thank you for your courage and for your leadership. To say these investments are game changers is not an understatement. They have positioned Hope to import more than $250 million in capital into our region from some of the world's largest corporations, companies like Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, PayPal, Nike, Dick's Sporting Goods, and several others. They will enable us to go from making 50 business loans a year to making 5,200 paycheck protection loans to small businesses that were on the edge of extinction. Loans to hard-working entrepreneurs like Ms. Joyce Johnson of Joyce's Fabric and Sewing Center, who you'll see later. Madam Vice President, because of the $8.7 billion in investments in CDFIs and MDIs that you announced in December, that $1.5 million loan fund will soon be a $1.5 billion financial institution owned by women and people of color in one of the most opportunity-starved regions in the nation. We will use these resources to leverage private and public investment that supports more and better jobs, housing, infrastructure, green development in the Delta, the Black Belt, and other Deep South communities that need it most. On behalf of my CDFI and MDI colleagues, and on behalf of the people and places we serve across the Deep South, thank you for your commitment to a more just and a more equitable America. Thank you all.
All right, so it looks like we are still waiting a little bit, maybe longer here for the VP, so we'll keep an eye on this, and as soon as it gets going, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break while we have it. Watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Happy Friday to you here as we continue to roll on. Want to show you just how the market ended today. You could see that last spike there for the Dow Jones as we were able to see it go up there about 140 points, just shy of that. So that is what we're looking at right now. And then we go out to Mississippi. We're just moments away now from the Vice President, Kamala Harris. She is going to be making some remarks on small businesses in America. And it looks like we might be even getting a little bit closer to that. It looks like they're just teeing up the podium there, making sure it's all good right there. So we'll keep an eye on that. It looks like it'll be pretty soon right here. Earlier today in Mississippi, she was touring just different small businesses